Chapter 1604, Handing in the Mission. Chapter 1604, Handing in the Mission. Xiao Moxian was originally the bright pearl in Empyrean Demodon's eyes, and within the monster race she was considered a little princess. From birth to adulthood, Xiao Moxian had been a star that countless planets revolved around. There were countless young elites that did everything they could to win her favor, and innumerable elders who praised her to the heavens. In the divine realm, whether it was the monster race, demon race, or human race, as long as Xiao Moxian was mentioned, it would be like the arrival of a legend. She was the proudest daughter of heaven, a mystical woman who left all the chosen prides of heavens drowning in love. In this sort of situation, Xiao Moxian was considerably proud in her heart. This was a type of arrogance she was born with, one that belonged to the most superb woman of a generation. However, when she was with Lin Ming, she had always taken him as the center, whether it was giving her primordial een to Lin Ming, dual cultivating with him, busily following him around everywhere, or even cooking up soup for him. Everything she did had been for him. In front of Lin Ming, she didn't display her usual haughtiness and arrogance. Like this, Xiao Moxian would absolutely not allow other women to put on appearances in front of Lin Ming. How could an arrogant woman like herself possibly endure another woman mocking her man? She long felt ill when she looked at this Suya, and now she wanted to walk over and give her 2 slaps to the face. Sensing Xiao Moxian's strong hostility, Suya frowned. She continued to lay back on her couch, not bothering to move at all. What? You want to hit me? This is the special area of the extreme star Holy Lands, and also where I work. If you do anything to me, I will recognize it as an attempt to destroy the cooperative relationship between the extreme star Holy Lands and the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If any losses are incurred and the war effort is delayed, can you take on responsibility for this? Suya's voice was indifferent, but there was a clear threat behind her words. If you have nothing else, then you can leave. I won't send you off. Suya didn't place Xiao Moxian's threat in her eyes. She clearly had her own strength and was confident in herself. This woman is hiding her cultivation. Lin Ming deeply looked at Suya, and yet wasn't able to see what her cultivation was. This was a method similar to Mo Brightmoon's. Lin Ming estimated that Suya wasn't weak at all. If she was sent by the extreme star Holy Lands, and was also responsible for all contact between them and the Divine Runic Masters Guild, as well as being the person in charge here, then she definitely wasn't some common person. Moreover, old Shui had also reminded him to not view Suya as just a beautiful vase. She had her own exquisite methods. Let's not argue with her. Sienna, let's go. Lin Ming grabbed Xiao Moxian's hand. Xiao Moxian could barely endure this insult, but at this time she really couldn't do anything to Suya. Those divine runic symbols. Xiao Moxian pointed to the 20 divine runic symbols on the countertop. Lin Ming had spent a great deal of energy and time drawing up those divine runic symbols. If they were handed over like this, then that was far too great a loss. Xiao Moxian had watched Lin Ming's 3 months of hard work. Those were the result of Lin Ming's painstaking effort, and they also concerned whether or not Lin Ming would be able to smoothly open the second Dao Palace of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace in the future. It would even affect the results of the final smelting trial. Thus, Xiao Moxian was even more nervous than Lin Ming was. She felt that Lin Ming would need to receive at least several dozen million contribution points for these 20 divine runic symbols for it to be even. But Lin Ming simply smiled gently at her and said, "It doesn't matter." He believed that gold would always shine in the end. As Lin Ming was walking away, Suya was a bit startled. She said, "You don't want to take your contribution points." According to the agreement, Lin Ming would receive 50,000 to 60,000 contribution points upon completing the mission. Raindrop, pay Sir Lin the contribution points. As Suya spoke, she continued to lazily lean back on her couch. She didn't intend on speaking to Lin Ming again. To Suya, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were characters on the level of little brothers and sisters, filled with a vigorous youth and loving to compete with others. However, their antics had no effect on Suya. Only a peak 5th grade or 6th grade divine runic master would have Suya standing up to greet them and see them off. For them, she would even personally process the payment of their contribution points. With Suya's orders, a green-clothed raindrop walked forwards, carrying a pink jade slip in her hands. This jade slip had the contribution points recorded within it. This green-clothed girl's manners were quite humble. She offered forth the pink jade slip and said in a soft voice, "Sir Lin, these are your contribution points. There are a total of 60,000. Please verify them." The green-clothed girl gently poured her true essence into the jade slip, and a brilliant light flashed atop it. Runes began to appear in the air like flashing stars. These runes were only for accounting. There was no other effect. As long as Lin Ming received them with his divine runic master's badge, then these runes would become his points. The runes for contribution points seemed simple, but creating fakes was impossible. This was because every rune had a corresponding twin rune within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Once it was used up, the two twin runes would collide and destroy each other. If one created a fake rune, there would not be such an effect because no matter how clever a Divine Runic Master was, they still couldn't change the rune record within the guild headquarters. To a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, 60,000 contribution points was an absolutely massive sum of wealth. However, Suya didn't expect that Lin Ming would lightly smile and say, "No need." What do you mean?" Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Turning in a complete mission and receiving points was a completely justified course of action, and yet he didn't want to receive them? Then what was the point of taking on missions? In the Divine Runic Masters Guild, contribution points were much more precious than more common forms of wealth like 9 sun jades. This was because many rare materials required contributions points for purchase. A 6th grade Divine Runic Master would never complain that they had too many contribution points. Lin Ming casually said, "Let's just leave it like this. I will temporarily not take my contribution points reward for completing the 20 divine runic symbols." Lin Ming wasn't interested in only 60,000 contribution points. To put it more bluntly, this was like trying to send away a beggar with change. What he needed was 3 billion points. Taking or leaving 60,000 points made no difference to that end sum. If he took it, then that was equal to giving his own 20 Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols for free. Lin Ming wasn't stupid enough to do something like that. But if he didn't take the reward, then these 20 Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols could be considered as being lent out. Lin Ming said he wouldn't receive the points reward temporarily. That didn't mean he would give them away. "Why don't you want them now? Do you think my Extreme Star Holy Lands lacks points to reward you?" Suya's words had a faint arrogance to them, although she was being pushed around, and was in a mess due to the Extreme Star command issued by Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. To outsiders, Suya was still the calm and confident woman she was before. She was just like these high and mighty arrogant divine runic masters. As long as she left the confines of her room, she would always be dressed properly and impeccably, revealing nothing but her perfect temperament and good image in order to avoid losing any face. Lin Ming faintly smiled. "Lady Suya says that, but at the same time I do not need your points." He responded to Suya, countering her words. Suya looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Her lips curved up in a playful smile. She mockingly said, "If I'm not wrong, up until now Sir Lin's contribution points should have been at 0. I heard that you left the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time and didn't receive a salary during that period. And now that you've come back for 3 months, you still haven't collected any accounts. If you did, then according to your standard as a 3rd grade Divine Runic Master, shouldn't you have, 5 points?" The Divine Runic Masters Guild only offered a pitiful salary for low-level Divine Runic Masters. This was to encourage Divine Runic Masters to take on missions. The guild had no interest in supporting bums. A third-grade Divine Runic Master would only receive 20 points every year. Lin Ming had been back for 3 months, so he should have received 5 points. Sir Lin, you only have 5 points, so are you sure you don't need these 60,000 points? Suya's smile became increasingly wide and bright. She originally thought that her verbal attack was strong enough to leave a mark, but she never imagined that Lin Ming wouldn't be embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Miss Xia, you've investigated quite clearly, but there is no need for you to worry about my salary. Perhaps a month from now, my total amount of points will have reached a considerable level. There even might be people scrambling to ask me to produce divine runic symbols." Lin Ming's words were subtle. He only used vague terms like considerable and might be people. However, as Xia heard this, she thought that this Lin Ming was simply incorrigible. Initially, Lin Ming had put on some act to take a look at 5th-grade missions and ended up choosing 4th-grade missions. Then, after 3 whole months passed, he used 150 portions of materials and an amount of time, nearly 10 times what others would take to produce 20 divine runic symbols. Moreover, he likely had to request help from someone to finish this mission. Suya already felt that she had given him sufficient face in not ruining his act last time, but he was still continuing it. He was clearly poor, and yet he didn't want to take the contribution points after turning in the mission. He was pretending to be a wealthy person, and even his smile seemed to carry a profoundly fake taste to it. Then he actually dared to say that a month from now, there would be some people who would be scrambling to ask him to make divine runic symbols. And she could feel that the some people Lin Ming was referring to was actually pointing to herself. She was disinclined to bother with a ridiculous fool like Lin Ming. She lightly said, "I have no idea who will be scrambling for you to make divine runic symbols in the future, but I don't have any intention of doing so. If you want to slap yourself in the face by putting on such a stupid farce, then go ahead. If you don't wish to receive those 60,000 points, then I won't force you either. I don't have the interest or time to play around with you. Today's transactions are over now. I thank you for handing in your mission, and I won't be seeing you off." As Xia spoke, she picked up her wine glass, gently swishing it around and taking a sip. The red wine shimmered along her ruby-red lips. When coordinated with her long, loose dress and her slightly visible breasts, she exuded an alluring sex appeal. Lin Ming smiled and left the mission division with Xiao Moxian. Extreme Star Heavenly Palace was in drastic need of divine runic symbols. 3 days later, the 20 divine runic symbols that Lin Ming drew up were sent to the front lines. The ones that obtained this batch of divine runic symbols were a 10-man squad of holy lords. The squad captain was known as Dune Peak, and he was a late holy lord powerhouse. The other squad members were all at the early holy lord realm. This squad had already fought on the front lines for a long time and was in dire need of supplies. Now, they finally obtained 20 Havoc Flame symbols, and the bottom right corners of these Havoc Flame symbols had a Lin character inscribed on them. Chapter 1605. Special Effect. Chapter 1605. Special Effect. Kia. For the squad led by Dune Peak, a Peak 4th grade divine runic symbol was just barely enough. The effects were far inferior to those of a true 5th grade divine runic symbol. The 10 of them were all at the Holy Lord realm. According to the cultivation of a Holy Lord martial artist, they had the strength to use a 5th grade divine runic symbol. As for a 6th grade divine runic symbol, their cultivation wasn't enough. They simply weren't able to activate one. "Captain, the heavenly fire symbols we applied for haven't been approved. They've only sent us these little things." A squad member slapped the 20 Havoc Flame symbols on a table, looking a bit depressed. What are you talking about? What are you calling little things? These are peak 4th grade Havoc Flame symbols, and their effects aren't much worse than those of 5th grade Divine Runic symbols. We should be happy that we're able to use them. Do you know how tight the current supply of Divine Runic symbols and pills is right now? The war front consumes massive amounts of every type, and many squads like us are fighting bravely without anything to help them, and yet we've got so many supplies to use. Cheer up, guys. Some of you come from the outer Azura Road, and some of you come from the 33 universes. In your universes, do you have something like our Divine Runic symbols? Isn't fighting just the same? When we battle others, we fight mainly by ourselves. These Divine Runic symbols only serve a supportive role. Captain is right. After being berated by the captain, the other squad members seemed to perk up, many of them seemingly reignited. Indeed, even without Divine Runic symbols, they could still fight. Everyone gets 2 Havoc Flame symbols. This means that your lives can be saved 2 times. Make sure to be careful when you use them. Now, let's go. The captain waved his hand, and the rest of the squad followed. War was like a blazing inferno, a raging fire, fierce and tragic. Every day, a massive number of masters perished. If an ordinary Holy Land was to be sucked up into this war between 2 Goliaths, they would soon be ruined without even dregs remaining. The Spirida's Extreme Star Holy Lands and the St. Heaven Strife Holy Lands had a long-standing feud. But now, because of a titanic mineral resource trove discovered in an inner sea, the endless entanglements and hostilities of the past mixed together and finally erupted into an all-out war between 2 Empyrean-level influences. As long as one party could suppress the other, they could monopolize the giant resource trove and then expand. The several main leaders of these 2 great influences all had Empyrean-level cultivations, and none of them were able to do anything to the others. In this case, cutting down the subordinate strength of the other party was the most effective method possible. If an Empyrean lost their heavenly palace and holy lands, and all of their disciples, followers, and descendants were killed off, leaving them all by their lonesome, then could they still be considered an Empyrean-level influence? What ability would they have to monopolize an inner-sea giant mineral lode that was 1,000,000 miles wide? Thus, the war between these 2 great influences involved all their world kings, holy lords, and even divine lord martial artists. These mid-ranked powerhouses of the Empyrean-level influences battled amongst the inner sea and the countless islands that dotted it, filling the air with the smell of slaughter and blood. As for the small squads, they were all assigned to engage in minor guerrilla battles. Dunpeak's squad was filled with experienced soldiers. All of them knew what combat tactics they should use. As for special items like recovery pills, they were all one-time consumable items. They were to be saved until they absolutely had to be used. In order to maintain their life-saving cards, they chose battles that were favorable to them and ones where they could launch sneak attacks. But in this world of war and intrigue, how could they avoid being stabbed in the back themselves? At this time, Dunpeak's squad had finally been surrounded by an enemy ambush. As they saw an old opponent that had almost been extinguished by their squad last time, Dunpeak's complexion became extremely ugly. "Old friend, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Ha ha ha." A brazen and contemptuous laugh echoed out in the air. A man wearing black armor and with a thick scar on his face stepped forwards. This man had a dragon saber strapped to his back. The dragon saber was the height of 1.5 feet and left deep imprints in the ground with every step. Behind this scarred man were also 20 Holy Lord martial artists. This was a combination of 2 squads. The other squad was a brother squad of the Scarface Man, and together they were twice as strong as Dunpeak's squad in terms of combat strength. If a true life or death battle were to occur here today, then Dunpeak's squad would suffer certain disastrous defeat. They only had 2 roads to take. One was to fight with their lives on the line and risk themselves to cause heavy losses to the enemy. The second was to scatter in all directions and let the enemy kill half of them without being able to do anything to them at all. As the members of Dunpeak's squad realized this, their complexions became extremely ugly. Tyrant Blade, I'm surprised you haven't died yet. Dunpeak's voice was icy cold. Haha, if you haven't died, how could I die? Thanks to you, all of my brothers were killed off last time. Now, I will use your life to pay tribute to their souls. Go, kill them all. Tyrant Saber waved his hand, and his squad of 20 violently clashed with Dunpeak's squad of 10. In a life-or-death slaughter, neither side held back. For a time, horrifying waves rose up in the inner sea. However, Dunpeak's squad had half the members of their enemies. With one person being forced to face two, they were quickly suppressed. In just a short half-incense stick of time within this brutal combat, several of Dunpeak's squad members had received heavy wounds. In terms of their mortal bodies, the Spiritas martial artists were far inferior to the Saint martial artists. Even if the Saint martial artists were injured, it wouldn't affect their combat strength too much. But once a Spiritas martial artist was wounded, their combat strength would be heavily influenced. With a miserable cry, one of Dunpeak's squad members had his left arm chopped off. The left arm that shined with the light of a Spiritas was flung high in the air, its blood sprinkling down into the choppy waters below. Crimson Cloud. Dunpeak watched as one of his own brothers was heavily wounded. It was likely that all 10 of them would be buried here today. A deep feeling of despair and anger rose up in his heart. Kill them all. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. The soldiers were always somewhat bloody. Dunpeak didn't want to be chased around the inner sea like dogs to their death. He led his squad into a life-or-death battle. Beat him to death. The 2 Saint soldiers grinned as they rushed towards Crimson Cloud. But Crimson Cloud himself had already suffered a severe wound and was no longer able to resist. Dunpeak watched helplessly as all of this unfolded before him. He wasn't able to go out and help because he was facing 2 captain-level characters at the same time, one of them Tyrant Saber. Saber light flashed. Crimson Cloud thought that his life was at its end. All he could do now was give everything he had and try to drag down one of them to the grave with him. He pulled out the 2 Havoc Flame symbols he had just obtained yesterday. This sort of peak 4th grade offensive divine runic symbol was almost equal to Crimson Cloud's all-out strike. Only in a state where both he and the enemy were wounded would this type of divine runic symbol have a miraculous effect. If he used it right at the start of battle, then it wouldn't be too useful. Currently, Crimson Cloud was heavily wounded and could no longer use any techniques. All he could do was throw out these Havoc Flame symbols and struggle with his enemies. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could at least wound them. Be careful. Those are divine runic symbols. The Saint martial artists felt their hearts gripped as Crimson Cloud took out 2 Havoc Flame symbols. During the battle between the Saints and the Spiritas, the Saints had suffered the full pain wrought by these divine runic symbols. Because the Saints didn't create divine runic symbols, they also didn't have sources for divine runic symbols. Their advantage came from their strong endurance and resilience that allowed for sustained fighting. But when it came to equipment, pills, and divine runic symbols, they were far inferior to the Spiritas. Many times, the Spiritas had used these divine runic symbols to change the course of a battle. Thus, they were certainly afraid of these things. Defend together. The 2 Saint martial artists shouted, revolving their astral essence to the limit to form a barrier. And at this time, the 2 Havoc Flame symbols exploded. The Tao patterns of the Azura, heavenly Tao wove together in the skies. Fire energy wildly surged out in all directions. For a time, the entire sky was lit up with a deep crimson light. The 2 Saint martial artists were pushed back as their astral essence resisted the flaming heat of these Havoc Flame symbols. With the two havoc flame symbols used together, their total might was twice that of Crimson Cloud's all-out strike. Even though the two Saint martial artists had joined together, they still felt it difficult to withstand. These flames, how can they have a corrosive power? They're corroding away at our astral essence. Seeing their protective astral essence melting away like wax in a fire, the complexions of the two Saint martial artists changed. They felt that the flames released by this havoc flame symbol were far beyond ordinary. They carried with them an attribute of destruction. Ka. Their protective astral essence was split apart. The two Saint martial artists were overwhelmed with shock. The power of these havoc flame symbols far surpassed the usual. They had already burnt through their protective astral essence. Bodily defense. The bodies of the Saint martial artists were ranked in first amongst all the various races. They were comparable to ancient vicious beasts. Even if their protective astral essence shattered, they still had their physical bodies as a second layer of defense. Energy erupted from their bodies. The bones of the two Saint martial artists released explosive crackling sounds. But at this time, the destructive flames were already falling down upon them in a deluge of fire. Pung! The flames exploded, and black flames burnt through the air. The two Saint martial artists screamed in pain as they were sent flying away. Their chests and arms were scorched black, even revealing the bones beneath. However, the life force of the Saint martial artists was far too formidable. Even though they were burnt to such a degree, they still maintained a considerable level of combat strength. How horrifying! The two Saint martial artists began to drip with a cold sweat. These wounds could heal in 1 or 2 days, and if they used pills, it would be even quicker. However, they felt a moment of impending doom as those flames scorched them. This was because they had no idea when those dreadful black flames would finally burn out. Luckily, their astral essence was deeper and managed to hold out until the end of these flames. Not a single one died. Crimson Cloud mirthlessly smiled. It was already extremely good for a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol to have such an effect. To depend on 2 one-time use peak 4th grade divine runic symbols to kill 2 Holy Lord powerhouses wasn't realistic to begin with. A divine runic symbol could only display its best effects when a battle reached its white-hot phase. If only these were 5th grade divine runic symbols. Crimson Cloud spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. To fight 2 enemies alone, this step was his limit. He hated himself for being useless and not being able to lighten the burden for his brothers. Just as he was planning to burn his soul and send out one final strike, an incomprehensible scene occurred in front of Crimson Cloud. After the flames of the Havoc Flame symbol disappeared, the mystical Tao patterns that spread through the air still didn't vanish. Even the 2 talisman papers that had the lines of the Tao patterns were unharmed. The Azura Tao patterns continued to revolve according to innumerable mysterious rules. Then, beneath the incredulous eyes of Crimson Cloud, the Tao patterns fused back together, forming 2 new Havoc Flame symbols. It was like the 2 Havoc Flame symbols had never been used before. Chapter 1606, Power of the Flame Symbols. Chapter 1606, Power of the Flame Symbols. A divine runic symbol was originally a one-time use consumable item. Once it was used up, it was gone. No one had ever heard of a divine runic symbol that would not disappear after being used, and would instead be restored to its original state. The 2 divine runic symbols floated back into Crimson Cloud's hand, as if they had a mind of their own. After entering his hand, besides a warm and comfortable feeling that surrounded them, everything was the exact same as before he had used them. If he didn't watch the inner sea being swept up in a terrifying explosion of flames, and didn't see the 2 Saint martial artists being scorched black, Crimson Cloud would really wonder whether or not he had used these Havoc Flame symbols just now. Can these Havoc Flame symbols actually be used multiple times. As soon as this thought flashed through Crimson Cloud's mind, he nearly couldn't believe it himself. Divine runic symbols were one-time use objects just like pills. He had never heard about a pill being eaten, reforming, and then being able to be eaten again. That completely defied all common sense logic. This fellow, those two saint martial artists that were burnt by the destructive flames, also saw the divine runic symbols used by Crimson Cloud restore themselves to their original appearance after being used. The saint martial artists were panic-stricken. Just what was going on here? If a divine runic symbol could be used multiple times, was that even allowed? Seeing Crimson Cloud hold those two divine runic symbols in hand, the saint martial artists were already deeply afraid. They didn't dare to attack. But at this time, another martial artist sneered. He's just bluffing. If that Spirita's dog was able to use divine runic symbols multiple times, then our Heaven Strife Holy Lands would have been long destroyed by their Extreme Star Holy Lands. That's right. I can't believe I was almost fooled. The two saint martial artists grimaced as they mocked themselves for their stupidity. If this Crimson Cloud fellow really had such fierce divine runic symbols, then why would he only use them after one of his arms was cut off? He would have used them at the start. If so, then the two of them together wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Attack together, kill him. This Spirita's dog, he dares to trick me? I will tear off that dog head of his. The two saint martial artists launched their attacks once more. Last time they had defended with everything they had, but now they were attacking with everything they had. Seeing those two masters hurtle towards him, Crimson Cloud grit his teeth and activated the Havoc Flame symbols once more. In a hopeless situation, he still had to try everything he could. At this time, his only hope of survival was that these two Havoc Flame symbols could actually be used multiple times. Otherwise, he was as good as dead. Pouring his spirit essence into the Havoc Flame symbols, Crimson Cloud felt as if they had been insatiably hungry, crazily sucking up his spirit essence. Although Crimson Cloud had lost an arm, the truth was that he hadn't used up too much of his spirit essence. Even after these two Havoc Flame symbols wildly drew out his spirit essence, he still had over half remaining. What is this? Crimson Cloud was startled by the Havoc Flame symbols drawing out so much of his spirit essence. When he had used peak 4th grade divine runic symbols in the past, although he had to pour in his spirit essence, he had never poured in this much. This sort of feeling was like the two Havoc Flame symbols in his hand were a bottomless abyss, recklessly sucking out his strength. Crimson Cloud had no time to respond. At this moment, the two Havoc Flame symbols flew out, releasing a blazing light in the skies. The surrounding heaven and earth origin energy began moving like a tsunami, gathering together and condensing into a raging sea of flames in the skies. And in the midst of this sea of flames, the Azura heavenly Tao laws wove together with the mysterious Tao patterns. Beneath the influence of these Tao patterns, the sea of flames gained a horrifying destructive aura, as if they would burn through space. The two saint martial artists that were rushing forwards were instantly surrounded by this turbulent sea of fire. What? No matter what, the two saint martial artists would never have imagined that those two divine runic symbols could be used multiple times. If this Crimson Cloud really had such divine runic symbols, then why didn't he use them earlier? Why wait until now? They had no time to think. That ghastly sea of black flames contained a terrifying destructive aura. As they were sucked into the center of it, their astral essence quickly consumed itself. The power when these Havoc Flame symbols were used again even far surpassed the first time. Pung, one saint martial artist's protective astral essence was burnt to nothing. He cried out in alarm as he faced the roiling black flames alone, nearly scared, out of his mind. He had already been severely wounded by the first use of the Havoc Flame symbol. How could his body endure it a second time? How could this happen? All across the battlefield, the other martial artists also noticed the situation happening here. Two seas of flames had appeared, and their reckless surges of energy were wildly rushing out, colliding with everyone else. This is Havoc flame symbols. Dunpeak's squad was stunned. According to traditional concepts, divine runic symbols should only be used at the last moments of a desperate struggle in order to display the best effects. Thus, besides the almost dead Crimson Cloud, no one had used them. With a pitiful scream, that saint martial artist whose protective astral essence shattered first was swept up by the black flames. The destructive power within those black flames broke into his body, ravaging through his meridians and recklessly destroying everything. Those black flames could burn astral essence and were impossibly difficult to suppress. The saint martial artist frantically struggled, but his life vitality was rapidly fading. "Captain," Crimson Cloud suddenly shouted out, "let's use our Havoc flame symbols together." He didn't know whether or not all the Havoc flame symbols could be used multiple times, but this was the only gamble he could make. If he was right, then they could make all their opponents suffer severe wounds without paying too great a price. Hearing Crimson Cloud's shouts, the other martial artists in Dunpeak's squad were all stunned. At this time, they witnessed something incredible. The Azura heavenly Tao laws that formed the terrifying sea of fire suddenly converged in the air, turning into two new flame symbols that flew into Crimson Cloud's hand. What in the world? Dunpeak's squad felt this was all too unbelievable. After these Havoc flame symbols were used, they actually restored themselves to their previous state. Without further speaking, Dunpeak took out his own two Havoc flame symbols. He didn't know whether these two flame symbols could be used more than once, but this was his only hope. All the other martial artists in Dunpeak's squad followed suit, bringing out their Havoc flame symbols. In an instant, the entire sky was lit up with an endless panorama of black flames. Because of these flames, the vast inner sea seemed to boil with excitement. After Lin Ming handed over the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols, he bought a massive amount of materials and returned to his Divine Runic Arts room to practice. Lin Ming was only practicing one thing, revising the structure of the Divine Runic symbols so that they drew even closer to the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. This would allow their strength to greatly increase, or they could even be like the Nirvanic Tribulation flame symbols and obtain an unbelievable special effect. Only this type of divine runic symbol would sell for a sky-high price. The Havoc flame symbol that Lin Ming revised was only a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol. Although its effects were heaven-defying, Lin Ming still remained unsatisfied because the grade of the divine runic symbol wasn't too high. Only an Empyrean level influence, like the Extreme Star Holy Lands that was also at war with another party, would purchase them in bulk. Otherwise, selling them off one at a time would be far too slow a method to gather wealth. Lin Ming's goal was to revise a 5th grade divine runic symbol. This was a gargantuan project. The revision of a 5th grade divine runic symbol was several times more difficult than that of a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Even though Lin Ming had some previous experiences, he would still struggle with it. Lin Ming secluded himself in his Divine Runic Arts room and restarted the days of neglecting to eat and sleep. A massive amount of materials was placed atop the Divine Runic table. Jade slips were haphazardly scattered everywhere as he made new calculations and deductions every night. Making countless calculations all day long was an extremely arduous and tedious process. Luckily, Xiao Moxian would frequently make soul recovery soups and bring them to him, relieving his boredom and making him feel a hint of pleasure and concern. But Lin Ming was well aware that the revision of a 5th grade divine runic symbol could not be accomplished in one go like with a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Rather, the process was divided into multiple stages, and each stage only represented a part. What Lin Ming studied now was only the theoretical basis behind it. If Lin Ming didn't have any inspirations, he would find something else to do. And of these other things, the most important was to refine a soul recovery pill for Empyrean divine mist. A soul recovery pill that could help an Empyrean would have a grade close to a transcendent divine pill. It would be extremely difficult to refine. At least, this was with Lin Ming's current level. Time passed a day at a time. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed since Lin Ming handed in his mission. At the front lines of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, 10 Holy Lord-level squads were gathered together. The 100-plus people were called here to hold a war assembly. This sort of war assembly would occur every month. Everyone would freely exchange information. This included information they obtained on enemies, fighting tactics, and new adaptations to make on the battlefield. At this time, in a corner of the assembly, a tall and majestic man was standing there. This big fellow had a long beard and a pair of large axes hanging on his back. He was currently beaming with joy. I'm not exaggerating. You have no idea what the scene was like at the time. There were over 21 opponents, and also 2 late Holy Lords leading them. As for us, we only had 10 people. This was a completely one-sided match. And those saint demons even laid traps for us. With an order from the captain, we engaged them in a brutal struggle for survival. That battle was truly world-shaking, enough to shock gods and alarm ghosts. The big fellow was speaking so fast and excitedly that his beard was flying up. Then a strong hand slapped his back, and an icy voice sounded out. Sit down and stop making things up. After being yelled at, the big bearded fellow wasn't feeling too good. But as he turned around, he saw the one standing behind him was his captain, Dunepeak. The bearded fellow immediately shut up. He said, "Captain, I'm just telling the truth. Where am I making things up?" "Good. Then shut up." Even though Dunepeak had earned a massive merit, he still couldn't be happy about this war assembly. He knew that he couldn't conceal his combat report. Otherwise, that would be a grave and oftentimes fatal offense. But he still had a single worry. That was, once he gave his report, would the strange Havoc Flame symbols in their hands be confiscated by the higher powers? Before this, he had learned through other channels that it was only his squad's Havoc Flame symbols that had special effects. The divine runic symbols of the other squads were the same as before and could only be used once. Chapter 1607, Lin. Chapter 1607, Lin. At this time, a large middle-aged man stepped into the center of the assembly site. This person had thick eyebrows, eyes like a tiger, and an intimidating aura. He was an Empyrean disciple from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, a great world king powerhouse, Deep Blue. These 10 Holy Lord squads were under Deep Blue's direct jurisdiction, and he was also the one presiding over this assembly. As he stepped into the assembly site, Deep Blue spoke a few opening remarks before looking at Dunepeak. He went straight to the point. "Dunepeak, in your combat report, you said that your team achieved a great success. You fell into an ambush of 21 enemies that even had 2 captain-level characters, but instead of being killed, you slayed 13 people and forced the remaining 8 to flee into the wild. As for your squad, the only price you paid was some wounds?" Although Deep Blue seemed to have a happy expression, his eyes were like a hawk as he looked over Dunepeak's squad of 10. After being praised by Deep Blue in the war assembly, Dunepeak and his squad felt proud of their accomplishments. Indeed, they had truly won a great victory in that battle and had fought with vigor. However, Dunepeak's mind was still filled with doubts. 20 Havoc Flame symbols were given to their squad of 10. Would the other 10 be taken back? He clenched his teeth. Yes. Good. You earn merits, great merits. All of you may receive rewards in accordance with Army regulations. Deep Blue said. The martial artists in Dunepeak's squad were increasingly excited, but at this time, Deep Blue changed the conversation. Then, "I want to know, how did you win?" Dunepeak's mind shook. The subject had finally been brought up. As he expected, when headquarters provided those Havoc Flame symbols, they didn't know about their special effects. Dune Peak took a deep breath and took out the combat report he had prepared long in advance. He stepped forwards and bowed, saying, "Lord Deep Blue, I have already prepared the combat report. This combat report may have a considerable influence on the war. But before Lord Deep Blue takes a look, I have a request to make." "Oh, request?" "Yes." Dune Peak had a serious expression. "I request that in any event, Lord Deep Blue does not take back military equipment." "Why would I take back your military equipment?" Deep Blue's eyebrows shot up. He could faintly feel that Dune Peak's combat report was related to this equipment. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "As long as it is equipment issued by the military, I naturally won't take it back." "Thank you, Lord Deep Blue," Dune Peak said, ecstatic. If Deep Blue guaranteed this under the eyes of so many people present, then he wouldn't renege on his words. Dune Peak immediately passed over the combat report and began speaking. He could give up the rewards from this merit, but he definitely had to keep those 20 Havoc Flame symbols no matter what. This was a matter that concerned his life and the lives of his brothers. As Deep Blue listened to the combat report, his expression was calm, then startled, then filled with disbelief. At the end, he rose to his feet, unable to contain his surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Dune Peak with disbelief. "Havoc Flame symbols that can be used multiple times? Are you speaking the truth?" Deep Blue's voice was filled with potent energy. It spread through the entire war assembly. For a time, the entire assembly site fell into complete silence. Everyone could clearly hear Deep Blue's words. Havoc Flame symbols that could be used more than once? This kind of divine runic symbol existed in the world. Divine runic symbols were powerful, but their creation costs were astronomical. They could only be used once. A martial artist normally had 2 or 3 divine runic symbols to protect themselves, and they would only be willing to take them out in critical situations. They were treated like hidden treasures. If there was a Havoc Flame symbol that could be used unlimited times, just what sort of scene was that? If there was a squad where each person had a Havoc Flame symbol, wouldn't that be a violent and random barrage of explosions? There was no opponent who could withstand that. This sounded unrealistic, but Dune Peak's squad had defeated an enemy force twice their size and hadn't lost a single person. This was the best proof. As the members of the other squads realized this, their eyes began to burn with heat. Such a divine tool of the battlefield. They also wanted one. Late at night, Divine Runic Masters Guild. At night, the mission division of the Divine Runic Masters Guild would be extremely lonely and desolate. But no matter how lonely it was, Suya would not leave her position. For 24 hours a day, whether it was eating, meditating, or occasionally cultivating, Suya would spend her time here. In this alone, Suya was extremely devoted to her work. At any time, anyone could find her if they wished. Of course, the reason for this was also due to the tremendous pressure on her. At this time, Suya was dressed in a loose pink nightdress. She sat behind the counter, taking inventory of the divine runic symbols she had. In truth, she had taken inventory too many times, so it was impossible for her to have made a mistake. But she still did, so because it was a habit of hers. The reason this habit developed was because Suya was feeling extremely restless in her heart. Of the time that extreme star heavenly palace had given her to complete her mission, a quarter had passed. However, she had only received 9,000 4th grade divine runic symbols and 1,500 5th grade divine runic symbols. But the mission that headquarters had given her was to gather 80,000 4th grade divine runic symbols and 10,000 5th grade divine runic symbols. The disparity was far too great. The divine runic masters weren't too enthusiastic about taking on missions. These people were extremely arrogant to begin with. Besides missions, they also had to cultivate, study, and research. The soaring cost of materials had unknowingly increased the difficulty for divine runic masters to complete their missions. After all, if a divine runic master failed to draw up a symbol, they would have to pay for the materials lost. If things continued at this speed, Suya wouldn't even have half the amount of divine runic symbols needed when the deadline for her mission came. What should she do? Suya's advantage lay in her feminine charms, but those that prostrated themselves beneath her pink dress were mostly young divine runic masters without much skill. In Suya's eyes, they were even worse than Lin Ming. A true higher-level divine runic master wasn't necessarily attracted by Suya's feminine charms and wiles. In recent days, Suya had smiled towards these high-level divine runic masters every day, trying to arouse their interest. She was beginning to feel a bit exhausted by this work. Playing with the cup of red wine in her hands, Suya's heart was not as calm as she revealed on the outside. "Young lady, the heavenly palace has passed down orders." At this time, Raindrop approached and took out a golden token with both hands. Another extreme star command. Suya's heart skipped a beat. Every time she saw an extreme star command, she would have an unlucky, foreboding feeling. With a deep breath, Suya swept through the contents of the extreme star command with her sense. For a time, she was shocked. A divine runic symbol that could be used countless times? There was such a strange divine runic symbol in the ones I delivered. Suya also had some attainments in the divine runic arts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent here to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. She was well aware that it was an impossible matter for divine runic symbols to be used multiple times. But headquarters wouldn't lie about something so important. Perhaps there really was someone who invented a divine runic symbol that could be used many times. Who is it? The first people Suya thought of were the peak divine runic grandmasters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, and even the guild president, a 7th-level divine runic master. But none of these people seemed to have taken a mission from the extreme star Holy Lands. With their status, they wouldn't bother with such things. Could it be a peak 6th grade divine runic master? Suya immediately thought there were some 6th grade divine runic masters that had taken on missions. But as she thought about it more, she soon shot down this idea. Within the Extreme Star Command, there was a phantom image of the divine runic symbol, which could be used multiple times. Suya could immediately see that it was a 4th grade divine runic symbol, a havoc flame symbol. A 6th grade divine runic master wouldn't take on a mission to create havoc flame symbols. Havoc flame symbol. Suya had a good memory, and she could recall that there were people who took on missions to draw up havoc flame symbols these days. But as she recalled this, she knew there were only 5 or 6 people who had taken on missions to draw up havoc flame symbols. Of these people, there wasn't anyone who was capable of accomplishing such an unbelievable matter. It shouldn't be him. Suya inexplicably thought of Lin Ming, but she immediately shook her head. She was being too ridiculous here. Just how old was Lin Ming? He was less than 100 years old, and his divine runic master rank was only the 3rd grade, if she remembered correctly. But as Suya was thinking this, the expression on her face froze. She subconsciously covered her mouth. On the phantom image of that havoc flame symbol, there was a clear character carved onto the bottom right corner of the divine runic symbol, Lin. Lin? Could it really be him? Realizing this possibility, Suya was completely stunned. Chapter 1608, Late Night Suya. Chapter 1608, Late Night Suya. You would like to look for Lin Ming? Miss Suya, please wait a moment. I will check for you. In the Divine Runic Room rental area, a young receptionist in a long skirt smiled sweetly as she looked up Lin Ming's room number for Suya. 5th grade Divine Runic Room, room number 28. The young receptionist continued, "It is late at night, so Sir Lin is probably resting at this moment. Miss Suya, do you plan on visiting Sir Lin? Yes. Suya nodded. The young receptionist tittered. Suya was the most eye-catching beauty in the Divine Runic Masters Guild this year. In the middle of the night, she wore such a sensual pink nightdress to enter Lin Ming's room alone. Just what could she be planning? This sort of meeting would always cause young girls to form interesting associations. Of course, she naturally couldn't reveal these ideas. Seeing the strange glint in the young receptionist's eyes, Suya certainly knew what she was thinking, but she was disinclined to care about such things. At this time her mind was a mess. She didn't know whether or not that Havoc Flame symbol really came from Lin Ming and how she should face him. In Suya's memories, there weren't many people within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild who had the surname of Lin. This was because while this name was relatively common within the human race, there were very, very few people of the soul race who had such a name. If a Spirita's Divine Runic Master were to create their own Divine Runic symbol, there would be no reason for randomly putting the Lin character on a corner of the Divine Runic symbol. However, this third-grade Divine Runic Master was far too young. How could he possibly produce such a ridiculous Divine Runic symbol? All of these thoughts raced through Suya's mind. Soon, she reached room number 28. Lin Ming's contribution points were non-existent. This also meant that he couldn't rent a room that required contribution points. Looking at the tightly sealed stone door, Suya's mood was extremely complex. She hesitantly reached out a hand and pressed down on the sound transmission array formation. At this time, within the Divine Runic Room, materials were scattered chaotically everywhere. There were also many incomplete Divine Runic symbols, but above a stone bed in a corner of the room, a beautiful spring scene was taking place. After delivering the Havoc Flame symbols and completing his mission, Lin Ming painstakingly researched in this room for a month and finally came up with a way to transform a fifth-grade Divine Runic symbol. Today, Lin Ming had completed the preliminary theoretical basis, and this part of his work had come to an end. Then, he and Xiao Moxian began to dual cultivate heavenly extreme bliss together. But at this time, Lin Ming heard a sound transmitted from the array formation at the front door. Someone was knocking on his door. Who would come looking for me at this time? Lin Ming frowned. Normally speaking, when a Divine Runic Master entered their Divine Runic Room, they would spend most of their time in deep concentration. It wasn't polite to suddenly bother them. Moreover, it was late at night, so this was even more impolite. Who's here? Xiao Moxian's face was flushed red. She grabbed her night clothes from a nearby counter and covered her perfectly shaped body. She had come to Lin Ming's room many times, and there had never been a visitor before. I have no idea. Lin Ming stood up, dressed himself, and walked over to open the front door. With a creaking sound, the stone door opened, and the alluring figure of a sexy beauty stood on the other side. Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. Sir Lin, although Suya felt that this situation was extremely awkward and embarrassing, she still revealed a charming smile. At this time, Suya wore a light pink nightdress that exposed a blinding amount of snow-white skin. Her plunging neckline was so deep that it exposed the top of her gauzy negligee, and one could make out her exquisite thighs and curves. To appear at night with such seductive clothing, most men would feel their blood boiling by now. So, it's Miss Suya. Lin Ming could approximately guess what Suya came here for, but he didn't reveal any of his thoughts. He simply stood at the entrance and asked with a smile, "What is Miss Suya here for?" Sensing Lin Ming's not quite welcoming smile, Suya thought little of it. Instead, she cast him a charming look and said in a soft and breathy voice, "Sir Lin, will you not ask me to enter?" To ask such a question at such a time and place with these clothes and with such an alluring tone, there was no man that would refuse her. However, Suya never thought that at this time, a young woman's voice would echo out in response, "It's not too convenient for you to come in now." Following this voice, a black-clothed young woman walked out from behind Lin Ming, a playful smile hanging on her voice. She said in a whimsical tone, "Oh, isn't it Miss Xia? What? Why are you here so late? Are you looking for my Lin Ming for some reason?" Xiao Moxian emphasized the words, "my Lin Ming," clearly demonstrating a taste of her power here. Seeing Xiao Moxian, Suya's smile froze. She didn't think that Xiao Moxian would also be here. Moreover, with the faint blush that was covering Xiao Moxian's face as well as the light scent coming from the room, Suya could already guess what was happening inside. This left Suya speechless. What sort of coincidence was this? In ordinary times, with Suya's pride, she would have already turned and left upon seeing such a scene. But today was her unlucky day. With the extreme star command pushing down on her, she had to obtain an answer as soon as possible. The fires of war that blazed on the front lines would not wait for her. She barely managed to maintain her smiling face as she said, "Oh, isn't it Miss Xienu? The last time I saw you, I felt that Xiener's looks and beauty were astonishing. You truly left a deep impression on me." Suya was overjoyed that she remembered Xiao Moxian's name from somewhere. Otherwise, things would have been even more awkward. However, Xiao Moxian remained indignant, clearly not falling for Suya's words. She carelessly said, "I truly admire Miss Suya's loquacious ability to communicate. For Miss Suya to say such fake words, it's as if our last meeting had a happy ending. On another note, would it trouble you to not call me Xienu? I'm not too familiar with you, and hearing you call me that is quite disgusting for me and embarrassing for you." As Xiao Moxian spoke, she looked down to stare at the proud twin peaks that were exposed through Suya's flimsy garments. She chuckled and said, "I've already heard rumors that many young divine runic masters in the Divine Runic Masters Guild were enthralled by Miss Suya to the point of being crazed idiots. But now that I see it for myself, it seems that these rumors weren't an exaggeration. For you to come to a man's room alone in the middle of the night, and with such an appearance, do you think this is appropriate?" Hearing Xiao Moxian's cynical mocking, Suya was nearly angered to death. Just what sort of character was Suya? She had been revered for so many years, and yet today she was being taunted by some young girl, and her only choice was to respond with a smile. "It seems that Miss Xiener had some misunderstandings about me. If there was any place where I offended you before, then I, Suya, respectfully apologize to Miss Xiener for any mistakes I made in the past." Suya had already made a full gesture of defeat, and Xiao Moxian had no intention of beating up someone that had already fallen to the ground. She smirked and said, "What matters do you have with my Lin Ming tonight?" The truth was that Xiao Moxian also approximately guessed what was happening. She certainly didn't believe that Suya came in the middle of the night to have some sexual rendezvous with Lin Ming, but knew it was because of those nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. It would be impossible for this Suya woman to seduce Lin Ming tonight, especially with her here. It's a good thing I was here tonight. Otherwise, only the heavens would know what this succubus would have done, Xiao Moxian thought, her lips curving up in a pleased smile. Seeing the two women quarreling, Lin Ming awkwardly coughed and said, "Miss Suya, please come in and take a seat." Although Lin Ming didn't have any good impression towards this overly proud and arrogant woman, he still needed to go through her to earn contribution points. Lin Ming's words finally resolved Suya's problem. Suya looked at Lin Ming with gratefulness and then entered the room. Lin Ming's room was extremely messy. There were materials piled up and scattered all over with symbol papers thrown about. There was also a large pile of jade slips used for calculations and deductions. The clean and orderly Xiao Moxian originally couldn't stand this chaotic mess. However, she tried not to move these scattered things unless absolutely necessary, so she didn't affect Lin Ming's research. To invite a guest into such a messy room was extremely disgraceful to begin with. If a beautiful woman were to come in, she would likely frown and possibly leave. However, as Suya saw this cluttered room and the messy divine runic table, Her eyes brightened with a dazzling light. She was also a divine runic master, so she knew what the mess on the divine runic table meant. All of those failed symbol papers and haphazardly placed jade slips meant that Lin Ming was researching something. When a divine runic master did research, they would often consume a massive amount of materials. As for the deductions, they would be written on jade slips. Looking at the divine runic table, there were at least 50 to 60 jade slips piled atop it. These specialized jade slips had an enormous storing capacity. If a massive mortal encyclopedia was stored into a single jade slip, it wouldn't even account for the tip of an iceberg. Suya found it hard to imagine just how many calculations and deductions Lin Ming had made in these past days. Could the improvements of the Havoc Flame symbol have been done by Lin Ming alone? Sir Lin is truly hardworking. No wonder you would have such proud results at such a young age. Suya smiled as she looked at the divine runic symbols and jade slips on the divine runic table. The more she looked, the more startled she was. The failed divine runic symbols were all 5th grade divine runic symbols. Just what was Lin Ming doing? Could he actually be thinking of improving a 5th grade divine runic symbol? Had he gone mad? These thoughts instantly flashed through Suya's mind, making her even more startled. She felt she had to completely reassess the value of this young man before her. "Miss Suya, please speak openly if you have any matters to discuss," Lin Ming said, going straight to the point. "All right, then I won't beat around the bush. Sir Lin, I want to ask you, did the 20 Havoc Flame symbols you turned in for your mission have Sir Lin's surname inscribed onto the bottom right corner?" As Suya asked, although her expression was tranquil, her breathing was heavy. Suya's question was well within Lin Ming's anticipation. He indifferently nodded and said, "That's right. Did the Extreme Star Holy Lands use those divine runic symbols well?" Although Suya already had some guesses in her heart, she still held her breath upon hearing Lin Ming's answer. She felt her heartbeat quicken. Yes, it was really him. To revise the Havoc Flame symbol that had been inherited for so many years to such a degree, how had he done it? Yes, they did. As Suya spoke, stormy waves were set off in her heart. It wasn't just her, but even the entire army was in uproar. There were countless squads that were clamoring to obtain a single one of these divine runic symbols. Chapter 1609, Cooperation. Chapter 1609, Cooperation. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by Suya's sudden change in expression. He flicked his hand and took out the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol that he had placed in his spatial ring. At the time, Lin Ming had created 21 flame symbols and delivered 20 of them. "Are you speaking of this?" Lin Ming placed the flame symbol on the divine runic table. Just saying that he was the creator of those divine runic symbols wouldn't be enough to win trust. Taking out evidence would be more persuasive. Seeing this divine runic symbol, Suya's eyes lit up. This was it. This Havoc Flame symbol seemed like it was no different from ordinary Havoc Flame symbols, but it had the terrifying property of being able to be used multiple times. With that property, it became a divine tool for the battlefield. If a small squad of 10 people was provided with a Havoc Flame symbol, just what sort of battles would be possible? With a massive fiery bombardment, at the start, the opponent would definitely be left miserable by the opening salvo. Then, they would be encircled and barraged with martial skills and flame symbols. Just who could live through that? Suya took the Havoc Flame symbol and touched a slender finger to the bottom right corner where the Lin character was located. The sharp strokes of the character were like swords, startling Suya. These strokes were exactly the same. She looked up, staring at Lin Ming. A strange feeling percolated in her heart. Just what kind of man was this? When Lin Ming had first accepted the mission to draw up the Havoc Flame symbols, Suya thought that he was only pretending to be able to do so in order to attract her attention. She never would have dreamed that not only would Lin Ming complete the mission, but he would also improve the Havoc Flame symbol. She wasn't sure if Lin Ming had made these improvements himself, but she didn't have to be a genius to know that after improving the Havoc Flame symbol, the difficulty would be far higher. Even so, he had still managed to complete them. He's likely less than 100 years old. Suya felt all of this to be too incomprehensible. Lin Ming was too abnormal, let alone a junior that was less than 100 years old. Even the higher-level divine runic masters would be unable to accomplish something so heaven-defying. In the quiet divine runic room, Lin Ming sat behind the divine runic table, holding absolute initiative. And facing this Lin Ming that could be called a little brother from a younger generation, Suya had no idea what to say. He already expected I would come here to look for him. Suya immediately thought. As she saw Lin Ming having no intention to speak at all, she finally began to become aware of what he was thinking. Did he want her to speak first? In these types of negotiations, the first to speak would be the one to lose the initiative. However, against Lin Ming, who had such skills, what advantage did Suya have? Strength was momentum. Suya had no way to maintain her previous pride and confidence. To Lin Ming, she could only reveal a flattering smile. She said, "Sir Lin, was that batch of divine runic symbols created by you?" Yes, Lin Ming had nothing to hide, and this matter couldn't be concealed anyways. So it was true. Suya wasn't surprised. She immediately began to consider how to offer conditions to have Lin Ming cooperate with her. But as she thought about her haughty manner the last time, she saw Lin Ming, as well as the dispute she had with Xiao Moxian. Suya really wanted to kick a wall. She had simply cursed herself to death. Otherwise, why would she need to be so humble and submissive today? These changes were also completed by Sir Lin alone? Suya asked. The changes were made by me. The reason I was able to do so is because the inheritance I study is special. Inheritance. Suya's heart skipped a beat. According to Elder Shui, it seemed that Lin Ming had an extremely powerful master. What was this inheritance that it could cause such abnormal transformation? Even a 7th-grade divine runic master was absolutely unable to accomplish this. Suya felt her mood become increasingly unsteady. This Lin Ming was an extraordinary treasure. Whether it was for the Extreme Star Holy Lands or the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it was the same. She couldn't help but ask, "I do not know who Sir Lin's honorable master is." Lin Ming frowned upon hearing this. His voice became much colder as he said, "Miss Suya should also know that every divine runic master has their own inheritance, and the core techniques are something that the master might not even pass down to their apprentice. Is Miss Suya asking this question because you intend to make a secret attack on my inheritances?" Lin Ming immediately buckled down, causing Suya to stumble. She said, "I apologize, Sir Lin. I was rude. The reason I am here today is to represent headquarters, which wishes to discuss cooperation with Sir Lin." Suya paid careful attention to Lin Ming's expressions. Speaking with Lin Ming, Suya was being extremely careful. After all, because of her arrogance the last time she spoke with Lin Ming, it would be hard to get along well with him quickly. Seeing Lin Ming not intending to respond, Suya continued to ask, "Sir Lin, may I ask you how many times the Havoc Flame symbols you created can be used?" The truth was that when Suya received the Extreme Star command, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had already done some experiments on their own. Suya only needed to obtain Lin Ming's confirmation as to whether or not every divine runic symbol could reach the same standard. They can probably be used several hundred times. After being used too many times, the divine rune structure will slowly collapse and be destroyed. And in a single battle, this type of divine runic symbol can be activated 4 times at most. Moreover, the last 3 times need the martial artist to pour in a certain amount of energy. After using the divine runic symbol, 4 times the energy within will be exhausted and unable to activate. The divine runic symbol has to charge itself for a period of time, before it can be used again. When Lin Ming created the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol because he had used Nirvanic fire and Heavenly Tribulation fire, this caused the flame energy to be too high. When combined with the many modifications of the Azura Heavenly Tao that Lin Ming had added on, this made the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol extremely powerful, to the point that it could kill a peak Holy Lord. But at the same time, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol placed high requirements on the user. According to Lin Ming's estimates, one needed to be a peak Holy Lord to draw out its full strength. Thus, Lin Ming also made another modification. Using his understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, he made it so that the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol released its energy in bursts, greatly extending the lifetime use of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, as well as reducing the requirements for the user. Lin Ming's data was all similar to the data that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace themselves had gained through testing. This sort of Havoc Flame symbol had been given the price of 400,000 points for a single one. This was also the ideal price that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace wished for. And in fact, when Extreme Star Heavenly Palace issued a mission, they would request 20 symbols. In other words, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace would have to pay Lin Ming 8 million points every time. Suya hesitated and said, "Sir Lin, the Extreme Star Holy Lands would like one batch of these improved Havoc Flame symbols. No matter how many, we will take that many, and we will also pay you sufficient rewards." Oh, Lin Ming traced his chin. He had already expected this type of mission commission. Currently, the Extreme Star Holy Lands lacked offensive and defensive divine runic symbols. As for pills, they were less pressured for those. Before we speak about this commission, what about the previous account? Lin Ming had a smile on his face, but his words left Suya stunned. The previous account. That's right. Lin Ming was still owed for the 20 Havoc Flame symbols he handed over last time. Suya had wanted to pay 60,000 contribution points, but Lin Ming didn't want that at all. He said that he didn't lack contribution points. It was only now that Suya realized why Lin Ming didn't need contribution points. He thought that 60,000 points was too little and was waiting for this development to occur, so he could demand a higher reward. Suya also remembered that Lin Ming had said that perhaps after a month his total amount of points would reach a considerable number. Lin Ming had already expected that today's events would occur. This left Suya slightly frustrated. She felt that she had been completely crushed by this little brother. "I must say, Miss Suya," Xiao Moxian looked at Suya, faintly smiling. "I remember that someone said last time that they would never have any intention to look for Lin Ming to create divine runic symbols, right? A month ago, Lin Ming had predicted that there would be people scrambling to ask him to draw up divine runic symbols. But Suya had rudely and needlessly added in, 'I have no idea who will be scrambling for you to make divine runic symbols for you in the future, but I don't have any intention of doing so.' Now that Xiao Moxian mentioned this, Suya was left helpless. "Miss Sienna, about last time. I really must apologize. Under the roof of others, one had no choice but to lower their hands." Suya lowered her posture once more. "But today I believe I have put forth sufficient sincerity. Sir Lin, what do you think of 250,000 contribution points?" Suya used pleading eyes to look at Lin Ming. Her eyes were like autumn pools of water, able to stir one's emotions. She put the initial price at 150,000 contribution points below what headquarters limit had been. This was to keep a bargaining space. Before Lin Ming could speak, Xiao Moxian said, 250,000 points? Your plan is quite well thought out. The divine runic symbols that Lin Ming draws up can be used 200 to 300 times. According to the initial price of 60,000 for 20, every one should be worth 3,000. Then, if you multiply that by 250 times, it should be 750,000 for a single one. Then again, the improved havoc flame symbols that Lin Ming creates are even stronger than ordinary flame symbols. Perhaps we don't even want this pitiful amount of money, Xiao Moxian forcefully said. Suya froze. 750,000. According to such a price, if Lin Ming handed over 1,000 divine runic symbols, then they would have to pay 750 million contribution points. If this continued, then Extreme Star Heavenly Palace definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, they had already consumed a massive amount of resources in this war. Although Lin Ming's Havoc Flame symbols could be used 200 to 300 times and were even stronger than ordinary versions, Extreme Star Heavenly Palace still hoped they could obtain a lower price if they bought in bulk. After all, although this improved Havoc Flame symbol had higher techniques behind it, the cost of creating one wasn't necessarily much higher. Sir Lin Suya knew that quarreling with Xiao Moxian was meaningless. She used begging eyes to look at Lin Ming. The cost of materials will all be taken on by our Extreme Star Holy Lands. Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. Suya's starting price didn't affect him at all. 250,000 for one divine runic symbol. That meant he would need to draw up 12,000 of them to obtain 3 billion points. How long would it take to draw up 12,000 divine runic symbols? It would likely be 2 or 3 years. Lin Ming faintly said, Miss Suya, the truth is that you seem to have made a mistake. My divine runic symbols don't need to be sold to you alone. Do you think that besides your Extreme Star Holy Lands, no one else is willing to pay a higher price? Chapter 1610, Grandmaster Overflow. Chapter 1610, Grandmaster Overflow. Yeah. Suya was shocked by Lin Ming's words. Indeed, as Lin Ming said, if the Extreme Star Holy Lands wanted to buy those improved Havoc Flame symbols, they could only do so from Lin Ming, but Lin Ming didn't necessarily need to sell to them. This sort of improved Havoc Flame symbol could be used 200 to 300 times, and in a battle could be activated 4 times. This was a heaven-defying special effect. There were many Holy Lord powerhouses that would be willing to buy such a Havoc Flame symbol in order to serve as their final trump card. If an early Holy Lord martial artist had this sort of flame symbol, although they might not be able to defeat a middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, it still wouldn't be a problem to protect themselves. If they had to go to a life or death mystic realm to adventure, and even desperately bet their lives against those other people there, they would absolutely want to buy 1 or 2 of these Havoc Flame symbols, no matter what the cost was. In addition, these revised Havoc Flame symbols had the special attribute of being able to be used multiple times. This was an almost completely unique attribute. There were many divine runic masters that loved to collect all sorts of divine runic symbols who would love to get their hands on one. Moreover, there were many wealthy juniors of powerful influences that would similarly love to possess such a rare divine runic symbol as a point of pride. This was a symbol of status. Thus, even if Lin Ming publicly sold these divine runic symbols, their price would still rapidly reach a horrifying level. Their price might even surpass the accumulated total of 200 to 300 Havoc Flame symbols. Thinking of this, Suya knew that perhaps there might not be any transactions. The price that the Extreme Star Holy Lands offered simply wouldn't be enough. She stood up and despairingly said, Sir Lin, Miss Sienna, I apologize for disturbing you today. I will go back first. Sir Lin, I will come to visit you again in the future. Suya could be called miserable. Her overly large eyes seemed to contain tens of thousands of words, all of them touching. Even Lin Ming, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but acknowledge that Suya was an extraordinary woman. Suya and Xiao Moxian possessed 2 different types of figures. Suya had explosive curves, perfectly round and soft. Although she was a shocking beauty like Xiao Moxian, she possessed a flavor that ordinary women did not have. She constantly attracted the gaze and heat of men, even with the slightest movement. Like this, Suya walked away. From beginning to end, she possessed a feminine beauty, one that was gentle and meek. She seemed completely different from the proud figure that was resting on the couch just a month ago. "Big Brother Lin, it seems like you turn her down," Xiao Moxian said, after Suya left. "No need to worry. I have too many concerns right now. I have to research how to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, and I also have to refine a soul recovery pill for senior divine mist. I don't have much free time. If I have to draw up nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, I'll have to create dozens of them. When something is rare, it becomes far more precious. If I were to sell them at a cheap price, then these nirvanic tribulation flame symbols won't be valuable at all." Lin Ming said he had already considered this. When a new product came out, no one would know its true price. The true price was artificially created by others. If he sold a small number of nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, then those who bought them would scurry to hype up the price as much as possible, so they would have more value. Once the price was higher, they might resell them. As for the next person, they would also have a similar idea. As this process continued, the price would become increasingly high until it even exceeded the original value. Lin Ming would be happy to see such a scene occur. Still night, Suya returned to her own room and opened a long-distance sound transmission array, attempting to send a message to the internal affairs envoy of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, Sage Brightyang. Suya relayed all of her experiences from today. As Sage Brightyang heard this, he frowned. This junior, called Lin Ming, wants 750,000 contribution points for one? He is insatiably greedy. Sage Brightyang's face darkened. After a period of thought, he sneered and responded, "There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. That brat probably thinks that we can't live without him. What a naive child. Since he's so greedy, then I won't let him obtain even 1 point." As Sage Brightyang replied, Suya's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace wanted to do something to Lin Ming, right? Lin Ming was living within the Divine Runic Masters Guild and had an extremely sensitive status to begin with. If Extreme Star Heavenly Palace attacked a member of the Divine Runic Masters Guild without provocation, then they would inevitably suffer backlash from Divine Rune City. This might even cause their alliance to fall apart and both sides to become enemies. After all, kidnapping a divine runic master and forcing them to refine divine runic symbols was the absolute most taboo action for all divine runic masters. It was something that all of them loathed, no matter who they were. Moreover, there was said to be a peak Empyrean master behind Lin Ming. If they were to offend a peak Empyrean level character for a mere improved Havoc Flame symbol, then that would absolutely be saving a little to lose a lot. The foolishness of that decision would be unbelievable. There wouldn't even be a need for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to continue their war. With a peak Empyrean joining the enemy side, their loss would be ensured. Suya didn't feel that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace would do something so reckless, but she was still worried that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace didn't know about Lin Ming's background. She soon obtained an answer. Sage Brightyang's tone was extremely gloomy. "We naturally won't do anything to cause enmity with the Divine Runic Masters Guild. But this doesn't mean that we don't have any means to deal with this boy. We've already invited Grandmaster Overflow." Grandmaster Overflow. Suya was stunned. She had heard this name before. In the world of Divine Runic Masters, most Divine Runic Masters were extremely proud and famous, respectable characters that were honored by others. But there were Divine Runic Masters that lived in the dark. These Divine Runic Masters did not research the Divine Runic arts, but instead plagiarized the results and accomplishments of others. If someone were to develop an astonishingly valuable Divine Runic symbol, there would naturally be evil individuals that attempted to appropriate these techniques for themselves. After all, these Divine Runic symbols involved a massive amount of benefits. Generally speaking, when a divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, they would have measures to prevent them from being cracked. Moreover, divine runic symbols involved numerous tiny complex runes and structures, as well as a fusion between the divine runic symbol itself and the heavenly Tao laws and different fluctuations of weak and strong energy flows. Wanting to recreate a forgery was nearly impossible. But there was one type of divine runic master that specialized in this field. Just like in the mortal world where there were thieves who specialized in picking locks, they were able to open any of them. These types of divine runic masters were loathed by all others. There was no divine runic master that wanted the things they carefully researched to be stolen by others. However, when driven by tremendous benefits, there were a number of divine runic masters that would rather become one of the people that lived in the dark. These people had their own inheritances. Of course, these inheritances were especially focused on how to unravel the divine runic symbols of others. And this Grandmaster Overflow was a Grandmaster level character amongst all dark divine runic masters. According to what Suya knew, Grandmaster Overflow was a peak 6th grade divine runic master. If he had chosen to focus his efforts on the orthodox path, then he would have obtained great results. But as someone of the dark path, Grandmaster Overflow was known as a person who could open any lock. The only problems to him were time and cost. Although many divine runic masters had their own ultimate final technique, Grandmaster Overflow didn't have a liking for these. After all, in order to crack open the secrets of a divine runic symbol, one needed to consume a massive amount of rare and precious materials, as well as a variety of costly array formations. The total cost could leave one dumbfounded. Unravel. If we can really unravel the secrets to this improved Havoc Flame symbol, then the advantages to our extreme star holy lands will be tremendous. Suya thought. She didn't know why, but she felt something strange in her heart. In her short moment of contact with Lin Ming just now, she didn't know why, but that youth had become unfathomably deep and unpredictable. Would Grandmaster Overflow be able to unravel Lin Ming's divine runic symbol? Suya knew that with things having reached this point, there was nothing she could do. She could only calmly wait in her area of the mission division and do her own job. 2 days later, Extreme Star Holy Lands. The Extreme Star Holy Lands was located above the Azura Road's Milieu Star Ocean. This star ocean had countless massive 100,000-mile wide islands that floated above it, and although they were called islands, the truth was that they weren't much smaller than continents of some planets. Above these islands was an endlessly dark night. In the skies, there was always an endless ocean of stars that floated across the world. Underneath this endless starlight, there was a deep blue palace floating high in the sky. This was Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. This was the supreme command center of the Extreme Star Holy Lands, as well as the residence of the Extreme Star Holy Lands to Empyreans. And on this day, the gates of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace opened. As the internal affairs envoy of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, Sage Brightyoung personally waited at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace to greet Grandmaster Overflow. Grandmaster Overflow was a great world king to begin with, and through these years, the wealth he accumulated was unimaginable. Although he was a cruel and infamous individual known for his spite, he still provoked fear and awe in many people. This was the suppressive fear brought by his strength. Chapter 1611. Test. Chapter 1611. Test. Yeah, you actually managed to have Grandmaster Overflow come and help. A world king said from beside Sage Brightyoung. This world king was Waking Cloud, a direct disciple of one of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's 2 Empyreans. Requesting Overflow to help will definitely come with a great price, someone added in after Waking Cloud. Sage Brightyoung said, to this type of divine runic symbol, Grandmaster Overflow will definitely have a great interest. And after he unravels the secrets to creating one, we will definitely have to pay a great price. However, for the techniques behind this sort of divine runic symbol, it is absolutely worth it. As Sage Bright Yong was speaking, a melodious immortal song echoed through the air. A magnificent divine carriage decked in gold and jade shot through the horizon, dragging a brilliant rainbow behind it. This divine carriage was hundreds of feet wide and was several times larger than an ordinary pavilion. It was pulled by 18 dignified ancient great beasts slowly flying forwards. In front of the divine carriage was a squad of golden-armored warriors leading the way, each one carrying spirit artifacts. And behind the divine carriage were enchanting maids with high martial talents and cultivations, all of them holding various musical instruments. As they flew forwards, music filled the air. At the vanguard of the procession was a spirit boat filled with pretty maids that sprinkled down flower petals, like a cascading river of color fading into the deep. And these flower petals were not ordinary flower petals. Rather, they were considerably expensive spirit flower petals. Just scattering these flower petals was an extremely great wealth. From this alone, one could see how wealthy and opulent the master of the divine carriage was. The divine carriage came to a steady stop before Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, for beautiful maids moved forwards and parted the curtains of the divine carriage. Then, an old man in an opulent yellow robe stepped out. This old man had unsightly features, but his eyes were razor sharp. His held 2 young concubines to his chest. Without a doubt, this was Grandmaster Overflow. This kind of parade, Waking Cloud was left flabbergasted. Just the flower petals alone cost innumerable origin energy runes. Even an Empyrean traveling outside wasn't too different. Grandmaster Overflow, Sage Bright Yong, hurriedly moved forwards to greet him, but Overflow only slightly nodded back and released the 2 concubines from his arms. He lightly said, "My time is valuable. There is no need for any pleasantries." "Good," Sage Bright Yong said, leading Overflow to the best divine runic room in the entire Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. As for Overflow's guards, maids, and concubines, all of them were treated well and asked to wait outside the palace. Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's divine runic room was several miles wide. This giant square was so large because there were all sorts of expensive arrays set up, as well as a top-grade divine runic table that seemed like an altar. Above this divine runic table, the runes of multiple array formations shined. After glancing through this facility, Overflow was fairly satisfied. Who created that divine runic symbol? Overflow asked, getting straight to the point. Sage Bright Yong hesitated for a moment. A 3rd-grade divine runic master. Seeing Overflow frown as if he were about to be angry, Sage Bright Yong quickly explained. His divine runic arts level is likely above the 3rd grade, and the current rune structure of the symbol might not have been invented by him either. Overflow coldly coughed. If this was really the work of a mere 3rd-grade divine runic master, then asking him to unravel it was simply an insult. He coldly said, "I hope it is a valuable divine runic symbol. I traveled several 100 million miles to come here, and I'd better not be disappointed. Where is the divine runic symbol?" Sage Bright Yong immediately took out the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol that Lin Ming had created. From appearances, this divine runic symbol didn't seem any different from an ordinary Havoc Flame symbol. Seeing this 4th-grade divine runic symbol, Overflow didn't seem to have any interest. But as he swept his sense through the structure of the divine runic symbol, a brilliant light shined in his eyes. This is quite interesting." Overflow was clearly excited. Sage Bright Yong was ecstatic. If this could arouse Grandmaster Overflow's interest, then he would likely treat this not as a mission but as a personal endeavor. He would assuredly put forth 120% of his effort. "Are there the array formations I want?" Yes. Sage Brightyong immediately ordered people to start the array formations in this room. These array formations had long been arranged in advance, and all of them were to support one in the divine runic arts. The cost of construction for each one was astronomical. If the cost was exchanged for contribution points of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then every array formation would be worth at least 10 million points. Although Extreme Star Heavenly Palace was considerably wealthy, they only arranged these array formations in a single divine runic room. Sage Brightyong embarrassedly said, "We only have conventional array formations. We don't have specialized unraveling array formations. I must ask Grandmaster Overflow for help in setting them up." Overflow laughed and proudly said, "This is natural. These unraveling array formations are all a specialty of my career. You naturally would know of them." These dark divine runic masters made their living by plagiarizing and stealing the work of others, but when it came to their own techniques and inheritances, they would keep them hidden watertight, never revealing their secrets to others. If anyone wanted to steal their techniques, they would go all out against them. Grandmaster Overflow took out a dozen-plus array discs from his spatial ring and placed them on the massive divine runic table. Overflow was extremely careful in his actions. Each array disc was crafted from materials worth tens of millions of points. Moreover, the array discs also involved a variety of secret techniques. These array discs could be called Overflow's specialty treasures. After Overflow spread out all the array discs, Sage Brightyong and the others drew back and used crystal balls to observe what was happening. They didn't want to disturb Grandmaster Overflow. "He's so professional," someone praised from behind Sage Brightyong. "That's right, the professionalism is completely different. Just those array discs that the Grandmaster took out are more expensive than the entire 7th grade divine runic room we prepared. Lord Internal Affair Envoy's move is quite wonderful. As long as we succeed, then we'll have saved a tremendous expense for Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, and we'll also have gained a top divine runic symbol technology. With this amazing battlefield weapon in our hands, no one will dare to move against our Extreme Star Heavenly Palace." Listening to this person, Sage Brightyong faintly smiled. He said, "Just who is this, and just what is he doing?" "Grandmaster Overflow is a peak dark divine runic master. With him helping us, our plan of copying that technology is almost assured success. We only need to wait for the good news. I estimate that he should finish in around 10 days. As Extreme Star Heavenly Palace launched their offensive to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol, it was finally becoming known by others that these improved Havoc Flame symbols made by Lin Ming were able to be used multiple times. Moreover, it was also learned that the true name of these divine runic symbols was actually Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. However, these were merely rumors spread from the front lines, and there was no way to measure the veracity of these claims. As for one of the few insiders, Suya definitely wouldn't spread such news for Lin Ming. The members of the Divine Runic Masters Guild were all highly accomplished in the divine runic arts. They all knew how difficult it was to create a divine runic symbol that could be used multiple times. Their knowledge and experience made them doubt such an unbelievable matter. All of this led to the scene today. A group of divine runic masters waited in a test room of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They surrounded an illusory magic array, waiting to see the destructive might of this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. Seeing was believing. Through this array formation test, they could confirm the truth. Lin Ming was also in this test room. He held a Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol in his hand, the one that he had created a month ago. "Lin Ming, you brat, you're always up to some tricks." Old Shui had arrived with his good friend Old Su. The two of them had also heard the rumors, and although they felt it was a bit incredible, since it concerned Lin Ming, they already half believed it subconsciously. Old Su traced his chin. He couldn't help but ask, I heard that your Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol could be used multiple times. How many times is that? Old Sue cared most about the number of times that the divine runic symbol could be used. Lin Ming faintly smiled. You'll find out after the test. Lin Ming didn't waste his time with idle chatting. After several dozen people finally gathered in the room, he walked into the center of the array formation and activated it. At this time, Lin Ming saw Suya. Today's Suya was dressed much more conservatively. She wore a windproof coat with a high collar. Even so, her explosive figure still struggled to escape the confines of her clothing. Suya faintly smiled as she saw Lin Ming glance at her. She knew that Lin Ming planned to establish the reputation of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol and then sell it for a high price. Today's array formation test would pave the way for that high price. Chapter 16:12. Copy. Chapter 16:12. Copy. Key. After the testing array formation activated, dozens of ancient vicious beast simulations conjured up by the illusory magic array appeared. These vicious beasts surrounded Lin Ming, their strengths ranging from the divine transformation realm to the world king realm. These were merely living targets. Although they had defensive capabilities similar to real vicious beasts, they were not aggressive at all. Facing these ancient vicious beasts, Lin Ming calmly activated the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. For a time, Tao patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao wove in the air. With a terrifying explosion, flames swept out like a tide. Dozens of ancient vicious beasts were swallowed up by the flames. Over 90% of the vicious beasts were instantly reduced to ash, with only several of them surviving the carnage. Of the surviving vicious beasts, some were severely burnt, but there were also several vicious beasts equal to the human late Holy Lord realm or peak Holy Lord realm, and even a World King level vicious beast that wasn't injured at all. In particular, that World King level armored forest dragon still stood tall and proud in the skies, its scales not damaged even the slightest bit. Seeing this destructive power, old Shui didn't even need to look at the data. He immediately judged the strength of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol in Lin Ming's hands. This is a Holy Lord level 2 star destructive power. It's slightly better than an excellently crafted Havoc Flame symbol, about a star higher. It's quite good, old Su nodded, before anyone else could make their judgments. With Lin Ming's right hand as the center, the numerous Tao patterns of the Azura heavenly Tao rapidly condensed, manifesting back into a new Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming didn't pause. Brilliant flames erupted once more. Another explosive sound occurred. Beside Lin Ming, a terrifying detonation blew up once more. Lin Ming had activated the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol a second time. All of the several remaining ancient vicious beasts were sucked up into the flames. Sorrowful howls filled the air. The late Holy Lord and peak Holy Lord level vicious beasts were charred black by the flames. The second time came so fast. Although the people present had heard that the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol could be used continuously, they never imagined that the gap between uses would be so short. But this was only the start. Following this, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol within Lin Ming's hand exploded for a third time. As the creator of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, Lin Ming was the person most familiar with the runic structure within it, combined with his understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, as well as his achievements in the 7th level concept of the fire laws. Using the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol came as easily as breathing. Normally, a martial artist could use the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol 4 times before the energy within it exhausted itself. Then, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol would need time to recover energy for its next use. But Lin Ming simply didn't need to do this. As Lin Ming used the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, he continued to fill it with new energy. The flames used to create the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol were Lin Ming's Tribulation Fire and Shao Moxian's Nirvanic Fire. Currently, Lin Ming had these two types of flames. Thus, within Lin Ming's hand, the power displayed by this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol had an essential difference compared to when it was placed in someone else's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Within the array formation, a terrifying explosion lit up the world every 2 breaths of time. That dreadful sea of flames swept through the entire array formation. If it weren't for the protection of that array formation, the entire testing room would have been ruined by the terrifying explosions. Lin Ming activated the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol again and again. Although this flame symbol was constantly absorbing Lin Ming's energy, Lin Ming's strength wasn't comparable to a 2-star Holy Lord level attack. To him, keeping up a barrage of this level wasn't anything at all. This was just a well-trained martial artist doing hundreds of push-ups without being exhausted. Beneath the wild canopy of explosions, besides the World King level ancient beast, every single other vicious beast had been swallowed up by the flames and destroyed. This scene left all of the other divine runic masters present speechless. In particular, Xia. Her eyes were as wide as full moons, and she couldn't find the words to describe this. She had read the test reports that Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had sent her about the Nirvanic Flame Tribulation Flame symbol. It was true that this flame symbol could be used multiple times, but every 4 times it was used it needed to recharge. It was impossible for it to perform like it did with Lin Ming today, continuously striking out without missing a beat. Perhaps this wasn't just because Lin Ming was the creator of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, but also because of Lin Ming's terrifying strength. She finally became faintly aware that this youth in front of her, in terms of divine runic arts or strength, had far surpassed her imagination. Right now, it was impossible for her to estimate him. His depths were completely concealed, absolutely airtight. Elder Shui, Lin Ming, is he really less than 100 years old? Xia glanced at old Shui. Everything related to Lin Ming had been told to her by old Shui. His skeletal age indicated so. I think he wouldn't be so bored as to fake this. Old Shui licked his lips. Over the years, he had seen many incidents of a monstrous genius occur around Lin Ming. It was hard for anything Lin Ming did to surprise him now. Xia sucked in a deep breath, at a loss for words. She suddenly felt that it was a laughable matter when she looked at Lin Ming like he was a little brother. The explosions within the array formation were like a violent storm, continuing without a hint of dying down. Everyone was keeping quiet count of this intense bombardment in their hearts. Now, after an incense stick of time, more than 100 explosions had occurred. Even that final World King level beast was struck into bloody shape by the barrage of attacks. It howled again and again. Its scales were swallowed up by those destructive flames, and a great deal of its flesh was burnt black. Could it be that Lin Ming can burn the World King level ancient vicious beast to death? This thought flashed through the minds of many people present. A human could not compare to the defensive abilities of an ancient vicious beast. Even the bodies of the saints, in terms of defense, were slightly worse than vicious beasts. And now, in this situation, it seemed that Lin Ming would really be able to annihilate this vicious beast. By this time, the number of explosions had risen to over 200. This World King level armored forest dragon was already burnt into a miserable appearance. A large number of red bones had been exposed, and also scorched black by the flames. Finally, with a miserable wail, it fell to the ground, surrounded by flames. With a slight cracking sound, the armored forest dragon turned into endless motes of light and vanished. Like this, all of the vicious beasts within the array formation had been completely destroyed by Lin Ming's Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. How terrifying! Even that World King level vicious beast was killed. This is only a 4th grade divine runic symbol. Although Lin Ming had relied on multiple attacks to achieve this, to use a 4th grade divine runic symbol to kill a World King vicious beast was far too amazing. Ordinarily speaking, only a 6th grade divine runic symbol could accomplish his. Within the array formation, even though all of the vicious beasts had disappeared, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol within Lin Ming's hands continued to explode another 150-some times. Only then did the sea of flames finally die down before vanishing. Thus, the test had ended. For 112 times, after the flames within the array formation dissipated, some people spouted out this number. How was this testing divine runic symbols? This was more like setting off firecrackers. Many divine runic masters looked at each other and gulped. They heard that Lin Ming had created a Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol that could be used multiple times, but they never imagined this would be over 400 times. The price of a Havoc Flame symbol was at the top of 4th grade divine runic symbols. If the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol was equal to 400-some Havoc Flame symbols, then he was rich. Many people soon realized this, and Xia was no exception. She sighed. When Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had done their own tests, the upper limits of use was only 200 to 300 times. The reason that Lin Ming could use it over 400 times was clearly because he understood the runic structure of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. I wonder how headquarters' copying plan is coming along, Suya thought as she watched Lin Ming walk down from the testing array formation, his face not even slightly reddened. An inexplicable feeling of dread appeared in her heart. She feared that this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol wasn't as simple as it seemed. If Lin Ming dared to put it forth in such a grandiose manner, would it truly be so easy to copy? This Lin Ming, I really have no idea what depths he is hiding. Suya was increasingly awed by Lin Ming, and at this time, Lin Ming revealed a toothy smile as he asked, "Everyone, is there anyone that would like to buy this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol? I only accept contribution points. You can purchase one alone or in batches. The highest bid wins." With these words, the entire audience of divine runic masters was left stunned. At this time, 100 million miles away, in Extreme Star Heavenly Palace's 7th grade divine runic room, Grandmaster Overflow had been locked in battle with this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol for the last 2 days and 1 night. During this time, Grandmaster Overflow didn't rest at all. He sat motionless in front of the divine runic table, using all sorts of methods to analyze this 4th grade divine runic symbol. From the start, where he didn't expect much at all, to the time when his interest was aroused by the unique structure of this divine runic symbol. And now, through 2 days of battling, Grandmaster Overflow's complexion became increasingly dignified. He could clearly feel that this Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol was unusually troublesome. However, the more difficult things were the more it stirred his fighting spirit. He believed that he was amongst the best rune breakers within the profession of Dark Divine Runic Masters. In this world, besides 7th grade divine runic symbols, which were only a problem because of the limit of his cultivation, there was nothing he couldn't unravel, whether it was a 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade divine runic symbol. He could open any lock. These were the thoughts in Overflow's mind. He was a considerably prideful person. And now, Overflow had already been defeated by this 4th grade divine runic symbol many times. At this time, 2 jade slips were placed in front of him. All sorts of calculations and deductions were recorded within these 2 jade slips. Overflow used his special inheritance to analyze the rune structure of the divine runic symbol. Every time he did, so he had to make a massive number of calculations. However, the results obtained from these deductions left Overflow feeling strange. He didn't know whether or not these results were right, and just what he could draw up if he followed these results. Chapter 16:13 Array Destruction. Chapter 16:13 Array Destruction. This improved Havoc Flame symbol was something that Overflow had never seen before. He had lived for several 100,000 years, and through this long period of time, he had come into contact with all sorts of strange, divine, runic symbols. Even so, he had never cracked apart such strange law lines before. The more Overflow calculated, the more hesitant he became. With a deep breath, Overflow put the jade slip to the side. There were some things he had to confirm. Overflow took up a red, square-shaped array disc from the side. This one was only a square foot, but it was the most precious of his array discs. If this array disc was converted to contribution points of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, it might be worth around 60 million contribution points. When analyzing the structure of a divine runic symbol in order to crack it open, a martial artist needed more than their soul force and sense. They also needed to rely on the power of array formations. This was because the energy structure of a divine runic symbol was compressed within the tiny runes. One had to strip away the tiny runes in order to prove the internal structure, and this red array disc was able to play such a role. It could simulate a stable force field that slowly and steadily separated each tiny rune. Facing this fourth-grade divine runic symbol, Overflow was extremely patient. It had been over 100,000 years since he had analyzed a fourth-grade divine runic symbol. Not even a fifth-grade divine runic symbol was able to arouse his interest. What Overflow cracked was only sixth-grade divine runic symbols, and they also had to be the work of a grandmaster. After gently placing a top-grade soul crystal into the red array disc, the array formation within began to activate. Among the Spiritas, the value of a soul crystal was similar to a 9-sun jade. This top soul crystal was equal to 10 ordinary soul crystals. In other words, it was equal to 10 9-sun jades. This was a considerable price to pay in order to activate the array disc. However, in order to ensure the precision of the array formation, Overflow used the best materials, and as long as materials were used for the purposes of cracking open the divine runic symbol, they would be paid for by the extreme star holy lands. Just one array disc wasn't enough. Overflow hesitated for a moment, and then took out another. This array disc was slightly less valuable than the first, but it still cost about 30 million contribution points. The use of this array disc was to simulate and imitate, but in the simulation process, one needed to use an extremely precious material called ripple sand. This ripple sand would be melted into liquid, and the liquid would be used as ink for the array disc to draw up a copy. And each portion of this material was worth around 5 million contribution points. Every time Overflow conducted a test, he would need half a portion of ripple sand. Like this, under the support of all sorts of precious materials and expensive array discs, Overflow's analyzing process began. As the two array discs floated in the air, they released dazzling lights. Outside of the divine runic room, Sage Brightyoung and the others were completely focused on everything that was occurring. They hadn't left at all in the last 2 days. It had to be known that all the materials Overflow used were provided by the extreme star holy lands. In this situation, they definitely didn't dare to leave. Now that Sage Brightyoung saw all these resources being slowly consumed in front of him, his lips twitched as he found the scene extremely distressing. The extreme star holy lands had already invested 70 to 80 million contribution points so far, and as this analyzing process continued, it would likely break through 100 million and continue even higher. Perhaps they would need to spend 400 to 500 million points before coming close to cracking Lin Ming's work. You must spend money to make money. Without risk, there is no reward. Sage Brightyoung grit his teeth, comforting himself like this. As long as they could unlock this nirvanic flame tribulation symbol, then it would be worth the investment. Not only would they experience a favorable turn in the war, but the extreme star Holy Lands would profit immeasurably in the future. As Sage Brightyoung was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Grandmaster Overflow's sound transmission echo in his ears. Quickly bring a martial artist that understands the 7th level concept of fire to be my assistant. The faster the better. Fire, 7th level concept. Sage Brightyoung was stunned. What was this for? Don't dawdle around. The creator of this divine runic symbol has reached the 7th level fire laws, and the flames he uses are extremely strange. Go ask your heavenly palace to bring the one with the highest achievements in the fire laws to come. Immediately, Overflow was skilled in analysis. He analyzed that the flame energy textures within the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol and the profound skill and perfection within those fire patterns left him shocked and in fear. It's actually 2 types of destructive flames, and the grades of both flames are extremely high. Just how did he perfectly fuse these 2 types of flames together? As Overflow was lost in thought, Sage Brightyoung was filled with doubts. The creator of this divine runic symbol was Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was someone that understood the 7th level concept of fire. Just how was that possible? He wasn't even 100 years old. But doubts were only doubts. Sage Brightyoung soon found the martial artist with greatest attainments in the fire laws within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. This person was his High Master, a half-step Empyrean powerhouse. Within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, this person was among the top 10 ranking characters. His achievements in the fire laws had reached the peak of the 7th level concept, and even touched upon the mysteries of the 8th level concept. Sage Brightyoung could affirm that this person's ability to control flames was countless times better than Lin Ming's. Good, not bad. Seeing the one arriving, Overflow was more than satisfied. A half-step Empyrean was not an ordinary individual. Just by standing there, he faintly affected the laws around him, creating a terrifying pressure. With this sort of assistance, Overflow felt his chances of success were much higher. Carefully release the flames and pour all of your understanding of the fire laws into the flame, Overflow rapidly ordered. At the same time, he activated all sorts of expensive array formations on the divine runic table. He was going to start attempting to copy the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Only by attempting to copy some of the tiny runes would Overflow know whether or not his analysis was correct. The array formations of a 7th grade divine runic room were extraordinary. With just a thought, the materials were all processed and completed by the array formations. Then, with Overflow moving them with his soul force, they began to slowly condense into tiny runes. At this time, Overflow picked up both array discs. He placed the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol that Lin Ming created above the array disc on his left hand, and on the array disc above his right hand, a replica began to rapidly form. Overflow used his horrifying soul force intensity to conduct all of this. The reason he called an assistant here was to control the flames to his satisfaction. Everything here was perfect. My analysis of the structure is correct, Overflow said with a dry mouth. His eyes shined with an increasingly bright light. As long as he could correctly analyze the rune structure, then sooner or later, he would be able to unlock this divine runic symbol. And Overflow had already confirmed over 2 days that the value of this divine runic symbol was absolutely that of a priceless treasures. If he could unravel the principles behind it, then in the future he could apply these principles to other divine runic symbols. For a 4th grade divine runic symbol to be used 200 to 300 times couldn't be considered too amazing. But what about a 5th or even 6th grade divine runic symbol? That was an unimaginable wealth. These distracting thoughts only appeared for a fleeting moment. Overflow quickly focused all of his concentration on the copying process, lest a single mistake occur midway. But at this time, Overflow ran into something that felt wrong as he was in the copying process. This wrong feeling didn't come from the tiny runes of the divine runic symbol, but came from the Azura Heavenly Tao. The Azura Heavenly Tao does not fit. No, I have already made a copy of the tiny rune structure, so this is proof that I didn't make a mistake. How come the Azura Heavenly Tao doesn't fit? This is impossible. Overflow's eyebrows shot up. This was unbelievable. His deduction process was perfect. For him to copy it to this point proved this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the structure of tiny runes to take shape. However, there had been a major problem when fusing together the Heavenly Tao. I won't believe this. Beads of sweat began dripping down from Overflow's forehead. He didn't believe he was wrong. He continued on, insisting no matter what. After drawing up the tiny rune structure, he tried to forcefully fuse the Azura Heavenly Tao laws into it. And at this time, the two array discs in his hands began to violently tremble. Overflow's mind shook. Before he could respond, the tiny rune structure copy exploded. This wasn't just an explosion of materials. There was also a backlash of the Azura Heavenly Tao patterns that Overflow had been trying to control. Kacha! With a heart-rending shriek, Overflow's complexion dramatically changed. He watched helplessly as the raging Azura Heavenly Tao brutally shattered those two priceless array discs in half. Even the array formations above the divine runic table began disintegrating because of the impact of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Once the first explosion occurred, a series of ripple effects swept out. In that moment, the entire divine runic table seemed as if it had been swept into a storm and left in an utter mess. At least 4 or 5 array formations had been destroyed, and even 4 of the array discs that Overflow brought had been shattered. Overflow froze, his complexion becoming increasingly dark. He stared blankly at the array discs in his left and right hands, unable to accept everything that just happened. His most precious array discs, the tools to his livelihood, had been destroyed like this. In that explosion just now, according to the standards of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, he had lost at least 100 million contribution points. Not only were Overflow's losses serious, but the truth was that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had lost a great deal too. The array formations on the Divine Runic table each had a dreadful construction cost, not much cheaper than Overflow's array discs. With 4 or 5 array formations exploding, the Extreme Star Holy Lands would need to pay up nearly 100 million contribution points. Contributions needed to pay traded through materials, pills, and other such things. They were extremely precious. As the explosion occurred, Sage Brightyang's High Master was standing at the side, but he could only watch helplessly on as this occurred, unable to stop it. Although the power behind the explosion wasn't too high, it was still caused by the Azura Heavenly Tao. Moreover, because it happened within the array formations, it was impossible to prevent. Unless one thoroughly understood the Azura Heavenly Tao, it didn't matter how high their cultivation was. And at this time, the doors to the divine runic room burst open. Sage Brightyang, who had by this time already lost his composure, rushed in. He looked at the chaotic divine runic table with a pale face, his body shivering, unable to say a single word. Chapter 1614, 1 billion point reward. Chapter 1614, 1 billion point reward. Sage Brightyang took quick inventory of the losses. 2 30 million point array formations had exploded, as well as 3 10 million point array formations. In addition, a massive number of tools and rare and precious materials were destroyed. These losses left Sage Brightyang bleeding in his heart. For this last year, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had been at war and had spent a massive amount of resources. Now, the entire Holy Land was having trouble distributing resources. As a result of that brief moment just now, 100 million points had been lost. If these 100 million points were changed into divine runic symbols, just what sort of war strength would that be? Moreover, this operation of cracking apart the divine runic symbol was proposed and led by Sage Brightyoung. He had already made an oath to the Vice Palace Master that he would absolutely break the divine runic symbol, otherwise he would be punished. Even searching for help, the distribution of materials, the requisition of the 7th grade divine runic room, everything had been handled by Sage Brightyoung. He originally thought that everything would be a success and he would be able to obtain a great merit. As for himself, he would have received tremendous advantages in this mission. However, he never imagined things would develop to such a point. If he couldn't unravel the divine runic symbol and also had such great losses, he definitely couldn't take responsibility for this failure. Thinking of this, Sage Brightyoung's face turned liver red. As he looked at Overflow, he wished that he could slap this moron to death. Overflow, this is all because of you. You said that there was no lock you couldn't unlock. Array formations worth 100 million points have been destroyed by you. Sage Brightyoung suppressed the bubbling anger in his heart. He didn't dare to tear down all decorum with Overflow. First, Overflow was considerably strong to begin with, and secondly, he was also depending on Overflow to recoup some of the losses from just now. Although he had already lost all hope that Overflow could unravel the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, if he were to give up now, then he would be the guilty party here. If Overflow could make any form of progress, then he could at least recover just a little bit of the losses. Seeing Sage Brightyoung's rage-filled eyes, Overflow's complexion turned icy cold. What are you trying to say? My losses were worse than yours. This time I broke apart 4 of my array discs, but all of these experiments were led by you, Sage Brightyoung said, his words becoming increasingly loud and frothy. Yes, I was the one who led them, but you are the one who called me here. Overflow coldly said, not yielding an inch. Stop fighting. At this time, Sage Brightyoung's High Master spoke out. Out of everyone here, he had the highest status. Overflow, is there no chance for you to unravel this divine runic symbol? This High Master also knew how serious today's matters were. Within Extreme Star Heavenly Palace, there were internal struggles for power. There were countless individuals that were eyeing Sage Brightyoung's seat as the internal affairs envoy. This was a highly lucrative position. Because of today's matters, it was even possible that he would be dismissed from his position. This was because there were a considerable number of people in Extreme Star Heavenly Palace who advocated to buy divine runic symbols from Lin Ming at an increased price. I don't know if I can resolve the question as to how to fuse the Azura Heavenly Tao and the tiny runes, then I might be able to succeed. Overflow quietly said. He didn't know just where the error had been and why the Azura Heavenly Tao law lines would have such a violent explosion. I will not provide any more materials or array formations, Sage Brightyoung coldly said. Overflow sneered. Then we're done here. The two stood in sharp opposition. Sage Brightyoung frowned. If he continued to provide materials, then his gamble would become even larger. If he lost, Sage Brightyoung shuddered at the consequences. He looked towards his High Master for help. This High Master couldn't decide on a plan. He thought for a moment, and then came up with a compromise. Continue trying to unravel it, but don't do any tests if you can. If you must do tests, don't use any expensive array formations. Ooh. At this time, within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. After Lin Ming finished his test, many Divine Runic Masters scrambled to purchase a Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. The price continued to climb. Finally, the price rose to 900,000 contribution points for a single one. This price was already several times the original max price of the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. If there were 900,000 contribution points, one could buy 300 Havoc Flame symbols. And if they bought a Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol, it could only be used 200 to 300 times. Of course, the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol was slightly stronger, and in terms of flexibility, 300 Havoc Flame symbols were better. At the very least, one didn't need to fill them with energy. Lin Ming, you brat, you're rich now. 900,000 for one. If you make 2 or 3 a day, that is 2 million points. Hey, since I looked after you, don't you think you should give me a red envelope for luck? After the price was settled, old Shui slyly grinned at Lin Ming and elbowed him. With so many contribution points, even old Shui was feeling jealous. Lin Ming rolled his eyes. Since when did you look after me? Old Shui froze as he heard this. He immediately smiled and said, You silly blind wolf. I was the one who first led you to the mission division. Old Shui spoke with a half-joking tone, but Lin Ming was left speechless. That was considered as having looked after him. However, he didn't doubt that if he really took out a red envelope, this old fellow in front of him definitely wouldn't refuse it. He shook his head. This still isn't enough. Although Lin Ming could make more than 1 or 2 Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols a day, he couldn't do this for 2 or 3 years. This price point wasn't satisfactory to him. It's still not enough? Then how much do you want? Old Shui blew his beard up from shock. Even he couldn't earn points like this, and yet Lin Ming said it wasn't enough. 3 billion. As Lin Ming put forth this number, old Shui felt his heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered that 4 months ago he had looked over a list of precious materials that Lin Ming had needed. The total price for these materials was around 3 billion contribution points. Old Shui originally thought that Lin Ming had gone mad. After all, not even he could come up with 3 billion points. But now, in just 4 months, although Lin Ming didn't have 3 billion points, he could still easily earn 1 to 2 million contribution points in a day. At this rate, Lin Ming would sooner or later earn 3 billion points. Thinking of this, old Shui was left in a cold sweat. This boy Lin Ming, had he already expected to go through this method to rapidly earn contribution points? If so, then this brat was far too horrifying. This proved that it wasn't an accident when he improved the Havoc Flame symbol. It seems you must buy those materials no matter what, old Shui thoughtfully said. Of course, Lin Ming nodded. Even the Divine Runic Masters Guild doesn't have all the materials you are searching for. Some materials must be searched for somewhere else, or you must wait a period of time. What about the treasure fair? Lin Ming suddenly said. When Lin Ming first came to Divine Rune City with Yu Liuxing, he had heard her mention the treasure fair that happened at there. This was an event organized by the trading companies of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and would occur every 3 years. The treasure fair occurred on a vast scale. At that time, all sorts of important figures from the Azura Road would come to display and trade their treasures. Amongst these treasures, there would even be priceless valuables that would be publicly auctioned. At that time, all sorts of top-grade pills, divine runic symbols, rare materials, ancient inheritances, flesh and blood of god beasts, Empyrean spirit treasures, transcendent divine mites, and so forth would be sold. And the currency of the treasure fair, besides origin energy runes, was contribution points from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Contribution points were considered the universal currency issued by the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They were considered a better and easier to use currency than the Azura Road's more universal currency, origin energy runes. This was because contribution points could be exchanged for all sorts of rare items from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for origin energy runes, they might not be able to buy these things. For those people that came to participate in the treasure fair, as long as they could bring out something that the Divine Runic Masters Guild found valuable, they could change it for an equal amount of contribution points. In the treasure fair, there were some items that could only be bought with contribution points. Thus, the participants would usually exchange materials for a massive number of points. Lin Ming expected that he would be able to buy many of the rare materials he needed at the treasure fair. Now, there was still a year until the treasure fair. During this remaining year, he had to earn enough wealth so that he wouldn't be stretched for points when he needed it. As Lin Ming was beginning to draw Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, as well as study how to improve a 5th grade divine runic symbol, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had quietly posted a titanic reward. They were recruiting dark divine runic masters from all over with a reward of 1 billion points to crack open the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. As long as they could accomplish this, then the Extreme Star Holy Lands would share the results with all dark divine runic masters, as well as reward those who contributed. Of course, this reward couldn't see the light of day. It was only sent to those who existed in the world of dark divine runic masters. But even the divine runic masters of the Divine Runic Masters Guild had some connections with dark divine runic masters. Thus, this news passed through all sorts of channels and became known by some well-informed individuals within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They want to unravel the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. This Extreme Star Holy Lands really doesn't care about face. Within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, some divine runic masters had mocking expressions as they heard this news. No matter how it was said, pirating the achievements of others was extremely disgraceful, especially in the world of divine runic arts. This is a war that relates to the decline and rise of their sect, so what is their face worth in all of this? Lin Ming's Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols are 900,000 points each, so buying 1,000 of them will cost 900 million points. The Extreme Star Holy Lands might not be able to pay such a high price. Moreover, once a soldier with a Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol dies, a situation will appear where they can't use its complete worth. If they can appropriate this new technology for themselves, then they can make as many as they want. And posting a reward is that fastest and most economical way to find people to crack open this divine runic symbol. Some people echoed. These divine runic masters had no obligation to keep a secret for the Extreme Star Holy Lands. After one person knew that a reward was posted, this news spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and soon throughout the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild. This time, Overflow himself is leading the mission, although his character is corrupt and he is infamous. In terms of unraveling divine runic symbols, there is nothing below a 6th grade divine runic symbol that can stop him. If he really can unravel the secrets, then Extreme Star Holy Lands will have gained big. Several divine runic masters discussed. In front of so many benefits, no one could feel relaxed. If the Extreme Star Holy Lands wanted to steal away this massive cake, then there would naturally be people that were jealous. However, they were only jealous. As orthodox divine runic masters, they didn't have any foundation to unravel divine runic symbols, so it was impossible for them. Chapter 1615, Bankrupt Plan. Chapter 1615, Bankrupt Plan. News about the Extreme Star Holy Lands posting a reward soon spread throughout the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even the gate guards and floor sweepers knew about it. As for Suya, she had been uneasily pacing back and forth in her section of the mission division, as if something were heavily weighing down on her mind. Luckily, she didn't see Lin Ming these days. Otherwise, she would have no idea how to face him. These matters also entered into Lin Ming's ears, but he didn't care about it at all. When he drew up the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, he hadn't even left behind any specialized anti-forgery tiny runes. He guessed that these dark divine runic masters had the ability to crack the method by which he had drawn up the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, and they could even find top fire tribute martial artists to simulate the effect of the heavenly tribulation flames and Nirvanic flames. However, no matter what they tried, they wouldn't be able to unravel the Azura Heavenly Tao. That was the foundation for Lin Ming creating the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. As Lin Ming grew stronger and stronger over the years, he increasingly discovered just how heaven-defying the functions of the Ajura Sutra were, and this was in a situation where he only obtained a single remnant volume of the Ajura Sutra. If he were to collect all of them, it was unknown just what effects there would be. This also caused Lin Ming to increasingly anticipate the final smelting trial. He wondered just what had the Ajura Road master left behind in the final trial. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he no longer thought about them. He instead devoted his full time and concentration to drawing up the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. In this period of time, Lin Ming had only produced 30 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. He was well aware that the more rare something was, the more precious it became. On the other hand, if he drew up too many things, then it would instead become less valuable. Currently, Lin Ming was selling Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols at a fixed price of 900,000 contribution points, and whenever he put one up for sale, it would be nearly immediately grabbed up. And on the outside, the true price of the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol actually rose to beyond 1,000,000 points, and the supply still fell far short of demand. Like this, Lin Ming would only draw up 2 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols every day. By doing this, he could save a tremendous amount of time and use it to research how to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol. Time slowly passed. Without knowing it, 3 months flew by. In these 3 months, Lin Ming had earned 55 million contribution points. But in order to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, he had to use up a massive amount of materials. Moreover, many of these materials were extremely precious and had to be purchased with points. On this alone, Lin Ming spent over 8 million contribution points. From this day, there was still 9 months until the treasure fair. Lin Ming had less than 55 million points. With this tiny amount of wealth, wanting to win anything in grand auctions at this treasure fair would be a futile gesture. Calculating the numbers, Lin Ming had to spend the rest of his time earning as many points as he could. Otherwise, if a rare material appeared that he needed but he couldn't afford, he wouldn't even have time for regret. Whether it was drawing up a divine runic symbol or researching how to transform a 5th-grade divine runic symbol, he had to fuse the Ajura heavenly Tao laws, so it was impossible to carry on this process in a time enchantment because time enchantments twisted the surrounding laws. In other words, Lin Ming truly had 9 months remaining. At this time, Suya was sitting behind her lonely counter in the mission division, her mood extremely poor. This was because news of the Extreme Star Holy Lands posting a reward for dark divine runic masters had spread out, placing her in a very awkward position. Although it could be said that the Extreme Star Holy Lands cracking open the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol had nothing to do with the overwhelming majority of divine runic masters, these methods were abhorred by almost all divine runic masters. Her association with this caused Suya's area in the mission division to be much lonelier than usual. Luckily, the internal affairs envoy at Extreme Star Heavenly Palace responsible for leading the assignment to unravel the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol had drawn all attention to himself, making it so that Suya's mission wasn't as urgent and giving her a moment to catch her breath. Have you heard the news? The 7th grade divine runic room at the Extreme Star Holy Lands had another explosion occur. It seems that many array formations blew apart. In a corner of the mission hall, many divine runic masters were talking amongst themselves in a low voice as they sipped on tea. Suya was considerably strong herself, and her hearing was top-notch. She naturally heard what they were speaking about. There was an explosion in the Extreme Star Holy Land's 7th grade divine runic room. Suya felt her heart fall to her stomach. She lowered her head and listened carefully. She had yet to hear of this matter because no one had informed her. There was an explosion? Why, Hee hee. That was because a long time before the billion-point reward was posted, there had already been an explosion. Otherwise, why do you think the Extreme Star Holy Lands would put forth such an astronomical reward to gather so many dark divine runic masters to crack open the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol? This is because they had been defeated in their first attempt, and now with the divine runic room exploding once more, they failed again. How do you know this? Well, I have a friend who is a dark divine runic master. I've tried urging him to follow the correct path and stop wasting his time and energy with that garbage, but he doesn't heed my advice. So that's how it is. If this news came directly from a dark divine runic master, then it was likely true. Incredible, simply incredible. I can't imagine just how this Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol was produced. Overflow leads a team of dark divine runic masters, and yet even he can't succeed. It's far too odd. When the members of the Divine Runic Masters Guild heard that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had put forth a sky-high reward of 1 billion points to unravel the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, they felt a bit sorry for Lin Ming. They thought that the achievements he worked so hard on would be stolen by others. But they never imagined that such a powerful lineup of dark divine runic masters would not only fail to accomplish anything, but instead blow up the entire divine runic room. Incredible? Hee hee. Don't look down on Lin Ming just because he's young. It's like his inheritance comes from an entirely different branch of thought, and his inheritances are different from ours. This Lin Ming has a master who has reached an incredible boundary. If his master were to ever come out, then he would likely be the most revered divine runic grandmaster in the entire Azure Road. His status would be unshakable, and not even an influence like the Extreme Star Holy Lands would dare to do anything to Lin Ming. I suspect that Lin Ming's master is even fiercer than the Palace Master of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace. No one doubted that Lin Ming had a ridiculously powerful master. If it were martial arts inheritances, then one could adventure through ancient ruins left by powerful masters and obtain their inheritance jade slips and heavenly materials to rise up to the top alone. But this was impossible with the divine runic arts. This was because one had to have a master teaching them personally. There was no meaning in just perusing through jade slips. Thus, even if Lin Ming stood up and said that he had no master and had taught himself, no one would believe it. Disregarding Lin Ming's master, Lin Ming himself has an unfathomably high degree of talent. I just learned that Lin Ming had obtained the qualifications to become a third-grade divine runic master over 20 years ago, and at that time, he was less than 60 years of age. Elder Shui and Elder Su had 2 young apprentices that participated in the same examination as Lin Ming, and the results were as different as the heavens and earth. During that examination, Lin Ming tested straight to a third-grade divine runic master. After Lin Ming became famous, many people began to look up his background and history. They also dug up the fact that Lin Ming had become a third-grade divine runic master before he was 60 years of age. When these divine runic masters heard this, all of them were stunned speechless. To them, becoming a third-grade divine runic master was something that happened when they were several hundred years old. Overflow and his group, as well as the Extreme Star Holy Lands, only have themselves to blame. They wanted to crudely unravel the results of the research of others like deluded idiots, and now they can't even recoup their initial investment. These people spent a full 3 months preparing for this experiment, and yet even though they bet everything on this attempt, the result was that it blew up in their faces. Just how many array formations were lost? Didn't they carry on simulations before the test? Some people asked, feeling this all too unbelievable. Overflow was not some common nobody. His talent, if he had chosen to walk the orthodox path, would have quickly allowed him to rise to become the vice president of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Of course they made simulations, and at the time there hadn't been any problems. But as they began the true experiment, There was a problem during the fusion of the Azura Heavenly Tao. They lost control of the process, and a storm of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws blew out, causing the divine runic symbol structure to collapse. Everything was uncontrollable after that. Not only did they lose 7 or 8 array formations, but they even lost 3 to 5 array disks. 7 or 8 array formations. Just how many points is that? I heard from my friend that the points lost was this number. The one speaking put forth an exaggerated expression and stretched out 8 fingers. 80 million? No, it can't be 7 or 8 array formations, and 3 to 5 array disks can't be that cheap. It shouldn't be 800 million. The several divine runic masters looked at each other, horror shining wide in their eyes. That's right, it was 800 million points. After all the costs were added together, including the array formations and array disks from the first failure, as well as all materials used during the last 3 months. This is the total cost. Of course, 800 million is only a number that my friend estimated, but it shouldn't be too far off. And these points weren't just paid for by the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Overflow also put forth a considerable amount of materials, and most of the shattered array disks were his. Isn't this too exaggerated? The Extreme Star Holy Lands and Overflow had lost way too much. And this is only if they give up. If they continue onwards, then they will lose even more. My friend is already ready to withdraw. He studied this divine runic symbol for 3 months, and the conclusion he came to is that this nirvanic tribulation flame symbol cannot be undone by mortal hands. The reason is that the inheritance of the Creator is far too special. They simply cannot understand it. As the several divine runic masters spoke, they became increasingly loud and boisterous. They became more awed and terrified by the mysteries that surrounded Lin Ming, and this discussion all fell in Sia's ears. If this news had already spread to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, then it was likely to have occurred yesterday. Even so, she hadn't heard any news. The reason for this was likely not because they were hiding anything from her, but because the matter was far too large and involved the one in charge of leading this mission. All of this led to a chaotic situation within headquarters, and now no one had time to bother with contacting her. As for learning through others that the plan to copy Lin Ming's divine runic symbol had become completely bankrupt, this could only be called ironic. As Suya thought of this, an unspeakable feeling surged up in her heart. She didn't seem surprised at all. Rather, Sage Brightyong had slapped himself to death this time. And after several quarter hours passed, another Extreme Star Command was sent down to Suya from headquarters. Suya's mind shook. The Extreme Star Command that was sent this time, could it be? As Suya looked through the Extreme Star Command and also saw the person that issued it, she was startled. This Extreme Star Command was issued by a new Internal Affairs envoy. In other words, the original Internal Affairs envoy, Sage Brightyong, had already been removed from his office. Chapter 1616, Lin Ming's Conditions. Chapter 1616, Lin Ming's Conditions. In these days, Lin Ming nearly hadn't rested at all. He spent 90% of his time calculating the rune structure of a 5th grade divine runic symbol. The work required to improve a 5th grade divine runic symbol was several times greater than what Lin Ming originally anticipated. Lin Ming had already completed the theoretical basis for revising a 5th grade divine runic symbol, but when he actually tried to apply this, there were many problems that had to be solved. At this time, a loud knock sounded out from the door. Lin Ming thought it was Xiao Moxian, but after opening the door, he discovered that it was Suya standing at the entrance. Today's Suya was still dressed in a sultry outfit that gushed out with sex appeal. The tight-fitting fabric hugged her curves, perfectly outlining her explosive figure. The collar at her chest was opened up, plunging down deep and leaving one lost in daydreams. Suya's manner of dress hadn't changed, but her eyes had gone through a great transformation. When she looked at Lin Ming before, there was always a hint of contempt in her eyes, as if she were looking at a little child. But now, there was respect in her eyes as she looked at Lin Ming, and even some awe. "What is it?" Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he casually asked Suya to enter. His workroom was a thorough mess. Suya didn't mind. She found a place to sit. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Sir Lin, you probably already learned that the extreme star Holy Lands wanted to copy your Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol." Oh, Lin Ming faintly nodded without much expression, and Suya could feel a strong sense of confidence from this indifference. It was like Lin Ming completely didn't mind the massive undertaking the extreme star Holy Lands had carried out to copy his divine runic symbol. In fact, it didn't seem as if he was worried at all. Without a doubt, Lin Ming had absolute confidence in his own Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, and the extreme star Holy Land's actions didn't even qualify to earn Lin Ming's disdain. Rather, he ignored them altogether. "They failed," Suya awkwardly said. She knew that even if she didn't say it, Lin Ming would find out sooner or later, so she might as well speak on her own initiative. "Oh," Lin Ming replied yet again. It was clear he had already expected this result. "Sir Lin, although I know that coming to ask you for your cooperation yet again is shameless on my part, but I have no choice but to ask you. I heard that you are in need of contribution points, right?" Lin Ming remained silent, waiting for Suya to speak. "I just received an extreme star command from headquarters. They wish to purchase 2,000 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. For this, they are willing to pay a total of 2 billion contribution points," Suya carefully said. As she spoke, she paid careful attention to Lin Ming's expression. When Suya received the extreme star command a quarter hour ago, she nearly wanted to curse out loud. Headquarters had used a stupid research project to offend Lin Ming, and now they actually wanted to buy from him at an even higher price. Then what were all their previous efforts for? Without a doubt, the mission to ignore any sense of shame, forget all face she had, and apologize and then negotiate with Lin Ming definitely fell on her. This caused Suya to be fully enraged. But what other choice did she have? As a disciple of the extreme star Holy Lands, she had no choice but to follow orders. Moreover, she was related to the matter of Sage Bright Yang being dismissed from his position. Suya had to complete this matter no matter what. The extreme star command that headquarters had passed down to her was, "Find any solution possible, using any method you have. The spending limit is 2 billion points. Any more, and headquarters cannot shoulder the cost." As for using any method you have, that left Suya's heart racing. She was a woman all on her own. Besides her seduction skills, just what other methods could she use? Today, she went straight to the point and simply listed headquarters conditions, leaving no room for bargaining. She was extremely scared that Lin Ming wouldn't agree. If Lin Ming didn't agree, would she really have to offer up her body? But to be fair, in terms of looks, ability, and talent, Suya didn't feel as if she would be suffering a loss. But the crux of the issue was that facing this icy Lin Ming, Suya suspected that even if she offered her body on her own initiative, she would still be refused. If that happened, then she really wouldn't have any face left over. Hearing this total of 2 billion points, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. This was equal to 600,000 points for each divine runic symbol. 2,000 symbols, this would require a long time to complete. It would drag on almost to the start of the treasure fair. And for only 2 billion points, that might not be enough for Lin Ming to buy his materials. Thinking of this, Lin Ming frowned. Suya felt her heart gripped as Lin Ming frowned. The money for materials can also be put forth by us. The materials that Lin Ming used for a Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol weren't rare at all. Adding in this small amount of money wouldn't change anything. 2 billion is too little, Lin Ming quietly said. As Suya heard this, she felt the world fade around her. This was the highest price that headquarters was able to put forth. Currently, the Extreme Star Holy Lands was far too tight on resources. With the failure of the last experiment, the Extreme Star Holy Lands had no intention of suffering another misfortune. Lin Ming, what do I need to do for you to agree? As long as you don't increase the price, any other conditions, you can have them no matter what. I'll do anything. As Suya spoke, her milk-white breasts heaved up and down. She was actually feeling anxious. Through all these years, Suya's sex appeal had caused countless men to surround her and prostrate themselves at her feet. But even amongst all these people, she was able to calmly draw back. Yet today, in front of a little brother that was less than 100 years old, she was feeling increasingly intense emotions. Suya felt her cheeks brighten as she spoke these suggestive words. Even so, she could faintly feel that Lin Ming's manner indicated he likely wouldn't have such a request. If so, then it was hard to say whether or not today's negotiations would come to a fruitful end. Lin Ming thought for a moment. He needed at least 2 billion contribution points to have sufficient capital in the treasure fair. But this price wouldn't be given to him by any organization. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said, I can draw up 2,000 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols at the price of 2 billion points. But I have a condition. That is, a year from now, I want the Extreme Star Holy Lands to lend me 800 million points without interest for 1 year. There were no permanent enemies, only eternal interests. Lin Ming wouldn't hold on to the fact that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had tried to forge his own Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol and ignore profits. After all, if Lin Ming wanted to earn a big amount of contribution points now, he could only go through the Extreme Star Holy Lands. Hearing Lin Ming's words, Suya let out a light breath of relief. She didn't know what she was feeling. His request was only to borrow money without interest. If so, then the Extreme Star Holy Lands would likely agree to his request. Although the Extreme Star Holy Lands was stretched in resources, if they mortgaged some things, they could still obtain enough contribution points. We'll discuss this with headquarters. Okay, then I will begin to draw up the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols. Every half-month, I will hand in a part of the mission, and you will pay me my contribution points. Lin Ming stood up and spoke. He was already in the pose of sending out his guest. After all, his time was precious. After being seen out by Lin Ming, Suya felt frustrated. It was like she hadn't been welcome at all. Like this, the conditions had been set. Although the price that the Extreme Star Holy Lands put forth wasn't high, it was enough to satisfy Lin Ming's requirements to participate in the treasure fair. Like this, Lin Ming started working night and day. In the course of such work, Lin Ming steadily improved, whether it was in his skill level of the divine runic arts or his understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao. Half a month later, Lin Ming brought a stack of finished Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols and arrived at the mission division. Suya had already been waiting for Lin Ming. As she saw Lin Ming walking over, she quickly moved forwards to welcome him. Are the contribution points prepared? Lin Ming had a somewhat exhausted look on his face. During this last half-month, he had clearly consumed a massive amount of energy. Even though Xiao Maxian regularly made him soul-nourishing soups, they were still unable to fully supplement the soul force that he was spending like running water. To complete the divine runic symbols, Lin Ming squeezed dry the well of his soul force. If it weren't for a recent breakthrough in the divine Mist Heart mantra, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such high-intensity work. Seeing such a Lin Ming, Suya felt a bit apologetic. She quickly replied, I've prepared it. This also includes Sir Lin's payment for the first 20 Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols. Lin Ming nodded. and then took out the Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols from his spatial ring and placed them on the countertop. There were 3 stacks, each stack extremely thick. Seeing so many Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, Suya was shocked. This is how many are there? Each stack is 60 for a total of 180, Lin Ming lightly said. Suya gulped. You drew these up in half a month? Yes. Is there a problem? No problem. It had to be known that when an ordinary divine runic master drew up a divine runic symbol, there were 3 processes. There was handling the materials, drawing up the main body of the divine runic symbol, and then fusing together the final heavenly Tao laws. During the first step, one could use support from array formations, so it wouldn't take much time. But as for the second and third step, for a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol each took at least 2 hours. To draw up a full divine runic symbol took a minimum of 4 hours. Moreover, every time one was created, it would consume a massive amount of soul force. One had to rest during this period of time. In a normal day, drawing up 2 or 3 would be the average speed for a general divine runic master to draw up a 4th grade divine runic symbol. This was why old Schwer ridiculed Lin Ming and said he could earn 2 million contribution points by drawing up 2 or 3 a day. If one could draw up 4 divine runic symbols in a day, that was already an extremely heavy workload, but Lin Ming had actually drawn up 12 a day. That was 3 times the limit of an ordinary divine runic master. Every day had 24 hours. He had to draw up 1 every 2 hours, and that was in a situation where he had no rest. How could Xia not be shocked by this? Contribution points, Lin Ming flatly repeated. Oh, yes, of course. Xia had her maid give Lin Ming his contribution points. Without speaking further, Lin Ming walked away. 15 days of high-intensity work had left him deeply exhausted. However, he had no other choice but to hurry ahead. Lin Ming had 6 months to complete these 2,000 divine runic symbols. Chapter 16-17, Extreme Dual Polarity Symbol. Chapter 16-17, Extreme Dual Polarity Symbol. Time flew by, an unending river. Lin Ming worked like a construct that didn't know of exhaustion. The amount of work he completed every day was staggering. When Lin Ming's soul force ran dry, he would meditate and revolve the divine mist heart mantra. As a peak transcendent divine might, the divine mist heart mantra was the most suitable method for restoring his dried-up soul force. In the past, when Lin Ming cultivated the divine mist heart mantra underneath Empyrean divine mist, he had his own spiritual sea completely ruptured and then restored. The pain from that time was countless times more exaggerated and agonizing than his current soul force exhaustion. Day after day, Lin Ming discovered that the intensity of his soul force was rapidly growing. At the start, he was able to draw up 12 divine runic symbols a day before he collapsed. But after 2 months, Lin Ming was able to draw up 13 divine runic symbols a day. After another 2 months, Lin Ming was able to draw up 14 divine runic symbols. This also meant that every time Lin Ming turned in part of the mission, each time there would be more than the last. Seeing Lin Ming work like a monster, bringing in almost 200 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols every half month, and even seeing this number increase over time, Xia was shocked at first, apprehensive next, and then as she became accustomed to this, she simply became numb. This was the beginning of the 6th month. Lin Ming handed over 220 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. In these past 15 days, he had drawn up 220 peak 4th grade divine runic symbols. Even Xia didn't know what expression to have for this. With this, Lin Ming's mission was complete. Moreover, he had even produced an extra 100. And before these divine runic symbols were shipped to the war front, they had already undergone a routine inspection. The 2,100 plus Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols were completely without a single defect. All of them maintained an absolute standard in quality compared to the 20 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols that Lin Ming had sent at the start. None of them were worse. At the end, the number of times that the flame symbols could be used had climbed to over 300. This was a result of Lin Ming's technique becoming increasingly skilled and intricate, leading to each Nirvanic tribulation flame symbol he created becoming increasingly perfect. To produce a single divine runic symbol at a high quality wasn't strange at all, but to produce over 2,000 divine runic symbols perfectly, that was horrifying. Not just that, but Lin Ming had maintained a constant speed of 3 times that of the average person, and what left Suya breathless the most was that Lin Ming had continued this ultra-high intensity work pace for almost 6 months without end. The exhaustion, loneliness, aridness of the situation, it was simply hard to imagine. Every time Suya saw Lin Ming, she could also feel the serious, overdrawn nature of his soul force. Perhaps anyone else would have collapsed by now, but Lin Ming was able to persist through all of it. Regarding this, it wasn't just Suya, but even the people of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had long been at a loss for words. They originally thought that Lin Ming would need at least 2 years to complete 2,000 divine runic symbols, but he had managed to accomplish this in half a year with a production speed that could frighten one to death. They also finally realized that their early plan to copy his work had been doomed to failure from the start. Lin Ming was able to produce these Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols not because of luck or coincidence, but because he was an abnormal monster. Sir Lin, this is your reward. Suya handed over a jade slip with around 13 million contribution points. With this, their transaction had ended. Although Extreme Star Heavenly Palace had paid a gigantic sum of money for these Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, correspondingly the front lines of the war had obtained remarkable victories. These Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols had a specific activation method, and only the disciples of Extreme Star Heavenly Palace knew how to use them. If 20 to 30 holy lords activated their Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols together, even a world king would have to retreat. Thank you. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept his sense through it. After seeing that there were no errors, he planned to return to his own room. But at this time, Suya called out to him, Sir Lin, please wait. Is there something else? Lin Ming turned to look at Suya. Suya covered her mouth and laughed. Sir Lin, do you find me annoying? It seems that every time you come you are in a hurry, as if you're afraid to see me. Sir Lin, it is like this. The mission to complete 2,000 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols has already been finished, but I wonder if Sir Lin has any interest in continuing to cooperate with us. The Extreme Star Holy Lands is willing to put forth a price of 600,000 points for every divine runic symbol and continue purchasing Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols from Sir Lin. Even 2,000 Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols wasn't enough for the Extreme Star Holy Lands to use. Before this, they had only requested for Lin Ming to draw up 2,000 because they had thought that Lin Ming would take a long time to complete this mission. But at that time, perhaps the war between the Extreme Star Holy Lands and Heaven Strife Holy Lands would have come to an end. Now that they saw Lin Ming's rapid production speed, they would be willing to eat the costs of another 1,000. I'm sorry, there are other matters I must attend to. Lin Ming refused this request, but he didn't absolutely reject all cooperation. He thought for a moment and said, after around 5 more months, I should have finished things. At that time, I will consider working with your Extreme Star Holy Lands again. Great. Suya was already satisfied with such an answer. In her opinion, Lin Ming wasn't someone that lied or exaggerated. If he said something then, that was proof he had confidence or interest. Like this, Lin Ming took the 10 million plus points and went to the special materials section of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. He bought up 12 million points of materials in a single go, including all sorts of rare and precious ones. For instance, osmosis rainbow flower fruit. This sort of fruit was the size of a pigeon egg and cost 3 million contribution points, but Lin Ming purchased 3 of them together. After taking up all of these materials, Lin Ming returned to his own divine runic room. By this point, Lin Ming had long switched into the highest quality 7th grade divine runic room. This divine runic room was no smaller than a city square, and was filled with all sorts of array formations and nearly processed all the materials for him. He had temporarily refused Suya's request because he had arrived at a critical moment in transforming the 5th grade divine runic symbol. Before the treasure fair started, Lin Ming planned to select 2 types of 5th grade divine runic symbols and complete revisions of them. Of these 2 types of divine runic symbols, the first one he chose was called the Heavenly Fire symbol. The Heavenly Fire symbol could be called an improved version of the Havoc Flame symbol. Because Lin Ming already had experience transforming the Havoc Flame symbol, it wasn't too much work to transform the Heavenly Fire symbol. As for the second divine runic symbol, that was a true test of Lin Ming's ability. This was a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol. With Lin Ming's current level of skill, wanting to transform a peak 5th grade divine runic symbol wasn't realistic at all. But this 5th grade divine runic symbol seemed as if it were especially created for Lin Ming alone. Its name was the Extreme Dual Polarity symbol. The word extreme meant to bring things to the absolute extreme. The word's dual polarity meant that this divine runic symbol was able to display the powers of 2 different elements to their extreme limits. And these 2 elements were the thunder and flame elements that Lin Ming specialized in. The extreme dual polarity symbol was a dreadfully dangerous, offensive divine runic symbol. Out of all the known 5th grade divine runic symbols, the extreme dual polarity symbol's power and performance could be ranked in the top 3. It even surpassed many 6th grade divine runic symbols. Thus, if one could successfully draw up a single extreme dual polarity symbol, its value would be enormous. However, the extreme dual polarity symbol actually had many limitations. The difficulty of drawing one up was extremely high. The powers of thunder and fire were violent and tyrannical to the extreme. Wanting to fuse these 2 types of powers together into a symbol paper wasn't easy at all. If there was a single error, it was possible that the entire mess could explode. Even a peak 5th grade divine runic master had to be utterly cautious in drawing up an extreme dual polarity symbol. Failure meant losing all of the invested materials and having blown up array formations. It was even possible to be injured in the process. The original structure of this divine runic symbol wasn't perfect to begin with. To make revisions and improve the extreme dual polarity symbol, the difficulty of this could be imagined. At this time, all sorts of array formations began to activate in the divine runic room. Lin Ming stood within these array formations. All of his concentration focused on a beautiful red and purple symbol that floated 3 feet in front of him. The tiny runes each contained a horrifying strength. If there was even a single mistake in the structure of the tiny runes, the consequences would be incredibly severe. It had to be known that if one broke any array formations in this room, all damages had to be paid by the divine runic master who rented it. Because of this, many peak divine runic masters didn't dare to draw up an extreme dual polarity symbol in the center of expensive array formations. This caused the difficulty to be even higher. It was rare to see a perfectly drawn extreme dual polarity symbol. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation. At this time, behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a divine tree began to slowly appear. This was the heretical god tree within Lin Ming's inner world. Chapter 1618, Heretical God Tree Evolution. Chapter 1618, Heretical God Tree Evolution. Kia. The heretical god tree was a holy ruler of fire and thunder. With the suppression of the heretical god tree, the fluctuating thunder and fire runes calmed down, becoming peaceful, and without a single sign that they would go out of control. This ability to control thunder and flame to such a degree was something unique to Lin Ming. He had cultivated the fire and thunder laws to touch upon the threshold of the 7th level concept, and martial artists that trained in fire and thunder were extremely rare to begin with. For someone to reach Lin Ming's current achievements was extremely difficult because he was the only one who possessed the heretical god force. Facing the 100+ tiny runes formed from thunder and fire, Lin Ming's complexion was earnest, his speed was slow, and he would often spend a long time drawing up a single tiny rune, constantly making calculations to find the best drawing method. Like this. Several hours passed as Lin Ming immersed himself in making calculations and a drawing plan. Lin Ming's forehead was wet with beads of sweat. Even with the support of the heretical god tree, it was impossible for him to control these 100+ tiny runes for 8 to 10 hours. He grit his teeth, trudging on. Another 2 hours passed. After Lin Ming forcefully completed a part of the drawing plan, he had reached his limit. He couldn't continue on. If an ordinary divine runic master were to encounter the situation, then they would find it hard to process the remainders of the divine runic symbol that floated in the air. If they were to handle them incorrectly, then they might even blow up. But to Lin Ming, this wasn't a problem at all. With a simple thought, the 100+ tiny runes vanished like fireflies scattering in the night. They flew towards the heretical god tree, and all of that power of thunder and fire was absorbed by it. Within several breaths of time, all of the energy had dissipated. The moment the drawing process ended, Lin Ming slumped onto a stone bench, completely exhausted. This high-intensity deduction process was a tremendous test on his endurance and skill as a divine runic master, and the taste of overdrawing his soul force constantly didn't feel that great either. After swallowing down some pills, Lin Ming began to meditate. For these days, Lin Ming's life repeated like this. Every day he would draw and calculate until he exhausted his soul force, and after his soul force was restored, he would resume the process. He had bought a large amount of materials before this and constantly burnt through them. The dregs of these materials were sprinkled around the room. Even the jade slips he used for calculations were randomly piled around. In this state, Lin Ming had nearly been driven to dark obsession. He completely immersed himself in the Azura Heavenly Tao and the world of divine runic arts, not knowing day or night. Unknowingly and unwittingly, 3 months passed. The deadline for the treasure fair approached closer and closer. As for Lin Ming, he was just a tiny bit away from completing the revisions to the extreme dual polarity symbol. Even though he squeezed out all of his potential, he still wasn't able to complete his work. It was already late at night. In the dark divine runic room, the light of the array formations radiated outward, dazzling. Lin Ming stood before the divine runic table. All of his focus concentrated on drawing up an extreme dual polarity symbol. Lin Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and even his fingers trembled. However, as he drew up the tiny runes in the air, his actions remained as stable and accurate as before. He had already drawn up 763 tiny runes. The structure of these runes could be called perfect. However, as he drew up the 764th tiny rune, Lin Ming could feel the energy control of thunder and fire go out of equilibrium. He knew that changing a 5th grade divine runic symbol was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and any changes in the equilibrium of the tiny runes would accumulate until the entire rune structure collapsed. As a result, Lin Ming tirelessly chased after this point. He had continued this for 3 days. In these 3 days, Lin Ming constantly squeezed out his potential. The burden on his body and soul was immense. To be more accurate, ever since Lin Ming returned to Divine Rune City, he had spent almost all of his time in such a state. A divine runic master was a noble and distinguished occupation. Although there were some divine runic masters that would appear tired because they were drawing up a divine runic symbol, there were very few divine runic masters who would push themselves to their limits like Lin Ming did. Divine runic masters were used to a highbrow lifestyle, and their work was often relaxed. In their eyes, what Lin Ming was doing would seem far too crazy. Just a little bit left. Lin Ming had already tried drawing up these 764 tiny runes several dozen times, but he still hadn't been able to successfully draw the complete plan, and each attempt used up a great deal of Lin Ming's soul force. In doing so, his soul force had been nearly emptied. This is my limit. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In his vision, even these 700-plus tiny runes seemed a bit blurry. As he spoke, the energy structure had already become unstable. If this continued, then the energy structure would collapse and possibly explode. Did I make a mistake in the structure that I deduced? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, and a deep sense of frustration filled his heart. With his current level of skill and cultivation, it was abnormally difficult to transform the extreme dual polarity symbol to begin with. Even if Lin Ming had an enormous advantage over others, he still wasn't an exception. With his soul force and mentality having reached the limit, Lin Ming wasn't able to continue any longer. He dispersed the tiny runes that he had worked so hard to draw up and then let them fly into the heretical god tree. In these months, Lin Ming had attempted to draw up the extreme dual polarity symbol countless times, and all of the failed attempts had been absorbed by the heretical god tree. Although these divine runic symbols had been failures, they were still drawn up using rare and precious materials. These materials were related to thunder and fire, and often formed from the essence of flame and thunder in the world. If Lin Ming were to convert all the materials he used into points, it would be in the tens of millions. For a fifth-grade divine runic symbol, this cost was ridiculously exaggerated. If he continued to consume materials like this, it wouldn't be long before the cost of materials surpassed 100 million. It was now, when all the energy essence had been absorbed by the heretical god tree, and Lin Ming was planning to meditate to restore his soul force, that something startling occurred. Within Lin Ming's inner world, the heretical god tree had absorbed the thunder and fire essences of countless failed extreme dual polarity symbols, and now it was finally beginning to grow once more. Lin Ming's mind shook. Because of the sudden change in the heretical god tree, a great deal of his fatigue had vanished. He watched as the heretical god tree absorbed the incomparably pure power of thunder and fire, and then began to extend its branches and leaves. In comparison to the previous evolutions of the heretical god tree, it didn't grow much. However, atop the crown of the tree, many strange lines began to appear. Lin Ming could see that these lines were Tao patterns formed from the great Tao laws. The heretical god tree was originally able to absorb the thunder and fire laws. Now, the fire and thunder laws that the heretical god tree absorbed were carved within it, and these laws faintly manifested the Azura heavenly Tao. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The heretical god force was an incredibly marvelous cultivation method. At the beginning stages of this cultivation method, one would form a heretical god seed. This heretical god seed didn't have a set path for growth. Depending on the different types of energies and laws that were used to water it, it would grow into a completely different type of heretical god tree. Lin Ming's heretical god tree contained many fire elementals and thunder sources, as well as the destructive flames and heavenly judgment lightning of 9-layered tribulation, and even Shao Ma Xian's nirvanic flames. With all of this gathered together, Lin Ming had now unknowingly poured in the Azura heavenly Tao through the tiny runes of the extreme dual polarity symbol, causing the Azura heavenly Tao to manifest in the heretical god tree and evolve once more. It had already been a long time since the heretical god tree last evolved. During this period of time, as Lin Ming's strength increased, the heretical god tree had absorbed far too much strength. With the extreme dual polarity symbol added on top of that, it finally succeeded in evolving. The heretical god force was a cultivation method that had followed Lin Ming since the start of his road of martial arts. Although it couldn't be called the strongest of all of Lin Ming's abilities, it was the one he had reached the highest boundary in, and was also the one from which he could bring out the greatest effects. Up until this now, the heretical god force had already saved Lin Ming's life at numerous critical junctures. Even many of Lin Ming's current attacks were based upon the heretical god force. Now, this current evolution of the heretical god force caused Lin Ming to perk up and be inspired. After he ate a soul recovery pill, he sat in meditation for a short 4 hours. Then he took out a variety of materials from his spatial ring and began to challenge the drawing plan of the extreme dual polarity symbol once more. When a person was madly obsessed with a matter, they would display a horrifying tenacity. At this time, when Lin Ming had drawn up the 764th tiny rune, he happily discovered to his surprise that because of the changes in the heretical god tree, the energy structure that was originally difficult to control became much more malleable and fluid. Although it hadn't reached perfection, Lin Ming was confident that in the next several days he would be able to overcome the greatest hurdle in transforming the extreme dual polarity symbol. At that time, he would be able to perfectly revise the extreme dual polarity symbol. As the treasure fair approached, Divine Rune City became increasingly lively with every passing day. A massive amount of martial artists flocked towards Divine Rune City from all directions. Divine Rune City's treasure fair was famed throughout the entire Inner Azura Road. It could be called one of the top 3 ranked great trade meetings of the whole Inner Azura Road. Whenever this time approached, all the treasures from the Inner Azura Road would be gathered and all the elites would converge. As for Divine Rune City, they would also lower the city entrance standards. They would no longer look at talent or whether or not one was a divine runic master. Rather, as long as one had sufficient wealth or treasures, they could enter Divine Rune City. As for the previous rule that disallowed saints from entering, this would also be cancelled during the period of the treasure fair. Divine Rune City would not harm their own benefits just because of the extreme Star Holy Lands War. And even if there were saint spies that entered, it would be impossible for them to cause a ruckus in this treasure fair, where masters were around every corner. It had to be known that in this treasure fair, even Empyreans would appear to buy the things they wanted. At this time, there was still a month until the treasure fair. Every inn within Divine Rune City was already filled to the brim. Some of the more luxurious inns would have a cost of over 10,000 origin energy runes a night, and one might not be able to rent these rooms, even if they had money. Many were forced to bring out their own dwellings and live on the outskirts of Divine Rune City. During the treasure fair, being able to live in Divine Rune City was a sign of status. Without status, one wouldn't even have the chance to rent a room. Chapter 16:19 Treasure Fair. Chapter 16:19 Treasure Fair. Divine Rune City's treasure fair was held by a business directly subordinate to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the Runic Pill Trade Association. Although the Runic Pill Trade Association's reputation wasn't too obvious, the truth was that the material warehouses of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the cashing in of contribution points, and many other shops and industries affiliated with the Divine Runic Masters Guild were all managed by the Runic Pill Trading Organization. The term runic pill came from the divine runic arts and the pill refining alchemy arts. In Divine Rune City, the divine runic arts, and alchemy came hand in hand. The Divine Runic Masters Guild established the Runic Pill Trading Organization in order to govern their vast fortune and innumerable assets. After all, when it came to business affairs, they needed people who were proficient in that aspect. Divine Runic Masters generally didn't have the time nor ability to manage such massive amounts of wealth. As the treasure fair was ready to go into full swing, in a 7th grade Divine Runic room at the Divine Runic Masters Guild, an exhausted Lin Ming was slumped down in front of a table. His face was pallid and streaming sweat, and he seemed completely drained. But at this time, a burning excitement was shining in his eyes. A moment ago, he had just completed the improved extreme dual polarity symbol. This also signaled the first time he completed an extreme dual polarity symbol. This improved version had a new name, a highly fitting one that was also very tyrannical, the heretical god symbol. The reason it was called this name was because Lin Ming had successfully improved the extreme dual polarity symbol, and he had relied entirely upon the heretical god tree's ability to control fire and thunder energies to do so. The successes of the heretical god symbol left Lin Ming feeling a deep sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. This was something he had used over half a year of painstaking efforts to complete. Only then did he succeed in creating this masterpiece of his. This improved divine runic symbol was the manifestation of Lin Ming's highest level of divine runic arts, even for a long time in the future. Even if Lin Ming truly stepped into the realm of a 6th grade divine runic master, he would find it hard to surpass today's accomplishments. Thinking about the entire creation process of the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming felt a stirring feeling in his heart. The reason he was able to succeed was entirely because of some coincidental lucky chances in addition to the evolution of the heretical god tree. If he had to turn back time and repeat this process over again, he might not necessarily succeed. Picking up the completed heretical god symbol, Lin Ming took a pen and wrote the Lin character on the bottom right corner. This was Lin Ming's brand. Besides the heretical god symbol, Lin Ming also drew up the improved version of the heavenly fire symbol. The various properties of the heavenly fire symbol couldn't be considered as outstanding amongst 5th grade divine runic symbols. Moreover, as with the improved version of the nirvanic tribulation flame symbol, Lin Ming found it much easier to revise because he knew the supporting theoretical basis behind it. At the bottom right corner of the heavenly fire symbol, Lin Ming also wrote his surname. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The one who arrived was Xiao Moxian. Today, Lin Ming decided to take a brief vacation. He made a plan with Xiao Moxian beforehand to go to the treasure fair and take a stroll through it. Of course, this was also to pave the way for the treasure fair half a month from now. In these past days, using the words lively or bustling wasn't enough to describe the atmosphere of Divine Rune City. On the streets, there were divine lords and holy lords everywhere. Many of these people hid their cultivation, so it was unwise to offend anyone. There were even great world kings and half-step empyreans mingling amongst the crowds during the treasure fair. Although the greatest auctions would come at the finale of the event, there were still many people trying to drum up interest in their own treasures. Thus, they participated in the treasure fair from the beginning. They would display their treasures to attract buyers at the treasure fair. Then, when the time for the auction came, they could sell for a good price. There were even many things that were sold during the treasure fair. Lin Ming had a specific goal, that was to find dragon saliva grass and a jade dragon horn. As for a heaven-devouring snake gallbladder and a primal jade quintessence, those could be found within the Divine Runic Masters Guild's warehouses. Originally, with Lin Ming's qualifications, he didn't have the authority to purchase such precious materials, but his performance this past year was far too eye-catching. Within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild, there was no one that didn't know of Lin Ming. This caused his status to be incomparable to what it was before. In addition, Lin Ming contributed all of the ultimate final divine runic art techniques he obtained from Torch River and the other two divine runic masters' memories, and completely handed them over to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Through these techniques, he was able to obtain the right to purchase the heaven-devouring snake, gallbladder, and primal jade quintessence. Walking through Divine Rune City, Lin Ming could feel the light being blocked out. Looking up, he saw a massive round structure floating high in the skies. This structure was 100 miles wide. It was incomparably massive as it floated in the skies of Divine Rune City. This building was built entirely with special obsidian. Beneath the bright sunlight, it sparkled with an intense black light. This was a massive floating castle. From far away, Lin Ming could see many martial artists passing in and out of this giant castle. They were like little bees flying in and out of a nest. This giant floating castle was the listed address where the Divine Runic Masters Guild held the treasure fair. Divine Rune City was a city where the roads were already paved with gold. Every inch of land was developed, and it was impossible to accommodate too many extra people. Thus, holding the treasure fair in the skies was the most appropriate solution. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew up towards the floating castle. After flying through the front gates, even though Lin Ming had been prepared, he was still shocked by the scene occurring before him. 100-mile wide space was easily spoken, but the truth was that it was similar to a mortal city in size. A mortal city a few dozen miles wide was already considered large, but for a 100-mile wide city, one couldn't even see the mountains from one side to the other. This sort of 100-mile wide floating castle had an incomparably broad space within it, as if it were a separate world. At this time, there was a massive channel in front of Lin Ming. This channel was enough to accommodate hundreds of flying individuals, and both sides of this giant channel were packed with shops. Every shop was the size of a palace. Their front gates were wide open as they faced the channel. Looking from afar, this place really did resemble the honeycomb structure of a beehive. Many martial artists flew through this channel, stopping by any shops that they were interested in. During this treasure fair, the cost to rent a space in this floating castle was astronomically high. Anyone that could afford it was a major seller. As for those that couldn't afford a shop, they also had a space. That was the giant market squares within. The market squares within the floating castle were 10 miles long and wide. They could easily hold 100,000 stalls. This is quite the grand event. Lin Ming praised. Xiao Moxian faintly smiled. Indeed, the Azure Road may be smaller than the Divine Realm, but in terms of liveliness and number of masters, I fear that it is far superior. Within Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, Xiao Moxian had seen many great scenes before, but to hold such an event where so many divine lords, holy lords, and world kings converged, all of them bringing out treasures to sell, this was a scene that Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace wasn't able to compare to. Young master, come and take a look at our clothes. Not only are they artistically crafted, but they are also practical. Let that pretty lady beside you try one on, and I'm sure her beauty will capture you. Lin Ming suddenly heard a sweet womanly voice sound out in his ears as he was speaking to Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming turned his head. At some point, he and Xiao Moxian had unknowingly approached a clothing shop. This shop had all sorts of robes and vestments on display. The worst of these were all medium-grade spirit artifacts. If Lin Ming were back to the time when he bought the Boundless World pill, these enhanced vestments would all be luxury items. But now, Lin Ming's strength surpassed that of an ordinary world king, and his wealth was countless times greater than that of a world king of the Divine Realm. Currently, buying a medium-grade spirit artifact vestment wouldn't be anything at all. Do you have anything of a higher quality? Lin Ming wasn't interested in these magic clothes, but he remembered that he had never gifted Xiao Moxian anything. Although Lin Ming didn't really care much for the quality of the clothes that this shop sold, the clothes themselves were actually quite artistic and beautiful. If Xiao Moxian were to wear them, They would definitely look beautiful on her. Of course, seeing Lin Ming open his pockets in such an extravagant manner, the saleswoman was even more attentive to him. She quickly brought out several of her shop's best articles of clothing, and Xiao Moxian chose one of them with a bright smile. To the current Lin Ming, 80,000 contribution points was nothing but a light drizzle. Xiao Moxian happily went to try on the clothes. To her, although these clothes were quite good-looking, the most important thing was that Lin Ming was buying them for her. "Miss, I would like to ask you something. There are several rare and precious materials I want to buy at this treasure fair. Where would I be able to find them?" Lin Ming borrowed this opportunity while he was buying clothes to ask where the rare and precious materials were located in the treasure fair. He didn't want to randomly wander about without aim. Rare and precious materials? How rare and precious! The saleswoman enchantingly smiled. Lin Ming's generosity had her treating him with a great deal of respect and joy. In contribution points 10 million and above. Lin Ming didn't want to sound too shocking thus. He only said 10 million. But in truth, the materials he wanted to buy were in the hundreds of millions. Even so, the young saleswoman covered her mouth in surprise. 10 million contribution points. Even some poorer world kings only had around 20 million or so points of wealth. And this young man in front of her wanted to buy materials that were 10 million points or above. Really, people couldn't be judged by their appearances. Those types of precious valuables are all exhibited in the central VIP hall of the castle. Some things are even in the hundreds of millions of points. But to enter the VIP hall, you'll need VIP status or at least 50 million points. The young saleswoman looked at Lin Ming with awe and gave him a map of the floating castle. "Thank you." Lin Ming glanced through this map. There was an extremely detailed explanation of every area, and it was highly helpful to Lin Ming. After leaving the shop, he and Xiao Moxian flew to the central VIP hall. The entire VIP hall was made with timeless godstones. Lin Ming showed a jade slip with at least 50 million contribution points and smoothly entered. As soon as he entered the VIP hall, everything became completely different. The VIP hall lacked the ruckus from outside, and there weren't as many people. Within the entire hall, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted about. This was the fragrance of the heavenly materials everywhere. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had high accomplishments in alchemy and immediately ascertained that the pills which could release such a smell would sell for at least 50 million. This filled Lin Ming with anticipation as he entered the VIP hall. Here perhaps he really could find the dragon saliva grass and jade dragon horn he needed. Chapter 1620, Divine Void Duke. Chapter 1620, Divine Void Duke. Sir, may I ask how I can help you? After Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian entered the VIP hall, a beautiful maid welcomed them. The treatment within the VIP hall was completely different from the outside. "I want a list of the treasures in the VIP hall." Lin Ming glanced at the maid. The maids in the VIP hall all wore uniforms, and they had the emblem of the Runic Pill Trading Company embroidered on their chests. Soon after, the maid handed a jade slip to Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was about to search through it, his heart chilled. In that moment, he had felt someone's sense pass swiftly and gently over him. This sense was decidedly covert. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's powerful soul force, then he wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Ming frowned. Just who was investigating him? That brief sense just now was icy cold, as if it harbored dark intentions. Lin Ming held the jade slip and quietly swept his sense outwards, probing the crowd in the hall. But he wasn't able to determine where this sense had come from. This caused Lin Ming to be increasingly wary. This meant the person's strength was even above his. If this person is so strong, could they be a great world king? Lin Ming was left puzzled. He had lived in seclusion within the Blue Moon sect for over 20 years, only studying the divine runic arts and alchemy. After he left, he went to Divine Rune City, where he painstakingly researched for over a year. During this time period, Lin Ming didn't think that he had provoked any enemies. As for his previous enemies, Tian Mingzi and Naki had already been killed by him. As for Heaven's Net, they shouldn't have any reason to keep focusing on him after 20 years of not doing anything. Moreover, if they wanted to do anything to him, they would have to heavily weigh the consequences. Lin Ming felt that there shouldn't be anyone focusing on him. So how come there was someone locking onto him as he was buying materials? Brother Lin, what is it? Xiao Moxin asked. She discovered that there was something unusual with Lin Ming. Nothing. There's just someone snooping on me, and their boundary is very high. Lin Ming said, keeping an eye out for anyone strange, but there's no need to worry about this person. As long as we're in Divine Rune City, there's nothing he can do against us. We just need to pay a little attention to this, and we'll be fine. This person will jump out on their own volition sooner or later. As Lin Ming spoke, his eyes brightened. Because of that unfriendly sense, he hadn't paid much attention to the jade slip. But now that he looked at it again, there were several things listed that caught his interest. Among these items was a top spirit treasure called a dragon contract, and the material used to refine this spirit treasure was the jade dragon horn that Lin Ming needed. 100 million-year jade dragon, and the blood marrow within the dragon horn is completely preserved. That's extremely rare. Unfortunately, it was already refined into a spirit treasure, so it is far more expensive than the original materials. Even so, I must buy it. This type of rare and precious material can only be found through a stroke of fate. Lin Ming only wanted to take the jade dragon horn for alchemy. As for the spirit treasure, he would need to discard it no matter how good it was. It was truly a pity. It looks like the 2 billion contribution points I've gathered won't be enough. There are many things on this list that I need. At that time, if I spend all my points on materials and miss out on all the other good things, that would be too unfortunate. Lin Ming made a quick calculation. The 2 billion points he gathered suddenly wasn't enough. He lacked too many contribution points. Sienna, let's see what quality that jade dragon horn is like. Okay, Xiao Moxin said. Like this, the two of them walked towards the exhibition of the dragon contract. And as Lin Ming walked away, not too far from them, there was a VIP restroom covered with intricate array formations that isolated all scents. The stylized floor was covered with fur rugs made from ancient vicious beasts. There was a tea table placed atop the rugs, and this tea table was surrounded by several men and women, all of them slowly sipping tea. A beautiful maid knelt on the rug, pouring tea for those present. Her tea skills were intricate and beautiful. I just bought some dark rainflower tea at this treasure fair. 100,000 points for one tael. Dark rainflowers can only be picked once every 10,000 years, and only after being cooked together with 72 different kinds of heavenly materials can this type of top-grade dark rainflower tea be made. This tea is wonderful. The points spent weren't wasted at all. The one who spoke was a blue-clothed man. He was dressed ordinarily and looked like a mortal scholar. His cultivation was obscured, and it was difficult to see his depths. And sitting beside him were several young men and women. These people all wore top-grade vestments and golden crowns. Their foundations were solid, and their looks were outstanding. It was clear they were elites among elites. And even so, these people clearly looked towards the blue-clothed man with respect. Around the tea table, besides the several young men and women, there was also an old man wrapped in a black cloak. His entire body exuded a grim atmosphere, and he seemed profoundly mysterious. Old Shadow, what is it? You seem to have something on your mind. The blue-clothed man looked at the black-cloaked old man, smiling as he spoke. This is wonderful tea. It will cool soon. It's nothing. I just saw someone I'm not too happy about, the black-cloaked man grimly said. Although his face was cloaked in darkness, one could still see a pair of sharp eyes like those of an eagle. As the black-cloaked old man spoke, the blue-clothed man's eyebrows arched up. What person could make old Shadow be so unhappy? Hee. The black-cloaked old man's lips twitched, and he dismally chuckled. A young boy who came from who knows where, he was able to create a fourth-grade divine runic symbol that could be used multiple times. It's called the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. Duke Fullmoon. You must have heard of this person already. It's Lin Ming. Right? It's him. The black-cloaked old man said, not too willing to mention this name. This person called Duke Fullmoon began to laugh. Old Shadow, it seems you've taken your defeat of copying the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol to heart. You can be called the #1 master amongst dark divine runic masters, but the reason you failed can't be blamed on yourself. I estimate that it must be an issue with the inheritance of this young man called Lin Ming. Duke Fullmoon candidly said. The black-cloaked old man sitting in front of him was Grandmaster Overflow, who had failed to copy the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol over half a year ago. Grandmaster Overflow's name was Shadow Overflow. It was just that very few people knew his name. The treasure fair held by the Divine Runic Masters Guild was one of the grandest events of the Inner Azura Road. As a dark divine runic master, Overflow naturally wouldn't miss out on such festivities. He was also counting on this treasure fair to find some rare and precious materials as well as other treasures. But the reputation of a dark divine runic master was too sour to the ears. Many orthodox divine runic masters who considered themselves righteous were nearly unable to coexist with dark divine runic masters. As someone who lived in the dark world, if Shadow Overflow wanted to attend the treasure fair, he could only hide his status. Inheritance, Shadow Overflow's eyes shined with a cold light. He had also thought of this point before. Shadow Overflow's feelings towards Lin Ming could be described as utter hate. Although Lin Ming had never deliberately provoked Shadow Overflow, it was because of Lin Ming's Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols that Shadow Overflow lost 200 million points in array discs. Not just that, but his reputation had suffered a massive blow. Now, it had become known in the entire Dark Divine Runic Master community that Grandmaster Overflow had lost to a brat in the Divine Runic Arts. This left him even more depressed. And as representatives of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, those orthodox Divine Runic Masters all viewed Shadow Overflow as a joke. How could Shadow Overflow be happy with all of this? All of the unfortunate events that happened to him had been thanks to Lin Ming. Thus, even if Lin Ming hadn't left the Divine Runic Masters Guild for over a year, he had still somehow managed to inexplicably make an enemy. In these past several months, Shadow Overflow specifically gathered information related to Lin Ming. He was able to see Lin Ming's appearance through a phantom image, and thus was able to recognize him. Lin Ming, Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol. Duke Fullmoon stirred his tea with the cup lid, his lips curving up in a grin. Seeing Duke Fullmoon's expression, Shadow Overflow's thoughts stirred as he guessed something. Duke Fullmoon, have you taken a liking to Lin Ming's inheritance? Ha ha! Duke Fullmoon laughed out loud. That's right, this young man called Lin Ming seems to have started studying the Divine Runic Arts not too long ago. He should be in possession of a unique inheritance completely different from what is known today. And I value this inheritance very much. If Lin Ming was able to improve the Havoc Flame symbol, it must be because of this inheritance. Old Shadow had never come into contact with Lin Ming's school of technique and thus didn't understand his type of inheritance, so it's natural for you to have failed. So, Old Shadow didn't lose to a young man like Lin Ming, but to the mysterious inheritance behind him. As Duke Fullmoon said this, Shadow Overflow's complexion became slightly better. After all, he didn't believe that a junior like Lin Ming could surpass him in attainments of the Divine Runic Arts. If he lost, it had to be because of this strange inheritance. Duke Fullmoon said, "I suspect that this inheritance Lin Ming studies has a special method that allows divine runic symbols to be used repeatedly. But Lin Ming has only managed to transform a havoc flame symbol, and the value of that isn't too heaven-defying. No matter how strong a peak 4th grade divine runic symbol is, it is still a 4th grade divine runic symbol. For this inheritance to be left in Lin Ming's hands is too great a waste. But if it were in my hands, then I would be able to display its full abilities." As Duke Fullmoon spoke, his eyes shined with a dazzling light. Shadow Overflow cackled. His heart moved to happiness. Duke Fullmoon is indeed bold. I also wish to obtain this boy's inheritance, but it seems there is a powerful master standing behind him. Thus I haven't dared to act rashly. Hearing this, Duke Fullmoon laughed dismissively, thinking little of it. His master is just an Empyrean, right? Even a great influence like the Divine Runic Masters Guild or the Extreme Star Holy Lands wouldn't dare to offend an Empyrean. But for my Divine Void Divine Kingdom, it's just a little bit of trouble. It's not considered much at all. Duke Fullmoon was fully confident in his words, and he had the capital to be confident. Although his strength was only that of a world king, he had the backing of Divine Void Divine Kingdom, and Divine Void Divine Kingdom was a true divinity level influence. In the past, the two greatest peak Empyreans of the Spiritas were Divine Mist and Divine Void. These two peak Empyreans were blood brothers, but afterwards, Divine Mist went missing and Divine Void stepped into the realm of true divinity. From that point on, the myth of Divine Void Divine Kingdom was born. Speaking to here, Duke Fullmoon stood up and said, "We're leaving. Old Shadow, let's go and meet this Lin Ming." Chapter 16:21, Jade Dragon Horn. Chapter 16:21, Jade Dragon Horn. Here, with the young maid guiding them, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian arrived at the center of the Flying Castle's VIP hall. The ground here was formed from clear crystal glass. This sort of crystal had no impurities at all. If one didn't reach out to touch it, it would be difficult to even tell it was there. The crystal glass beneath was empty space. As one walked over the crystal, they could see the skies from 100,000 feet up in the air. Looking down, one could see the incomparably vast divine rune city stretching to the horizon. From this height, the massive palaces and temples of the city became as small as toys, and the people walking along the streets became smaller than ants. Walking here, one felt as if they were walking over the entirety of Divine Rune City. "Sir, the exhibition room over there is the display room for the Dragon Contract Spirit Treasure. If you wish to enter, you must abide by the trading rules." The young maid gave a jade slip to Lin Ming. The jade slip was engraved with the words "Treasure Fair Trading Rules." Lin Ming swept over the jade slip. There were dozens of rules listed in it. The basics of it were that all trading must be done voluntarily and fairly, and once a transaction was made, it was permanent. One couldn't buy or sell and then refuse on a whim. Lin Ming took the jade slip and smiled. He placed 100 contribution points onto the badge on the young maid's chest. Seeing this, the young maid was ecstatic. This tip was several times a year's wage. As the girl happily left, Lin Ming stepped into the display room. This display room for the Dragon Contract was 10 feet wide and long. There were a variety of objects placed within the room. The most eye-catching of these objects was a dragon carved from white jade placed upon a pedestal in the center of the room. This dragon was carved in an exquisitely lifelike manner, as if it were about to come to life at any moment. The white jade dragon's claws held a jade box. This jade was surrounded with a number of array formations. With a brief probe, Lin Ming could estimate that the strength of these array formations could even hold back a world king powerhouse. However, Even though these array formations separated Lin Ming from the box, he could still feel that a powerful strength was locked within it. The surging blood vitality coming from it left one's heart racing. If he wasn't wrong, then this jade box held the dragon contract that was refined with a jade dragon horn. This grade of treasure is likely an Empyrean spirit treasure. It must be ridiculously expensive, seeing that this jade chest was around a square foot. Lin Ming could guess that this dragon contract was a foot long at most. A true jade dragon horn could be 1,000 feet long, but using some arcane skills, one could shrink it down, concentrating it. For instance, Lin Ming's Azure Dragon Bone had been refined by M.O. Riverbliss using a secret technique and turned into dragon bone relics. As Lin Ming walked into the room, a fat shopkeeper narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Although Lin Ming was young and his cultivation wasn't too high, the fat shopkeeper wouldn't underestimate him. Anyone that entered the VIP hall could not be looked at with contempt. This was especially true for the youths because they likely had some great influence standing behind them. "Sir, are you interested in the dragon contract?" The fat shopkeeper stood up from his chair, a wide smile on his face. He had a divine lord cultivation and was only a guard for this small display room. The treasures here belonged to his master. "Can you take it out for a look?" Lin Ming asked. His sense was isolated out by the array formations, so it was impossible for him to see what was inside. The fat shopkeeper shook his head. "I am very sorry, but the dragon contract is sealed in the array formation so that even I cannot take it out. No matter which guest comes, they can only look in from the outside. The true auction will begin a month from now, and once it starts, Sir will naturally be able to see its true colors." Lin Ming nodded. It was reasonable to maintain the mystery around a treasure of this level. This dragon contract is an Empyrean spirit treasure? That's right. This is a treasure found by my family's master on a mystic realm venture. During that venture into the mystic realm, there were over 10 world kings participating. But with my family's master having a great destiny upon his body, he was the one to luckily survive the dangers and obtain this item. The fat shopkeeper vividly illustrated the origins of the dragon contract. Lin Ming didn't doubt this. It was normal for a mystic realm with Empyrean spirit treasures to have dozens of world kings exploring it. He quietly calculated the price of this dragon contract. Although it was worse than the Primordius Gate and Primordius Bell, it wasn't too far off. A month later, its auction price would definitely be ridiculous. Lin Ming increasingly felt that the 2 billion points he had was far from enough. In a short month, he had to find some way to gain another massive amount of points. Otherwise, he would be in danger of losing in the auctions he wanted to win. And these materials could only be found through serendipity. If he failed this time, he didn't know when he would next have this chance. Lin Ming wasn't able to wait this long. "Can you reveal the starting price?" Lin Ming asked. "Well, it hasn't been decided yet, but it should be between 500 million and 1 billion. I understand." This price was well within Lin Ming's anticipating. As for the final auction price, he wouldn't be surprised if it was at least double. "Sir, although the dragon contract isn't for sale yet, there are still some items here that you may be interested in. Would you like to take a look at them?" As the fat shopkeeper spoke, he took out many items. Things that were able to be displayed in the VIP hall naturally weren't ordinary. Lin Ming swept over the items and quickly discovered extremely valuable spirit artifacts and high-grade pills. However, these things didn't draw Lin Ming's attention. What he cared about was a necklace. Lin Ming had amazing eyesight. At a glance, he was able to see that there was a divine runic symbol on this necklace. Lin Ming had inherited Torch River and the others' memories, so he had a deep understanding of the different types of divine runic symbols. He was able to recognize that this was a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol, one that even approached the 7th grade. It was called the Heart Spirit symbol. Its function was to use the necklace to remember a person's soul, aura, Then the master of this necklace could use the necklace to communicate with that person. As long as they were in the same universe, even if they were separated by 10 quadrillion miles, the necklace with the heart spirit symbol would still be able to send a message. This was something that no sound transmitting talisman could compare with. Although the heart spirit symbol was a peak 6th grade divine runic symbol, it only had the single function of facilitating communication, and this was limited to only 2 people. Thus, the effects weren't as great as those of other peak 6th grade divine runic symbols. Moreover, a great deal of rare and precious materials were needed to draw it, and the cost was astronomical, so very few divine runic masters drew one. Still, there would occasionally be a divine runic master that would spend a great deal of effort to draw up this divine runic symbol. This was mostly when there was a special need for it. For instance, to protect certain important individuals. As long as 2 people were in the same realm, regardless of where they were, they could instantly locate the other person. Lin Ming was skilled, but he had yet to truly step into the boundary of a 6th grade divine runic master, so it was impossible for him to draw up a heart spirit symbol. Even Torch River and the others wouldn't draw up a heart spirit symbol. But this necklace was actually useful to Lin Ming. He planned to buy it and gift it to Xiao Moxian. If so, he could communicate with her at any time and know what her current situation was. This would be tremendously useful for the final trial. If Lin Ming passed the final trial and was able to bring the Azura Heavenly Tao laws back to the divine realm, this necklace would still be able to be used. At that time, Lin Ming could also know what Xiao Moxian's circumstances were in Demon Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, he would be endlessly worried that Empyrean Demon Dawn would find some clue about him on Xiao Moxian and keep her under house arrest. This necklace, how much is it? Sir has great eyes. This necklace is called the 1,000-mile Heart Link. It is the best gift to give one's lover. At any time, anywhere, you will be able to contact them. The price is 30 million points. The fat shopkeeper said, looking at Xiao Moxian with flattering eyes. Xiao Moxian wrinkled her nose. This is too expensive. 30 million to buy a necklace for communication? Still, Lin Ming remembered the treasure fair trading rules that he looked over earlier. One of the rules stated that all items had to be clearly marked with the auction price. In particular, within the VIP hall, all items were price marked beforehand, and the Runic Pill Trading Organization even sent people to specifically verify that these items were accurately priced. With Lin Ming's experience, he knew that this 1,000-mile Heart Link was indeed worth this price. Although it had a very niche function, the cost to manufacture it was extremely high. He said, "I'll buy it." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out a contribution point jade slip and sent 30 million point runes fluttering out. "Big brother Lin, you still have an auction in a month." Xiao Moxian anxiously pulled on Lin Ming's arm. "Having another 30 million for the auction won't matter. If I buy this necklace now, it will definitely be useful later." Lin Ming vaguely said, paying the points. "Great." The fat shopkeeper was overjoyed as he saw these 30 million points. After buying this necklace, but before taking it in hand, a voice resounded from behind him. 1,000-mile Heart Link? That's a good name. Shopkeeper, forget that transaction. I am interested in that necklace. Lin Ming turned around as he heard this voice. He saw 4 or 5 men in feathered robes. These robes all appeared similar. It was clear they came from the same influence. And beside these young men and women was a black-cloaked old man. This old man caught Lin Ming's attention. From this old man's body, Lin Ming could feel an icy cold aura, and this icy cold aura was the same as the one Lin Ming felt when he first entered the VIP hall. It was this person? He was spying on me? Lin Ming frowned. He simply didn't have the slightest impression of who this old man was, and this should be the first time they met. So why would this person be targeting him? Hidden in his black cloak, Shadow Overflow darkly smiled as he noticed Lin Ming's gaze. From beneath his shadowy cloak, one could only make out his old and withered lips, looking extremely bleak. Chapter 16:22, Suppressing Full Moon. Chapter 16:22, Suppressing Full Moon. Seeing the black-cloaked old man and the blue-clothed man appear, Lin Ming had a sudden premonition that these people did not come here for the 1,000-mile Heartlink, but for himself. He quietly watched as the blue-clothed man who looked like an ordinary mortal scholar and the peculiar black-cloaked old man approached. "Shopkeeper, I heard that you were selling that necklace for 30 million. I will add another 10 million, so how about selling it to me instead?" As Duke Fullmoon spoke, he glanced over at a captivating woman near him. "Junior apprentice Sister Ching, your birthday is approaching, so how about I make a gift of this necklace? If you wear it, I'm sure you'll be even more beautiful." The young woman standing beside Duke Fullmoon was indeed a ravishing beauty, pleasing to the eyes. Hearing Duke Fullmoon suddenly offer her such a precious gift, her heart skipped a beat. She found this hard to imagine. She was Duke Fullmoon's lover, yes, but she wasn't too special amongst his several other lovers. Duke Fullmoon had never given her anything so precious before. "Really?" This junior apprentice Sister Ching smiled, pleasantly surprised. "Of course I'm for real." Duke Fullmoon traced her cheeks. Then he turned to Lin Ming, a grin on his face. He hadn't taken a liking to this necklace. His only goal here was to probe Lin Ming. If the master behind Lin Ming was a true divinity, and not an Empyrean, then any amount of points would be nothing to Lin Ming. Although Duke Fullmoon felt that the chances there was a true divinity master behind Lin Ming were extremely low, he still had to be careful about this. A true divinity was someone he absolutely could not offend. Lin Ming frowned, not responding. As for the shopkeeper that was selling the necklace, he froze. He received a commission for selling any item, and the higher he sold it for the more he would make. He certainly hoped to sell a higher-priced necklace to Duke Fullmoon. And at this time, junior apprentice Sister Ching looked at Xiao Moxian with haughty eyes, like the enormous sense of superiority a rich person felt against the poor. Xiao Moxian only coldly laughed. She looked at Duke Fullmoon and that junior apprentice Sister Ching, as if she were looking at a flock of bumbling idiots wasting another 10 million to compete for something like this. Is there any meaning to it? Someone that brags about their money just because they have some great influence standing behind them. I really wonder if these people are fools or just insane. Xiao Moxian naturally didn't know why these people had come over to antagonize Lin Ming. Instead, she simply considered all of them wastrels of their generation. Duke Fullmoon's complexion sank. As he listened to Xiao Moxian, he felt an anger he couldn't voice. Xiao Moxian turned to Lin Ming and spoke, as if it didn't matter at all. "Big Brother Lin, if he wants to fight for that necklace, then let him. I have no interest in it. Someone is selling it for 30 million, and he doesn't think it's expensive enough, so he wants to add another 10 million. What a special fellow he is." Xiao Moxian had extremely good eyesight. Looking at the clothes that Duke Fullmoon wore, she was able to approximately judge his net worth. If this was the type of person that came from a large influence and liked to randomly stir up trouble, just because, then there was nothing good that could come from quarreling with them. Although Lin Ming was wealthy and he could definitely compete for this 1,000-mile Heartlink, he was stretched for money and couldn't spend it on something as insignificant as this. If he really decided to compete with these people in terms of money, then that would truly be silly. Thus, Xiao Moxian said what she said to comfort Lin Ming and make it easier for him to give up. Lin Ming knew just what Xiao Moxian was trying to do. He faintly smiled. "If I'm buying something, I definitely won't let others take it away. Moreover, this necklace is indeed useful to us." "Big Brother Lin, what are you—" Xiao Moxian was startled. In her opinion, Lin Ming wasn't irrational like this. Just because they were bitten by a mad dog on the streets didn't mean they should get on the floor and bite back. It's fine. Lin Ming waved his hand. Duke Fullmoon was surprised by these words. He thought that Lin Ming would give up the 1,000-mile heart link with Xiao Moxian's urging, but he didn't think that Lin Ming would say these words instead. How amusing. Since you're interested, then let's have a little competition. I'll add another 10 million to make it 50 million. What about you? Duke Fullmoon looked at Lin Ming with provocation in his eyes. Lin Ming only smiled and looked to the fat shopkeeper. At this time, the fat shopkeeper's forehead was dripping with sweat. This was because he was excited, but also because he was afraid. He was someone that barely managed to break into the Divine Lord realm by relying on accumulating to his age, as well as using a variety of pills. He was nothing but an old steward that was unlikely to have any more achievements in his life. He was well aware that those guests able to enter the VIP hall all had extraordinary backgrounds. Moreover, he could also feel that although this Lin Ming was dressed ordinarily, he absolutely wasn't ordinary, even for those people here. With two dragons battling, he didn't want to offend either one of them. But he also wanted to obtain more advantages, so this made him lean towards the one that offered a higher price. Seeing Lin Ming look at him, the fat shopkeeper squeezed out a sweaty smile. He said with a dry mouth, "That guest has put forth a bid of 50 million. Do you plan on?" "Plan on what?" Lin Ming asked in return. He pointed towards the contribution points jade slip in the fat shopkeeper's hand. "You seem to have mistaken something here. I offered you 30 million points, and you have already accepted. The transaction is complete, and the necklace is mine. If anyone is to sell it, then that would be me." As Lin Ming spoke, he placed a jade slip on the table. This jade slip was a copy of the Treasure Fair trading rules that the young maid had given him earlier. Although the dozens of rules listed in the Treasure Fair trading rules seemed like nonsense, it was actually quite useful at this time. These were rules that everyone at the Treasure Fair had to follow. Of these rules, one was that all trades had to be done fairly and voluntarily. And there was also one more rule. All transactions were permanent once completed. And Lin Ming had completed the transaction with the fat shopkeeper just now. Lin Ming unhurriedly took out a recording array disc. Before the shopkeeper could respond, Lin Ming recorded the 30 million points that the fat shopkeeper held onto an illusory magic array. The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't know how to react. Duke Fullmoon frowned. "You consider that as having completed the transaction? Although you paid the points, you still haven't taken the necklace. If this is a transaction, isn't it only half finished?" "Is that so?" Then Lin Ming slowly took out 2 sound-transmitting talismans and smiled at Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow. "If you two are targeting me, then you must know my status already, right? If you know who I am, then you should also know that it won't be a problem for me to contact several elders in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. How do you think they will rule on this matter?" Dragons could not bully local snakes. Within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming could be called an influential person with a number of connections. Although that old Shui and old Su seemed like cheeky old fogies who liked to waste their time, for better or worse, they were true and blue elders of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Although old Shui normally tried to tease and take advantage of Lin Ming, when facing outsiders, he absolutely wouldn't shield them. How could he allow himself and his colleagues to be bullied at their own home? Duke Fullmoon's complexion became much uglier. He certainly knew of Lin Ming's fame. Lin Ming was a talented individual that the Divine Runic Masters Guild was carefully raising. How could someone that could successfully create the improved Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol be ignored? The Treasure Fair trading rules state at the front that anyone who dares violate the rules of the Treasure Fair will lose their trading qualifications, whether they are buyers or sellers. I have no idea who you are and what influence you originate from, but in Divine Rune City, you follow the rules of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. If you insist on breaking the rules, then, according to the rules, I must ask you to leave the city." Lin Ming's words were spoken clearly and calmly, but his words held a momentum that could not be refused. Duke Fullmoon couldn't find the words to argue back. As for that fat shopkeeper, his entire face was dripping sweat, and he couldn't help but wipe himself clean. It was like Lin Ming said, if he truly didn't follow the rules and give the necklace to Lin Ming, then he would be asked to leave Divine Rune City. Once that happened, his master would blame him, and he definitely would not be able to withstand the punishment. Interesting. How interesting. Even though Duke Fullmoon knew he had lost in this first confrontation with Lin Ming, the gloomy look on his face still rapidly disappeared, and the confident smile appeared once more. "I've underestimated you. Although this was a minor matter, and Lin Ming's methods couldn't be considered too clever, Duke Fullmoon was still a bit more wary of Lin Ming. He had also obtained a copy of the Treasure Fair trading rules, and didn't look over it much because he thought it was a bunch of nonsense. He never imagined that Jade slip with pages of nonsense would be the reason he lost to Lin Ming just now. All things considered, Lin Ming was more careful than he was. This sort of person, when exploring a mystic realm, could often find advantages in the environment to overcome their enemy. Xiao Moxian also never imagined that Lin Ming would have this move. She grinned, revealing a tiny pair of canines. She was originally a proud and arrogant genius, and she definitely didn't like having her spotlight be stolen by another woman she considered nothing but a pretty vase. She smiled with deep satisfaction and said, "Well, if you want to put forth 300 million, then I can consider selling this necklace to you." These words were deliberately spoken by Xiao Moxian to irritate these people. 300 million. Hee hee. Duke Fullmoon bleakly laughed. He didn't need this 1,000-mile heartlink necklace to begin with, and he certainly wouldn't give Lin Ming a random 300 million points. "You seem to be short on money." Duke Fullmoon meaningfully looked at Xiao Moxian. From the way Xiao Moxian was afraid that Lin Ming would lose money struggling with him, he could infer that Lin Ming's current economic situation wasn't doing too well. At this time, Shadow Overflow's sound transmission reached Duke Fullmoon's ears. Duke Fullmoon's thoughts stirred, and he grinned. "So that's how it is. You want to buy this dragon contract? What a coincidence. The item I'm looking forwards to the most is also this dragon contract. That 1,000-mile heartlink has a clearly marked price, so you use the rules to gain an advantage over me, but this dragon contract is to be auctioned fair and square. I want to see at that time just how you'll compete with me." Shadow Overflow had been using his sense to spy on Lin Ming from the start. Thus he naturally knew Lin Ming wanted to buy the Jade Dragon Horn. Chapter 1623. Target. Chapter 1623. Target. Yeah. Compete with me for the dragon contract. Lin Ming's heart chilled. Although he appeared to remain calm, his mind was racing as he considered this blue-clothed man's words. Their words and actions seemed to be targeting me, probing me. Lin Ming slyly smiled. Within the inner Azura Road, this sort of massive treasure fair that had all sorts of top-quality pills, divine runic symbols, and Empyrean spirit treasures for sale would attract influences from all over. At this treasure fair, there were more divine lords than dogs. Holy lords walked everywhere, and there were even a massive number of world kings. Even half-step Empyreans were hidden amongst the crowds. If one were to casually provoke someone, they might end up being someone with a powerful background. The dragon contract refined with the Jade Dragon Horn cost a minimum of 500 million points. This was not a price that the average person could put forth. And this blue-clothed man and black-cloaked old man had come from nowhere, and then signaled that they were going to compete with him for the dragon contract. It was clear that their origins were great. Lin Ming couldn't help but find this a bit strange. Ever since arriving at the inner Azura Road, he basically didn't make any enemies. Yet these two people came from out of nowhere, and also originated from a great influence. So just how were they connected? After sifting through his memories, Lin Ming still couldn't find a clue as to who they were. So, he simply put this line of thinking to the side. Lin Ming nonchalantly glanced at the black-cloaked old man. This old man seemed to have a familiar atmosphere to him, the atmosphere of a divine runic master. Different situations called for different measures. If these people were probing his financial situation, he absolutely could not show the slightest hint of weakness. Otherwise, once these people discovered what his financial bottom line was, they would bide their time until the auction began, and then make targeted bids against him. This would be extremely disadvantageous for him. You also want the dragon contract? Lin Ming's eyes were indifferent. He lifted his gaze and looked at the blue-clothed man. Although his voice wasn't loud, it held the tone of inevitable victory. Duke Fullmoon's eyes flashed as he welcomed Lin Ming's gaze. A taunting smile curved up his face. Yes, there are many things I am interested in at this auction. And of those things I am interested in, there is nothing I cannot obtain. Duke Fullmoon's words were similarly sharp. Xiao Moxian watched on from the side, her eyes filled with loathing and disgust as she glared at this Duke Fullmoon. To be fair, this Duke's words weren't too hateful, but the tone in which he spoke and the contempt in his eyes was far too aggravating. If this were the divine realm, she might have already dug this dog's eyes out. But this was the Azure Road, and her situation was different to how it used to be. They had no backing here, and their wealth was also limited. Xiao Moxian could only puff out her cheeks and glare at Duke Fullmoon with eyes that could kill. See you in a month, then. Lin Ming lightly smiled. His eyes slowly swept over Duke Fullmoon and Shadow Overflow's faces as he imprinted them deep in his mind. In any case, these two people were hostile to him, so remaining a bit vigilant was always good. After leaving behind these words, Lin Ming took Xiao Moxian's hand and left. The moment he turned, he frowned. This was a bit of a headache, to think that there would actually be competition that appeared. At the time of the treasure fair, he feared that it would be hard to obtain the things he wanted. Points. He had to earn some more points. This smelly brat really has no manners to think he would dare to take the last word against the Duke. It seems he doesn't know how high the heavens are. Junior apprentice Sister Qing leaned against Duke Fullmoon's shoulders, sending a disdainful glance at the fading Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. According to what he said, it seems he believes that he'll win against you at the treasure fair. Duke Fullmoon smiled. Win against me? They are far from enough. In that brief probe just now, although Lin Ming was airtight and didn't reveal anything, Duke Fullmoon's intuition told him that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were people with deep backgrounds, nor were they too wealthy. The dragon contract required over 1 billion points to win, and that was the bare minimum. That was a massive amount of wealth. And even as a duke of the divine, void divine kingdom, taking out all of that at once was still painful. In regards to Lin Ming's words, he hadn't taken them to heart, but his gaze was a bit sharper. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ming looked at him and the apathetic disdain in his eyes caused him to not be too happy. This brat can endure. Shadow Overflow walked over. His eyes stared at Lin Ming's departing back, flickering in the dark of his cloak. Send some people to keep an eye on him and keep looking up any information on him. It's impossible that he'll be a good little boy and hand over the secrets of his divine runic arts inheritance. We must be prepared. Duke Fullmoon thoughtfully said. The air around the grand and splendid divine rune city was filled with mysterious fluctuations of energy. All year long, the only season was a warm spring. Gentle sunlight fell down from skies, falling onto the buildings and creating mottled shadows. Wandering through the city, Xiao Moxian could feel the warmth of the person hugging her wrap around her. Even though she couldn't be called happy, her earlier anger and worries diluted a great deal. Big Brother Lin, those people were just disgusting. I just wanted to take a stroll around the treasure fair. But now even my mood is ruined by them, Xiao Moxian said, twisting her lips. She hung her head down. nestling into Lin Ming's warm chest, feeling weak and not wanting to leave. Just treat them as nothing. Lin Ming smiled, letting go of the playful and beautiful girl. Xiao Moxin chuckled, and then coldly snorted as she thought of the events again. A faint killing intent rolled off her. Humph! If this was the divine realm, I would have already killed them. To dare speak to my Lin Ming like that. Lin Ming shrugged. To him, the events of today were only a small interlude. He simply didn't take it to heart. However, this small event did remind him that there would be many more hardships than he thought if he wanted to obtain the treasures he wanted from the treasure fair a month from now. He needed to earn more money. He needed to make more preparations. After flying straight back to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Lin Ming strode directly into his 7th grade Divine Runic room. Because he had successfully produced the Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbol and caused the reputation of the Divine Runic Masters Guild to rise to new heights, his fame was completely different from before. The guards all treated him with respect and didn't stop his movements. At the entrance of the 7th grade Divine Runic room, he could see familiarly enchanting figures standing there. Wearing a dress with a plunging neckline, Suya's bombastic figure was outlined in a soul-stirring manner. Her black hair hung down like a waterfall, shining with a gorgeous brilliance in the sunlight. Her collar was lowered to the point of revealing her collarbones and downwards to the deep and snowy valley of her chest. In addition to the sensual atmosphere that surrounded her, she exhibited a unique charm. Suya's eyes shined as she saw Lin Ming. She had already been waiting here for some time. Her eyes glanced over at Xiao Moxian happily walking as she held onto Lin Ming's arm. She didn't know why, but a faint feeling of jealousy appeared in her heart. But she quickly suppressed this feeling, and a welcoming smile appeared on her face. Sir Lin is indeed burdened with a myriad of affairs every day. I've already been waiting here for you for 6 hours. I wonder if Sir Lin has any available time. We're in need of another batch of divine runic symbols. Before she finished speaking, Lin Ming had already brought Xiao Moxian and rushed past her like a breeze of wind. He threw back some faint words. I'm not available for the time being. Suya froze in place as she heard the door to the divine runic room open and then slam shut. She couldn't help but bitterly smile. What should she do now? Ever since Lin Ming had finished the first batch of Nirvanic Tribulation Flame symbols, the Extreme Star Holy Land's dependence on Lin Ming increased with every day. These past days, Lin Ming seemed to be making some big movements within the 7th grade Divine Runic room. The surging power of Divine Runic arts within was much stronger than before. One couldn't help but think that he was creating a new Divine Runic symbol. The Extreme Star Holy Lands had already tasted the benefits, so they wanted to monopolize these new divine runic symbols if possible. And Suya was the only person who could probe the situation for them. But now, Lin Ming hadn't even given Suya the chance to speak. This was the first time that Suya ever felt powerless and frustrated in front of a man. This man, Suya looked unwillingly at the tightly shut door of the 7th grade Divine Runic room. She bit her lips, her thoughts rapidly turning. To be honest, Lin Ming really wasn't in the mood to deal with Suya. The treasure fair was only a month away, and his points were far from enough. If he mass-produced divine runic symbols for the Extreme Star Holy Lands, he clearly wouldn't make enough points in the time he had. His greatest hope was to invest all of his efforts into the 2 divine runic symbols he had been researching, the improved Heavenly Fire symbol and Heretical God symbol. These 2 divine runic symbols were far stronger than the improved Havoc Flame symbol he first created. He would definitely be able to exchange them for more points. Upon entering the divine runic room, Lin Ming went into a quasi-enlightened state. His entire being was immersed in recalling the comprehensions of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. In front of him, Xiao Moxian was skillfully bringing out the materials that Lin Ming needed to draw up the improved Heavenly Fire symbol. Her actions were practiced and familiar as she lined up the mountain of various materials, placing them on the spirit stone table near Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian had a deep, tacit understanding with Lin Ming, nearly reaching a state where their hearts and minds were connected. With just a glance, without needing words, she could accurately make out what he was thinking, as if she could read his thoughts. After the preparation of materials was complete, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His hands flew out as a blue spirit root flew into his grip. He began to carefully extract the juices, not even relying too much on the array formations in this room. Although these 7th-grade array formations were astronomically expensive and useful, there were still some crucial materials that needed to be handled by Lin Ming. This was because the requirements for drawing up the heretical god symbol were far too high. Even a 7th-grade array formation wasn't enough. The only materials that Lin Ming would allow the array formations to process were the ones that weren't important. Chapter 1624, Soul Recovery Symbol. Chapter 1624, Soul Recovery Symbol. Within the divine runic room, the air was hot like boiling magma. The heat manifested in curling crimson-red undulations of energy. The temperature so high it left one staggering for breath. Even the light within this room was twisted like waves due to the high heat. Even though this was a 7th-grade divine runic room with many spells and array formations surrounding it, a massive amount of the power of fire still radiated outside. And the source of this tremendous power of fire was the discarded pieces of materials scattered over the floor, materials used for the heavenly fire symbol. Lin Ming was far too exhausted. Even a thin layer of salt had appeared on his eyebrows from the amount of evaporated sweat. In these past several days, he had almost never closed his eyes. The closer the treasure fair was, the more he was forced to seize every second of time available to him. Without the wealth of a powerful influence backing him, he could only rely on himself. To Lin Ming, the spirit medicines and spirit treasures at the treasure fair were all astronomically expensive. Soul force continually flowed out from his fingertips, manipulating the divine runic pen as it left traces of light and shadow in space. Using the extracted juice of materials, Lin Ming left behind lines of tiny runes in the void. Every tiny line left behind a glowing brilliance and emitted a power of fire that wilted the mind. Every single stroke of the runes required an immaculate level of technical skill. The tiniest deviation would lead to the flame patterns coming into conflict with each other and then exploding. After Lin Ming absorbed the memories of 3 divine runic masters, when combined with his profound understanding of the Azura heavenly Tao laws, as well as his current skill in the divine runic arts, theoretically speaking, his chances of failing to successfully draw up a divine runic symbol were extremely low. Moreover, he had also successfully drawn up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol before. But the production of these 2 divine runic symbols was the pinnacle of Lin Ming's understanding into the theory behind divine runic symbols, as well as the peak of his current skill level. Thus, if he wanted to draw up the improved heavenly fire symbol and heretical god symbol once again, every step he did would push him to the limit. Constantly chasing after his limits was a rapidly tiring matter. These 2 divine runic symbols had an extremely high fusion compatibility with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Every tiny stroke of the runes formed a mosaic that was able to combine and shift together to form an exponential number of changes. The slightest mistake would create damage to the overall structure of tiny runes, possibly even causing an explosion. This meant that Lin Ming needed to invest every ounce of focus into his work, to concentrate every thought into controlling the divine runic pen. During a sustained period of high concentration, it was easy to consume a massive amount of soul force. If Lin Ming hadn't cultivated Empyrean Divine Miss Soul Force cultivation method and had his previous soul force intensity, he would definitely be far too tired to do anything, and might have even caused permanent damage to his soul. In the history of divine runic arts, there were some divine runic masters that in order to draw up a peerlessly powerful and infinitely marvelous divine runic symbol would directly consume their mind and soul and die in their divine runic room. The improved heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming was drawing, in terms of difficulty and finesse required, was enough to annihilate the mind of a fourth-grade divine runic master. The original heavenly fire symbol had more than 800 flame-based tiny runes combined, and there were countless array formation marks within. But Lin Ming's improved heavenly fire symbol had over 1,000 flame-based tiny runes added within, as well as over 10,000 elaborate array formation marks interspersed throughout. This allowed the heavenly fire symbol to have channels that were able to absorb the power of fire even more smoothly. These profound changes made the difficulty of drawing up a heavenly fire symbol exponentially greater than before. All of these new additions required Lin Ming to consume an enormous amount of soul force. There was no need to mention the changes Lin Ming made in the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. The original heavenly fire symbol had an extremely rough and crude implementation of the Azura Heavenly Tao. Within it, only several rune paths conformed with the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. As for Lin Ming's changes, he completely eliminated all previous rune paths that corresponded to the Azura Heavenly Tao and planted in 108 new rune paths in their place. These modifications, if seen by other divine runic masters, would truly shock the world. Some lower-level divine runic masters would find it impossible to understand. The consequences of these complex changes were a massive increase in the use of soul force as well as endless and constant calculations during the drawing process. Even if Lin Ming had successfully produced a heavenly fire symbol once, there would occasionally be a slight deviation in the flame-based runes at the start, finally causing there to be a conflict with the Azura Heavenly Tao laws that were fused into it. Finally, a massive fire dragon would blow up from the tiny runes, causing the entire divine runic symbol to be ruined. If it weren't for Xiao Moxian standing guard on the side and quickly responding and swallowing the fire dragons with the darkness laws, then Lin Ming's eyebrows and most of his hair would have been burned away. 3,972 flexible array lines, conforming to the right spiral revolution of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, Lin Ming mumbled to himself, all of his concentration focused on the floating lines of flames in the air. Finally, the long lines of flames were pulled into the top of the heavenly fire symbol. The entire heavenly fire symbol erupted with a blazing light. The lines of the flame runes rapidly decomposed, gathering onto the tiny runes within, and then combining once more. Another 2 hours passed. The reformed flame runes began to fuse with the lines of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws in the air. With a brief flash, all of the surging energies vanished at once. All that was left in Lin Ming's hand was a simple and plain heavenly fire symbol that sparkled with a strange light. The heavenly fire symbol seemed ordinary and rough, without even the slightest power of fire leaking out. If other divine runic masters were to see this, they would certainly sing praises to the heavens. To create a heavenly fire symbol that didn't have the slightest bit of energy flowing out, this required a deeply profound understanding and control of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. All of that power of fire needed to be forcefully locked inside. Pada! A drop of sweat fell down from the tip of Lin Ming's nose. Before it hit the ground, the drop of sweat was already evaporated by the high heat. Lin Ming finally opened his eyes, letting out a long breath of relief. Xiao Moxian smiled like a blooming flower, finally relaxing a little. The heavenly fire symbol is finished. Do you want to rest a little? Xiao Moxian's worried eyes looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming confidently smiled. He shook his head and said, "No need. I'll be fine after I practice the divine mist heart mantra." "You're being too hard on yourself," Xiao Moxian whispered. But she knew that Once Lin Ming decided to do something, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to change his mind. Moreover, she also knew that he was pressed for time. Every step Lin Ming made was to prepare for the future war with the saint race in the divine realm. Thinking of these future matters, a desolate and sad look passed through her face. Divine realm, saint race, monster race. To her, this was a knot in her heart that she couldn't undo. Dong, dong, dong. A knocking sound echoed out from the front door. Sir Lin, Suya's dark and sensual voice transmitted from the other side of the door. Xiao Moxian suddenly frowned deeply, her body immediately straightening up. A faint sense of hostility flashed over her face. When a beautiful woman met another beautiful woman, it wasn't unlikely for sparks to occur, especially when there was a man involved. Lin Ming also wrinkled his eyebrows. He didn't like being disturbed by outsiders when he was deep in drawing up divine runic symbols. "What is it?" Lin Ming coldly asked, patiently holding back his temper. "The great Lord Empyrean of our extreme star Holy Lands knows that Sir Lin has been busy with many matters these days and has been working hard on the divine runic arts, so he has bid me send you some soul recovery symbols." Soul recovery symbols. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. A soul recovery symbol was an extremely complex divine runic symbol. In order to create one needed the special condensed soul crystals of the Spiritas, and then to add in the soul recovery laws of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. This sort of divine runic symbol was expensive and not too practical. Normally, only divine runic masters near the 7th grade, half-step Spiritas Empyreans, or other characters of that level would use these divine runic symbols because drawing one up required a peak 6th grade divine runic master. For the current Lin Ming, meditating on the divine mist heart mantra was a waste of his time. If he had these soul recovery symbols to supplement him, then it would really be a useful gift that came at the right time. As long as this type of supportive divine runic symbol was fused into his body, he would be able to rapidly recover his soul force. Without needing Lin Ming to speak, Xiao Moxian had already opened the front door, without reservation. Her hostility to this seductive temptress Suya was one matter, but these soul recovery symbols that could help Lin Ming were another. As long as it was something that could help Lin Ming, she wouldn't refuse it. As the front door opened, a strange and intoxicating scent rushed in, accompanied with the gentle tinkling of bells. Suya's casual dress was provocative enough, but today she was especially dressed up. She wore a long and silky dress that was cut low at the chest, exposing her curvy figure. Her majestic chest was proud and full as a startling amount of snowy white skin was exposed. Her earrings were made from strange crystals, mysteriously polished so that they exuded a dazzling light. When combined with her pouty looks, every movement of hers exuded a captivating scent. She carried a plate with both hands that was stacked with divine runic symbols carrying a dark strength. Slowly stepping into the room, Suya maintained a trace of a smile. Her star-bright eyes were mesmerizing. Of course, this brilliant gaze was focused on the improved heavenly fire symbol that Lin Ming just drew up. Suya had stayed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time and experienced many things. As she saw the improved heavenly fire symbol and the complex runes that still floated like rivers of stars in the sky, her eyes shined even brighter. This divine runic symbol was absolutely not simple. Suya smiled and then placed the plate of soul recovery symbols in front of Lin Ming. Behind her, Xiao Moxian was running out of patience. As Xiao Moxian saw Suya's round and perky bottom from behind, she couldn't help but feel inexplicably annoyed. "Miss Suya, we are currently in the process of researching and developing a new divine runic symbol, so we are a little busy at the moment. We thank you for the favor of sending these soul recovery symbols, and we will remember this." Xiao Moxian was well aware that the goal of Xia sending soul recovery symbols here was nothing more than an attempt to curry favor with Lin Ming in order to obtain even greater benefits in the future. If Lin Ming wasn't anybody at all, they definitely wouldn't bother with him. Thus, although Xiao Moxian's words were polite, they had an undertone of seeing a guest out. Chapter 16:25. The auctions begin. Chapter 16:25. The auctions begin. Xia wasn't some weakling to be pushed around. She could hear the meaning behind Xiao Moxian's words and tones, so she turned to Lin Ming and cast him a winsome smile. Sir Lin, this is quite embarrassing to ask, but may I ask what divine runic symbol you are researching right now? As she spoke, she bent down and curiously looked at the improved divine runic symbol. Xia propped her hands against the divine runic table. Her plunging deep neckline originally revealed a deep snow-white valley, and after bending down, her large and explosive mountains swayed back and forth like surging pendulums. Sitting on the other side of the divine runic table, Lin Ming never imagined he would see such a scene. He was slightly surprised as he inevitably got a clear look at Xia's beautiful scenery. This sort of temptation, if a young divine runic master were to see it, would cause their blood to boil. And even though Lin Ming wasn't too affected, he was still momentarily stunned by what he saw. At this time, Xia was simply far too close to Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming, he simply had nowhere to look away to. And as he was wondering what he should do, he suddenly noticed a chilling cold rise up. He couldn't help but look at the direction of that icy cold air. All he saw was Xiao Moxian glaring at Xia, her entire face covered with black lines, seeming as if she was on the verge of storming out. To attempt to seduce Lin Ming right in front of her, this woman simply didn't place her in her eyes. As Lin Ming felt Xiao Moxian's burgeoning anger, he coughed loudly and pushed himself away from the divine runic table, quickly retreating. Miss Xia, I am indeed trying to revise a divine runic symbol. If there aren't any other matters, I want to try to grasp the time to draw up several more. These soul recovery symbols have come at the perfect time. I will remember this sentiment. Lin Ming was also hinting for his guest to see her way out. It wasn't only because of Xiao Moxian, but also because he really was far too busy. Heavenly fire symbol? This is a heavenly fire symbol. There isn't any power of fire leaking out. After entering Lin Ming's divine runic room with great difficulty, Xia naturally wouldn't leave until she investigated for some information. She couldn't help but gently touch the improved heavenly fire symbol. As she discovered the peculiarities inside, she exclaimed out loud. In her opinion, every heavenly fire symbol would inevitably have a certain amount of energy flowing out of it. The higher the grade a divine runic master who created the divine runic symbol was, the more complex the rune structure would be, the more exquisite the law lines, and the less strength that would flow out. This was a manifestation of a divine runic master's ability to control a divine runic symbol. She had rarely encountered this situation before, where there wasn't any energy flowing out from a divine runic symbol. This proved to her that Lin Ming's ability to confine the energy of the divine runes had reached an astonishing degree. Xia suppressed her surprise. She had already accomplished her goal for coming here. She faintly smiled at Lin Ming and said, Sir Lin, then I will not disturb you from drawing up divine runic symbols. Then her eyes narrowed, curving up like crescent moons in the skies, enchanting and alluring. I would also like to ask Sir Lin to consider our extreme star holy lands and sell this improved heavenly fire symbol to us in the future. The price can be further discussed. Lin Ming thought for a moment. The extreme star holy lands could be considered an old customer of his. If he really did sell divine runic symbols, he would have intentions of selling to them. But he had a special plan for these two divine runic symbols that he was creating now. I am not too familiar with producing these divine runic symbols. If I can produce them en masse, I will consider you. Lin Ming didn't confirm anything as he kept his words ambiguous. Suya's eyes shined as she heard this. As long as Lin Ming said this, she would have something to report to the extreme star holy lands. The previous batches of nirvanic tribulation flame symbols had miraculous and wondrous effects on the battlefield. This caused Suya to withstand a great deal of pressure from the high-level figures of the extreme star holy lands, making her feel pressed for time. Now, all she could do was keep track of Lin Ming. Then I won't disturb Sir Lin. If there is anything you need, please inform me. As long as I can accomplish it, I will definitely try to help Sir Lin as much as I can. Suya threw one last smile towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded in return. Then, with a twirl of her dress, Suya turned and left. It was only that as Suya passed by Xiao Moxian, her eyes flashed, and she raised her proud swan-like neck, her gaze touching upon Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian returned this gaze with eyes that could kill. Her small canines were sharp like a little tiger's, reflecting an icy cold brightness. As the two women's eyes met, an intense electric light sparked in the void. With a bang, the door closed. As Suya's footsteps gradually faded away, Xiao Moxian slowly pursed her lips. She shot Lin Ming a look, her complexion still gloomy. She didn't think that Suya was more beautiful than she was, but Suya's figure had the flavor of a ripe peach, explosive and bursting from the seams. This was an attribute that Xiao Moxian completely lacked. Her figure was more slender and smooth. Disgusting woman, Xiao Moxian indignantly sputtered out. Lin Ming coughed. Without saying anything, he picked up a divine runic pen. Over the next half-month, Lin Ming invested all of his time and focus in producing the improved heavenly fire symbol and the heretical god symbol. These divine runic symbols were far more complex than the previous nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Every time he drew one up, he would have to put in 7 to 8 times the effort of producing a nirvanic tribulation flame symbol. Moreover, what gave Lin Ming a headache the most was that the failure rate was far too high. In the first few days, the failure rate reached as high as 70 to 80%. With this rate, Lin Ming could only draw up a single divine runic symbol in one day. Even half a month later, his failure rate only fell to 50%. This was also with the batch of soul recovery symbols that Suya had provided. With their wonderful effects of revitalizing the divine soul, every time Lin Ming felt his soul force on the verge of collapse, he would absorb one soul recovery symbol and feel his soul force rapidly restore itself. Time quickly passed. In the final 2 days before the treasure fair began, Lin Ming didn't take a single moment of rest. Every time a heavenly fire symbol failed and exploded, not only would Lin Ming's clothes tear apart, but even the nearby strange and amusing Xiao Moxian would find her face completely blackened with soot. When combined her 2 white canines, this was an especially entertaining sight. But in the end, Lin Ming still produced 10 improved heavenly fire symbols and 10 heretical god symbols. In the early morning of the next day, as the sky was bright and the sun was dawning, countless crowds of people had gathered in Divine Rune City. As Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming left the Divine Runic Masters Guild, they were able to see the tides of people flying through the skies, like swarms of locusts. Only during the period of the treasure fair would Divine Rune City allow martial artists to fly, because the treasure fair was held in the floating castle. Due to this miraculous scene could be viewed. The floating castle was 100 miles wide and flew high in the air. Even so, the innumerable martial artists surrounding it were like motes of dust. Although he had barely managed to catch a night of rest, Lin Ming was still feeling the aftereffects of overdrawing his soul force for an entire month. Now that he suddenly left his room, the dazzling sunlight made even Lin Ming feel a bout of dizziness. It took him a moment to adapt to the brilliant, dappled sunlight. There really is a great deal of people here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Ming was startled. With so many people, it was hard to imagine just how high the volume of trade transactions would be. Taking Xiao Moxian's hand, Lin Ming once more flew into the treasure fair in the flying castle. At this time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. He could clearly feel that as he arrived at the treasure fair, the entire floating castle rippled with a thick power of divine runic symbols. These were a type of hidden defensive divine runic symbols that were fused into the spirit stone of the castle. If anyone attacked this castle, these defensive divine runic symbols would erupt with a terrifying defensive barrier. Rows upon rows of stores were everywhere with the treasures inside, all outstanding. Compared to the last time Lin Ming was here, there were many more good items. Just by smelling the rich medicinal fragrance in the air, he could tell that there were far more spirit medicines for sale. However, the sale square, which had been there before, had been cleared out. A massive complex hung in the center of it, shaped like an 8-sided honeycomb. This building was like a miniature sun. It was covered with radiant glowing stones, swallowing up all surrounding shadows and shining with a noon light. On all 8 sides of this honeycomb structure, around every 10 miles, there was a giant, massive illusory mirror that showed what was occurring within. It was clear that this was an auction site. The staff inside were busily bustling about in preparation. However, it was clear from the hourglass that hung above the structure that there was only an hour left until the auction began. Lin Ming had already received the news. From today forth, the most precious items of the treasure fair would all be sold in the auction. As for the item shops outside, the things they sold were far from comparable to the heavenly treasures sold in the auction house. It was inevitable that the jade dragon horn he needed would appear there, and it was even possible that the dragon saliva grass would too. After all, these were materials that top divine runic masters wanted, and their price would definitely soar as the divine runic masters fought for them. As Lin Ming was thinking, he heard a giggle burst out from the entrance. Duke Fullmoon also came. Haha, the pressure on a little girl like me is far too great. I hope that Duke Fullmoon won't snatch something from my hands. Duke Fullmoon. This laughter was also quite familiar. Lin Ming couldn't help but follow these sounds and be surprised as he caught sight of a few familiar faces. How could these people have gathered together? The few people at the entrance were surrounded by a group of extremely muscular and vigorous guards of the people being guarded. One of them was a tall and graceful woman, a peerless beauty of her generation. She had been the one smiling and laughing. It was Miss Suya from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Beside Miss Suya was a blue-clothed man, a faintly happy smile on his face. His eyes burned as they occasionally dipped down to her swaying figure before slowly coming back up to her face. Behind this blue-clothed man was a slow and creeping black-cloaked old man. The old man's complexion was gloomy and dark. It was only when Suya and the blue-clothed man occasionally laughed out loud that the old man would join in with a few terse and hollow laughs. It was hard to tell from his complexion whether he was irritated or not. The blue-clothed man and the black-cloaked old man were the two people that Lin Ming bumped into when he last visited the treasure fair. For them to meet again was also inevitable, because there were many treasures at this auction that the blue-clothed man had to obtain no matter what. Chapter 1626, Encounter. Chapter 1626, Encounter. From Suya's words, Lin Ming learned that this blue-clothed man's title was Duke Fullmoon. With the title Duke Fullmoon, in addition to the way Suya treated this man, it was clear that this person was a high-level figure of some divine kingdom. Generally speaking, large influences were separated into nation-type organizations and sect-type organizations. In a sect, important figures would normally be titled elders, protectors, highest elders, and so forth. And in a divine kingdom, important figures were normally titled dukes, high princes, imperial scholars, and so forth. There wasn't much difference between these types of influences to begin with. Everything, including ranking and such, depended on the personal preferences of the founder. Although this Duke Full Moon was hiding his cultivation, Lin Ming could faintly feel that he had already reached the World King realm. Even if his cultivation wasn't at the World King realm, he likely already had the capital to contend with a World King. If there was a powerhouse that could battle with a World King in this divine kingdom, and he was only titled a duke and not a high prince, the power of this divine kingdom could be imagined. A Spirita's divine kingdom, as well as at least a peak Empyrean influence. Lin Ming sifted through Torchriver's remnant memories and locked onto some possible divine kingdoms. Still, he couldn't confirm which one this other party came from. Miss Suya, I just bought some dark rain flower tea. It is 100,000 points for just one tael. Dark rain flowers can only be picked once every 10,000 years, and only after being cooked together with 72 different kinds of heavenly materials can this type of top-grade dark rain flower tea be made. In the upcoming days, I plan on holding a martial arts tea party at Carefree Hall. At that time, I wonder if Miss Suya would be kind enough to grace me with her presence? Martial arts tea party? Dark rain flower tea? Duke Full Moon is indeed a dauntless man. Suya, would love to attend. Suya's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, as if she were truly interested in going. But just as one thought she was about to agree, an embarrassed color actually flashed over her face. With an expression filled with regret, she said, "But I apologize. I've recently received a mission from Extreme Star Heavenly Palace that I must complete within the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Now that the situation at the war front has become intense, it is impossible for me to leave my post. I can only regretfully decline Duke Full Moon's invitation." Like this. Suya rejected Duke Full Moon's invitation without any rudeness at all, and even her explanation was sound. But Duke Full Moon still frowned. He had already invited Suya 7 or 8 times before to visit his Carefree Hall, but he had been turned down by her every time. Not just that, but every time she rejected him, she had seemed extremely reasonable, and there was nothing that Duke Full Moon could find fault with. This woman, she really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. She keeps refusing Duke's request every time. Beside Duke Full Moon, the woman called Junior Apprentice Sister Qing smirked as she spoke with a sound transmission. Even the eyes she looked at Suya with were cruel and cutting. Suya certainly noticed the hostility emanating from this other woman, but she simply covered her mouth and tittered, as if she wasn't aware of anything at all. Suya was well aware what sort of place the Carefree Hall, where Duke Full Moon was planning to hold this so-called martial arts tea party, was. It could be called Duke Full Moon's harem, as well as his personal quarters. Since ancient times in the palaces of emperors and great kings, harems forbade other men from entering. The only ones that could enter and leave were eunuchs. A martial arts tea party held in a harem? Wasn't that just a joke? Suya didn't doubt that when this martial arts tea party occurred, the only ones there would be Duke Full Moon and his maids and concubines. And as the honored guest of such an event, once she went to Carefree Hall to participate in this martial arts tea party, there was an absolute certainty she would become the main dish of Duke Full Moon's nightly entertainment. She certainly wouldn't agree to this type of invitation. Duke Full Moon rubbed his chin, his eyes once again raking up and down Suya's explosive body, not seeming surprised or angry at her rejection. "Duke, what is so good about her? Is her body so overwhelming? In Carefree Palace there are many others that are as equally plentiful a figure. There is nothing they lack." Seeing Duke Full Moon so interested in Suya, Junior Apprentice Sister Qing began to unhappily whine with a sound transmission. In truth, her own body was quite good. "You don't understand. This sort of enchanting seductress seems as if they will become intimate with anyone, but the truth is that women like her are aloof of all relations and are the most arrogant in their bones. She is a butterfly that can flit around in all social situations, and any interest she shows in men is only superficial. As for those that have thoughts of eating her up, it is actually impossible. The more one likes this type of woman, the more difficult they are to conquer, but only by conquering this type of woman can one truly be satisfied. For martial artists that lived for thousands of lives, it wasn't uncommon to have crowds of wives and concubines. Duke Fullmoon was already a veteran in courting women and was a thorough expert in them. He had no interest in women that threw themselves into his chest on their own initiative. Rather, a proud and arrogant woman like Suya, who had her own strength, that was the type of woman he wanted to conquer. It's all about the long game. Sooner or later I'll taste this woman and have her serve me from the depths of her heart. As Duke Fullmoon spoke, he smiled confidently. He wanted to change the topic of conversation so that he could slowly infiltrate the mind of this beautiful woman that he planned on conquering in the future. But at this time, Suya's eyes brightened as if something she saw made her overjoyed. As she smiled, her smile was more radiant than peonies in spring. She turned towards a direction and waved. As she waved her hand, her voluptuous body shook like a branch in the wind, leaving the mind stunned. "Sir Lin, over here!" Even though there were layers upon layers of people in the crowd, this didn't stop Suya at all. She seemed as if she would forcefully push her way through the crowd to greet someone. This left Duke Fullmoon startled. He immediately frowned. Who was this Sir Lin? Was there someone here that had a status higher than his own, a background greater than his own? In Duke Fullmoon's eyes, anyone that could cause Suya to impatiently greet them was definitely a character with an extraordinary status. Hearing Suya's distant greetings, Lin Ming could only ruefully smile. He originally didn't want to bump into this hard-to-handle Duke Fullmoon. As for Xiao Moxian, she didn't want Lin Ming to bump into Suya. Thus, the two of them came to a tacit agreement that they would take a round detour around the auction hall and pretend as if they didn't see anyone. But they never imagined that this Suya would seem to possess something like a telepathic ability. Even in the endless crowds, she was able to keenly lock onto Lin Ming's presence. Suya's voice and sex appeal had a deep penetrative power. As she shouted out loud, her luscious body swaying back and forth as she moved, forwards all smiles, Lin Ming instantly became the focus of attention. "Sir Lin, what a coincidence." Suya was excited like a little girl. She stood on her tiptoes, beckoning over Lin Ming, as if she were afraid he hadn't seen her. Such a welcoming Suya caused Xiao Moxian's bright smile to slowly dim down. Her hand that held Lin Ming's hand mysteriously disappeared and reappeared at his waist, pinching a little of his skin and twisting a bit. Lin Ming was left speechless. He certainly knew what Xiao Moxian's meaning was. She was warning him not to be too friendly with this woman. "This is Miss Suya. It really is a coincidence." Lin Ming awkwardly coughed. "That's right. This must be fate." Suya laughed, her smile becoming increasingly happy. And this smile wasn't the professional smile that often hung on her face, but was a smile that came from her heart. It was clear that Suya treated Lin Ming considerably differently. Seeing Lin Ming, as well as the genuine smile coming from Suya, Duke Fullmoon's previous attitude and self-control of not being angry at being rejected by this beautiful woman suddenly vanished. His face immediately turned gloomy. How could it be this boy again? So the so-called Sir Lin was actually Lin Ming. Just now he had been bragging in front of his concubine that Suya was the type of woman that was only superficially intimate with others but was in truth a proud and haughty woman that disdained men. As for conquering Suya, that would be extremely difficult, and only someone like himself had this ability. But in the blink of an eye, Suya was ridiculously attentive to Lin Ming. She passed through the crowds of people without hesitation to greet him, as if she were afraid that Lin Ming would run away if she were a bit slower. This was simply a slap to Duke Fullmoon's face. If Suya were to greet some great person, like an imperial prince from a true divinity-level influence, then Duke Fullmoon would be envious, but he wouldn't be angry. However, the one she was greeting so excitedly was Lin Ming. A month ago, Duke Fullmoon had already verified through various intelligence organizations that besides an unknown master that no one had seen before, Lin Ming had no one else supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of running to the Marvel Blue Nation for a body transformation cultivation method. This brat has some ability. A cold light flashed in Duke Fullmoon's eyes. In this brief encounter, he had thoroughly lost to Lin Ming. And at this time, although Xia was already standing beside Lin Ming, she didn't seem to forget or snub Duke Fullmoon. Through the crowds of people, she said to Duke Fullmoon, "Duke Fullmoon, Xia must bid her farewells for now. In the future, if the Duke comes again, Xia will definitely pay a visit." Suya's words were sufficiently polite. As for paying a visit, who knew if that was possible even in the next tens of millions of years? Although Xia knew that this would offend Duke Fullmoon a little, it was clear who was more important between Duke Fullmoon and Lin Ming, disregarding that Xia had a good impression of Lin Ming already, making it easier for her to follow him. Lin Ming's value alone was already so ridiculously high that Xia was willing to pay any price to win him over. Duke Fullmoon came from a large influence, but no matter how large that influence was, there was only the slightest thread of relations between them and Xia. The reason she was polite to Duke Fullmoon to begin with was that she had the thoughts of becoming friends and perhaps making use of him in the future. Just for this, Duke Fullmoon wanted to trick Xia into his bed. Regarding this, Xia could only break down laughing in her heart. But Lin Ming was completely different. If Lin Ming really had the same plan as Duke Fullmoon, then she would find it much more difficult to handle. The slightest mistake, and she really would be caught in Lin Ming's web. Thinking of this, Xia felt an inexplicable ripple in her heart, but she quickly cast these bewildering thoughts away. She knew that Lin Ming didn't have such ideas about her. She said to Lin Ming, "Sir Lin, are you planning to attend the auction? How about we go together?" Without needing Lin Ming to respond, Xiao Moxian smiled and said, "No need. We're fine going by ourselves." Although Xiao Moxian was smiling, when her smile was combined with her shiny pair of canines, it gave off the feeling that she could pounce and bite at any moment. Xia thought little of it. She tactfully said, "That's also a good idea." Although they said to take separate roads, there was only a single path from the entrance to the auction hall. For now, they were temporarily traveling together. Chapter 1627, Grand Event. Chapter 1627, Grand Event. Glowing crystals paved the passageway. Their mystical luster lit up the path to the auction hall with a rainbow of colors, casting the world in enigmatic beauty. The channel finally came to end. 3 crystalline doors appeared in front of everyone, dividing it into 3 different directions. For golden-armored guards with black capes swung over their shoulders guarded the doors behind them. Although their auras were restrained, Lin Ming could still feel the sea-deep energy of these 4. This aura is a Holy Lord-level character. After realizing the strength of these 4 people, Lin Ming couldn't help but be amazed. This was the first time he had seen Holy Lord-level characters guarding gates. Before now, the highest rank guards he had seen were at the Divine Lord realm. From this, it could be seen how much the Divine Runic Masters Guild valued this auction. As Lin Ming was in thought, a middle-aged man approached them and spoke with a pleasant tone. 3 guests, do you plan on entering the auction? Please show your identity cards. Moreover, there are 3 different tiers of seating available, each with different fees. Please pay the fees for the seating tier you choose, and someone will arrive to escort you there. Regarding the workings of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, Xia was clearly much more knowledgeable than Lin Ming. She took out a golden Divine Runic Masters Guild status card and quickly passed it over. This middle-aged man belonged to the Runic Pill Trading Organization, and he had never seen Xia before. But He knew that Suya existed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. After checking this card, his attitude towards her was much more respectful. He didn't think that this beautiful woman in front of him would be the person issuing missions for the Extreme Star Holy Lands. For these past 2 years, the high-level figures of the Runic Pill Trading Organization had kept in constant contact with Suya, and to them, the Extreme Star Holy Lands was a source of significant wealth. And this, sir and lady, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Lin Ming didn't reveal his name, only handing over his VIP card and entering. "Sir Lin, have you rented a room yet?" Suya turned her hand, and the opulent status card disappeared into her spatial ring. "I haven't. I heard that there were 3 tiers of seats." "Indeed. There are ordinary seats that are on the base level. These are 100,000 points each to rent. Above those are private rooms. The ordinary private rooms are a bit small, but the price is 2 million. And above those are the luxury suites that are 30 million. The truth was that the Extreme Star Holy Lands had already rented a luxury suite in preparation for this auction. Suya wanted to invite Lin Ming, but she knew that there was no chance he would join her, so she simply didn't ask at all. 30 million points wasn't much to Lin Ming, but he felt that this wasn't necessary. Just an ordinary room was enough to hide his identity. Lin Ming chose an ordinary private. Like this, he parted with Suya. After entering the room, a maid left behind a number plate for Lin Ming and carefully informed him of the rules before leaving. The room was similar to a floating building in the sky, a bit small and narrow inside. At the front was a massive window through which one could see the entire auction hall arena, as well as a path leading to a balcony outside. The entire auction's luxury suites, ordinary rooms, and ordinary seats were like 3 different tiers of mountain peaks, layered just like a theater. The luxury suites and ordinary rooms were both built with strange flying stones. These stones were marked with all sorts of runes that covered them like sand on paper. It was clear that these divine runic symbols provided a tremendous levitating force to the buildings. In addition, these flying stones had a natural floating power, so as the massive luxury suites and ordinary rooms were in the skies, they dotted the landscape like islands in the air, able to overlook everything beneath them. In front of every ordinary room was a massive floating flat projection stone that was 20 to 30 feet tall. These projection stones clearly reflected every movement on the stage, down to the tiniest detail. And below that was a giant stone book controlled by a spirit stone. This stone had lines of flowing text on it that indicated the items that were to be auctioned today. As long as Lin Ming swiped his fingers over the spirit stone, the entire stone book would shine with a gentle shimmering energy, and a delicate woman's voice would begin to explain in detail any treasure that was listed. This was the first time that Lin Ming had experienced such an array formation that explained things in advance. This array formation indeed made things far more convenient. And at this time, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the top row of VIP suites. "Look over there. That is Soaring Starlight Shuttle, Empyrean Lionheart's personal transport. Even Empyrean Lionheart came. This year's treasure fair is truly a grand event." Some people cried out in alarm. Empyrean, this word, no matter where it was said, always carried with it a mystical charm. When Lin Ming displayed such vivid skills in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, many of the Divine Runic Masters there subconsciously assumed that there was a peak Empyrean powerhouse standing behind him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a deep background in the divine runic arts. Lin Ming had inherited Torchriver's memories, so he had naturally heard of Empyrean Lionheart before. This was a character that had risen to fame tens of millions of years ago, and although he was inferior to top characters like Empyrean Divine Mist, he was still a horrifying existence. Lin Ming looked out in the center of the arena. The projection stone was currently reflecting the world outside. all that was seen was a massive interstellar ship as large as a planet, looking like a vicious beast that spanned the heavens and earth. Swathes of mysterious runes floated like stars around the ship, constantly swirling about. The entire treasure ship emitted a cold and metallic luster. It was like a sun rising into the heavens, eternally glorious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The great ship that was thousands of feet high, it emitted ear-cracking creaking sounds as it filled the surroundings with a blazing brilliance, carrying with it a momentum as if it would charge through the universe. People only saw this Empyrean-level spirit treasure, the soaring Starlight Shuttle, but didn't see Empyrean Lionheart themselves. This left many of them feeling a bit regretful. It's fine. An Empyrean-level character isn't someone we look up at. I heard that before Empyrean Lionheart came, Empyrean Minor Violet had already arrived. But I have no idea where she is. Empyrean Minor Violet also came? That's right. Rumors say that Empyrean Minor Violet isn't on friendly terms with Empyrean Lionheart. If the two of them compete, I wonder what sort of scene that would be. In the audience, many people were wildly discussing amongst themselves. These two Empyreans were the rulers of their own Empyrean holy lands with incomparably rich resources. If they were indeed planning on competing in this auction, then that would truly be a dizzying sight. Lin Ming hadn't activated the isolation array formations in his room, so all of these discussions entered his ears. Lin Ming also knew of Empyrean Minor Violet. She was a woman who had equally risen to fame tens of millions of years ago and had established her own holy land. Whether it was in strength or methods, she was a terrifying character. Empyrean Minor Violet's name struck like a bolt of thunder in the ears of everyone within the inner Azura Road. In this auction, two Empyreans had arrived. This was truly a grand event for the ages. I just hope these two ruthless people don't take a liking to the things I want. As Lin Ming thought of the possible situations that could occur, he could only secretly complain to himself. If they were to struggle with him, then he absolutely would be in trouble. There were many people who, even if they had a large number of points, wouldn't dare to compete with two Empyreans. They simply didn't have the confidence to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, you have waited for far too long. At this moment, a deep and sonorous voice spread throughout the entire auction hall arena. The scene on the projection stones rippled once more, showing the scene of the auction stage below. They saw a tall, middle-aged man in neat and meticulous clothing stepping onto the auction stage platform. His eyes were deeply set, and his nose was high. He had a sharp, pronounced jaw, and his aura was deep, giving off a calming feeling. This person was the president of the Runic Pill Trading Organization, as well as a high-level elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Out of all the elders within the entire Divine Runic Masters Guild, Song Wen was the only one who wasn't a Divine Runic Master. Even so, he was still an elder. Not only did he not have many attainments in the divine runic arts, but his strength was also only at the early Holy Lord realm. Still, there wasn't a single person in the Divine Runic Masters Guild that underestimated him, because he had a surpassingly outstanding ability to manage operations of large-scale organizations. This was also the reason he was able to become an elder. Divine Rune City was not purely a sect. It was a comprehensive gathering of interests and individuals, and as such needed a person with Song Wen's talents. Today's treasure fair has gathered elites from all over. As a show of respect, the first auction today will have me as the auctioneer. Song Wen's voice wasn't loud, but his words spread through the massive arena site. Not a single word was left out from everyone's ears. After he finished speaking, a squad of late Divine Lord guards brought up a giant square box to the auction stage. This box was completely carved from special obsidian material. This material had an extremely strong isolating effect, and also had strong defensive divine runic symbols fused into it. Even so, from the middle of the box, one could hear, sounds like the roaring of dragons and tigers. The light of the treasure leaked out shot into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone. Generally speaking, the first item in an auction would be an extremely high-quality item. This was to whet the appetite of the bidders and ignite the enthusiasm of the crowd, so that the auction started off on a high note. And as everyone's eyes were focused on the obsidian box on the auction stage, in an opulent VIP suite, Duke Fullmoon was embracing his junior apprentice Sister Ching in his chest as he fiddled with an information jade slip. Ordinary private room number 36? This Brett isn't even willing to pay out for a VIP suite. When Duke Fullmoon entered the auction hall, the first thing he did was to ask someone to look up where Lin Ming was. The locations of all visitors were registered, so looking up where someone wasn't difficult at all. He's nothing but a poor little beggar. How could he possibly compare with the Duke? Junior apprentice Sister Ching softly said. Ha ha. Duke Fullmoon laughed, using a little bit of strength to pull junior apprentice Sister Ching's waist. He said, he's not as poor as he seems. 30 million isn't a price that he can't pay. I've looked up some of his information already. After he crafted that batch of Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols, even with conservative estimates, the Extreme Star Holy Lands still paid him over 1 billion points. Duke Fullmoon had already investigated the quantity and approximate price of Lin Ming's sale of Nirvanic tribulation flame symbols. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one be undefeated. Since Duke Fullmoon was on bad terms with Lin Ming, and he needed the dragon contract to begin with, it was naturally best for him to clearly investigate as much as he could into Lin Ming. At this time, Shadow Overflow, who was also sitting in the VIP suite, lifted up the hood of his black cloak, revealing a face like a wizened old sorcerer. He hoarsely said, 1 billion plus points. How could he be Duke's match? I heard that the Duke must purchase many things for Divine Void Divine Kingdom this time, so you must have a great sum of wealth in hand, in addition with the Duke's own wealth and mine, that Lin Ming has already lost. Chapter 1628, Nameless Ancient Pill. Chapter 1628, Nameless Ancient Pill. In this auction, Duke Fullmoon not only represented himself, but also represented Divine Void Divine Kingdom to purchase resources. Divine Void Divine Kingdom was far too large. Besides Divine Void, the true divinity ruler of the nation, there were also 7 Empyreans. These 7 Empyreans each wielded power over a province of Divine Void Divine Kingdom. There were 7 provinces, and these 7 provinces added together comprised the complete Divine Void Divine Kingdom. Duke Fullmoon came from the 9 Nether province, and he was a subordinate of Empyrean 9 Nether. Of these 7 provinces, the 9 Nether province was one of the strongest. Let's see just what this first treasure is. Duke Fullmoon's gaze focused on the obsidian box on the auction stage. He was also curious about what the opening treasure of this grand auction would be. But at this time, Runic Pill Trading Organization President Song didn't immediately open the box. Instead, he used his rich and magnetic voice to introduce the origin of the treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasure within this box was obtained from the drifting islands within the stormy sea. I'm sure everyone here is already familiar with the stormy sea and its drifting islands. As Songwon mentioned the stormy sea, everyone beneath the stage sucked in a light breath of air. This was one of the several great life forbidden zones of the Inner Azura Road. Lin Ming also had a deep impression of the stormy sea, not to mention Tortriber's memories, but when Lin Ming first arrived at the Inner Azure Road, he had inquired at Heaven's Secret about information related to transcendent divine mites of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and Heaven's Secret had given him 3 pieces of information. The first piece of information concerned the forbidden divine barons. The third piece of information concerned M.O. Brightman's Celestial Tyrant Manual, and the second piece of information concerned the Stormy Sea. The Stormy Sea had islands that mysteriously flitted in and out of existence. These were the drifting islands. According to Heaven's Secret, the drifting islands had inheritances left behind by powerhouses related to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Thus, if Lin Ming were to find the drifting islands, there was a chance he could obtain transcendent divine mites related to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But these islands had no fixed location. Their whereabouts were unknown, constantly shifting like a mirage that vanished upon second glance. Many powerhouses went to the Stormy Sea to search for these islands, but their exploration ended in failure. Some of them returned, but some of them went missing, their life or death unknown. He never imagined that the first treasure of this auction would have been found at the drifting islands. Out of the many life-forbidden zones of the Inner Azure Road, the drifting islands wasn't the most dangerous, but it was absolutely the most enigmatic. No one knew how they were formed. If one wanted to find the drifting islands and return alive, they needed to have absolute strength and a great destiny above their body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to succeed. The first treasure is something found at the drifting islands. Divine Rune City's auction is really explosively amazing. It's no wonder that even Empyreans would come here. For some martial artists in the arena, this was their first time attending Divine Rune City's treasure fair. Upon seeing such treasures with their own eyes, they were definitely drooling with greed, but what a pity they weren't able to afford such treasures. Most of them didn't have a total net worth surpassing 30 million points. Let's not come to conclusions so quickly. Although this is something from the drifting islands, it might not be too precious. There are also useless treasures at the drifting islands. We have to see what grade of treasure this is first. Some people said. However, they soon shut up. This was because as Songwen opened the obsidian box, a strange spiritual light shot out from the slits of the box. At the same time, a massive aura of life gushed out, as if there were some living creature inside. Such a boundless and vigorous aura definitely wouldn't belong to something ordinary. Songwen used both hands to lift up a small jade platform, and at the center of this jade platform was a little circular groove, and this groove surprisingly held a pill. As this pill appeared, it released a brilliant rainbow-colored light. Faint traces of flames seemed to burn on the surface of the pill, slowly evolving into mystical shapes. There were dragons, phoenix, humans, and even traces of the great Tao, as well as the aura of laws. Even though Lin Ming was several miles away from the auction stage, he could still feel a formidable spirituality. This was an extraordinary pill. Lin Ming instantly judged. He could feel all the blood within his body being galvanized by this pill, as if the blood within him were about to spray out at any moment. Lin Ming's blood vitality was extremely stable, but this pill was still able to affect the very foundation of his blood. This proved that there was an incredible condensed power of blood vitality within this pill. Moreover, Lin Ming could faintly feel that this pill sent out a vast energy, one that would be tremendously helpful to his own essence-gathering system. Back in the past, when Heaven's Net had given him information, they said that the drifting islands had inheritances related to powerhouses that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that existed from before the Great Tribulation. Lin Ming suspected that this pill was left behind by ancient ancestors of humanity. This was a pill that could supplement his blood vitality as well as greatly enhance his essence-gathering system. This was a pill completely suited towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was immediately tempted, but he felt that this sudden surprise wasn't good at all. This was only the first auction, and he was far from any sign of a jade dragon horn or dragon saliva grass, and yet he discovered that he had an intense desire to win the auction of this pill. In total, Lin Ming had around 2 billion points. If he had to buy different treasures as well as keep the dragon saliva grass and jade dragon horn in mind, then even if he doubled his points to 4 billion, he still wouldn't have enough. Lin Ming hesitated, but he didn't give up on purchasing this pill. To him, this pill was far too useful. It could even be said that, for the current Lin Ming, this was a pill perfectly crafted for him. It was something that could only be found through a stroke of fate. If he were to miss out on it now, then he would be regretting it in the future. However, Lin Ming simultaneously couldn't give up on the jade dragon horn and dragon saliva grass. If so, then he had to rely on some special methods to earn points. When placed the pill back down on the auction stage platform, Lin Ming discovered that the phantoms on this pill radiated outwards, producing phantasmal images that seemed to be using up the medicinal strength of the pill. But the truth was that even though these medicinal strengths scattered outwards, they returned due to some strange traces of the heavenly Tao law and were then reabsorbed again. It was like the pill itself was breathing. Divine runic symbol. Lin Ming could see that on the surface of the pill, there was an extremely sophisticated divine runic symbol. Not only did this divine runic symbol enhance the effects of the pill, but its greatest function was to maintain the strength of the pill. If this were a 7th grade divine runic symbol, then there really was the chance that this pill could keep for at least 1 billion years without losing any strength. If there was a time enchantment that slowed time as well as a variety of array formations, then it wouldn't be difficult to maintain the peak potency of this pill for billions of years. This was also the reason why a divine pill like this could be preserved on the drifting islands for such a long time. The base bid price is 500 million. Every increase in bid price can be no less than 10 million points. Now, let the auction begin. Songwon shouted out loud. Before a moment of time passed, someone immediately shouted out a price. 550 million. In a single breath, someone had raised the bid by 50 million, but in truth, this pill's value far surpassed this price. Standing near Lin Ming, Xiao Moxin couldn't help but feel worried for him. Currently, Lin Ming's financial resources weren't too abundant. 560 million. 570 million. The bid continued to rise. Those that had spoken out a bid price so far were martial artists in the ordinary rooms. Martial artists in the ordinary seats weren't able to bid such a high price, and the people in the luxury VIP suites had yet to take action. But at this time, a voice echoed out from a luxury suite. 700 million. The reason for raising the bid price so much at once was to kick out all of those who didn't have the resources to match it, and this effect was achieved. Many bidders in the ordinary rooms immediately fizzled. 730 million. Someone else increased the bid price again. This person was also from the luxury suites. Big Brother Lin, what do you plan on doing? Looking at this momentum, the price might rise over 1 billion, and that disgusting Duke Full Moon might target you too. Xiao Moxin hurriedly said, if the greater portion of Lin Ming's wealth were to be sucked dry during the first auction, then what would he do afterwards? The bid price continued to climb, but Lin Ming actually remained silent. He was rapidly estimating the price of this ancient nameless pill. Although this pill came from ancient times, Lin Ming possessed a vast breadth of knowledge on pills and could estimate the approximate cost. According to normal calculations, the true value of this pill was around 3 to 1 for billion points. This price was truly difficult for Lin Ming to withstand. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he said, Sienna, this pill might be sold for less than 1 billion. Xiao Moxin was stunned. Let's wait and see. I won't buy this pill if it crosses 2 billion. Lin Ming's thoughts were clear. This ancient, nameless pill was valuable, but the bidders sitting in this auction hall were mostly spiritas. To them, this pill that was left behind by ancient human seniors wasn't as valuable as it was to Lin Ming. Even if there were some human martial artists that planned to buy this pill, they often only cultivated the essence gathering system. This made it so that the value of this pill was far less than 3 to 1. For billion, the cost-to-performance ratio simply wasn't good enough, but Lin Ming, who dual-cultivated body and energy, could display the full potential of this pill. And as he thought, when the bid price rose to 770 million, there was suddenly a drastic drop in bidders. Everyone had their own scale in mind. The people present here weren't idiots. 800 million. Lin Ming suddenly said. Although his voice was calm, his inner emotions weren't as tranquil. He really feared that an Empyrean would emerge and suddenly compete with him. He looked up at the several highest luxury suites. If he wasn't wrong, then Empyrean Minor Violet and Empyrean Lionheart were staying in those suites. 820 million. At this time, a familiar voice sounded out. Lin Ming looked over and saw a feather-robed man standing in front of the windows of his luxury suite, holding a crystal cup in his hands. This cup contained a blood-red wine, and there was a faintly happy expression on this man's face as he slowly sipped on the wine. From a distance, this man even turned towards Lin Ming and raised his glass in greetings. This person was Duke Fullmoon. In all rooms, there were array formations that limited sight into them. But Duke Fullmoon deliberately deactivated these array formations to allow Lin Ming to see him. That annoying fly, it's him again. Xiao Moxian felt a deep loathing as she saw Duke Fullmoon. She wished she could spit in his face. Lin Ming also slightly frowned. 840 million. Lin Ming shouted out once more. 850 million. Duke Fullmoon followed up, right after. Duke Fullmoon was bidding not just to spite Lin Ming, but to consume Lin Ming's wealth so that he couldn't compete for the dragon contract later. Things would be easier with one less competitor. Otherwise, if Lin Ming really bet his nearly 2 billion points on the dragon contract, then even Duke Fullmoon would find the price painful to match. Chapter 1629. Ancient Pill in Hand. Chapter 1629. Ancient Pill in Hand. Duke Fullmoon has calculated well. If I'm not wrong, then this Lin Ming needs the nameless ancient pill. He is a human, as well as someone who dual cultivates body and energy. This ancient pill could be called perfectly suited for him. Because of that, it will be easy to ruin him. In the VIP suite, Shadow Overflow cackled. His laugh had a strangely eerie feel to it. According to their information, Lin Ming's wealth didn't surpass 2 billion. If Lin Ming were to buy the ancient pill for over 1 billion, then there wouldn't be any threat from him later on. 900 million. Lin Ming suddenly increased the bid by 50 million. However, Duke Fullmoon didn't stop here. He shouted out, 910 million. The 2 times he bid were only 10 million higher than Lin Ming's bid price. It seemed that he intended to purposefully hinder him. 950 million. Lin Ming shouted out again. 960 million. In the VIP suite, Duke Fullmoon laughed out loud. To have Lin Ming spend even 100 million more with just a little bit of effort, this caused him to be in a very good mood. And at this time, in an ordinary room, Xiao Moxian's face was cold to the point of developing frost. She was just a step away from violently rushing out. Big Brother Lin, this damned dead fly is deliberately targeting you. He doesn't want to buy that pill. He just wants to waste your points. If this continues, then you are only throwing away your hard-earned wealth. Lin Ming nodded. That's right. He wants to annoy me and use up my resources, but he won't have the courage to continually follow me. Lin Ming had a set price in mind for this pill, and that was that he wouldn't surpass 2 billion. This was a limit that Duke Fullmoon wasn't aware of. Lin Ming could use this to his advantage. 990 million. Lin Ming added another 30 million. He called out this bid so that Duke Fullmoon would bid 1 billion. According to Lin Ming's estimate, 1 billion points surpassed the limit that this pill would sell for at the auction. And Duke Fullmoon did, as Lin Ming thought he would. He drawlingly called out, 1 billion. Ha ha, that friend in the ordinary room. Do you really want to struggle with me? Duke Fullmoon insolently said. His voice spread far, as if he were intentionally trying to anger Lin Ming. He thought that Lin Ming would shout out another price, and then he could disturb Lin Ming several more times, causing him to lose even more wealth, but he didn't think that Lin Ming wouldn't speak up again. Lin Ming seemed to suddenly quiet down in the ordinary room he was in, no longer shouting out a price. Guest number 24 has put forth a bid of 1 billion. The first item of this auction has already broken through 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? On the auction stage, Songwen spoke with zealous fervor. However, no one in the auction seats responded. The psychology of people was quite subtle. 990 million was only 10 million away from 1 billion, but crossing this gap gave two completely different feelings. To spend 1 billion points to buy this ancient pill, the price-to-performance ratio of this was far too low. Songwen shouted out one more time, but there still wasn't a response. When it came to some auctions of the highest caliber like this one, even a magnificent auctioneer could only play a limited effect in increasing the price, let alone Songwen. Even if Xia put on her most sexually appealing attire and did her best to arouse enthusiasm and seduce the audience, she still wouldn't have much of an effect. The VIP guests who could afford to bid upon this nameless ancient pill were all powerful figures of their great influences, or were absurdly strong. So, which one of these people would toss away 1 billion points just to win the smile of a beautiful woman? 1 billion going once. Songwen began to announce. Hearing these words, Duke Fullmoon felt his heart skip a beat. He didn't want to buy this nameless ancient pill. This was something used by humans and was suited for martial artists that dual-cultivated body and energy as Espiritas, whether it was him or the divine void divine kingdom behind him. No one needed this ancient pill. If he bought something that wasn't of much use, he could only pay for it from his own pockets. It was impossible for him to use the wealth of divine void divine kingdom to pay for this ancient pill, and his pockets weren't so large that he could disregard a loss of 1 billion points. If he obtained the ancient pill, the only thing he could do was resell it. But no matter who he sold it to, he wouldn't be able to match the price that it sold for at this auction. But this wasn't the crucial issue. The key problem was that it would take a long time afterwards for him to resell this nameless ancient pill. This would make it so that the wealth he had to spend in this auction would diminish by a great deal. If something truly amazing were to appear later, he might not be able to afford it. And even if he thought of using divine void divine kingdom's wealth to buy something he wanted, that would be something that belonged to the divine void divine kingdom, not him. 1 billion going twice. Songwen counted down once more. Duke Fullmoon's pulse began to race. He looked up towards the top 2 VIP suites, hoping that Empyrean Lionheart or Empyrean Minor Violet would be interested in this ancient pill. However, the 2 VIP suites were quiet from beginning to end, as if they never even heard anything. To an Empyrean, this nameless ancient pill wasn't of much use at all. Empyreans could refine their own transcendent divine pills, but more than that, eating up a transcendent divine pill wasn't too beneficial to their own cultivation. Many Empyreans had been stranded at their boundaries for a long time and had been unable to break through, wanting to rely on a simple transcendent divine pill to make massive leaps in their cultivation was the talk of a babbling moron. Seeing Songwen count down a 3rd time, Duke Fullmoon felt as if he had eaten a fly. He felt like he had been stupidly tricked. He thought of ruining Lin Ming, but he hadn't considered Lin Ming's wealth enough. Although Lin Ming wanted this nameless ancient pill, he might not be able to afford that sky-high price. That poor fool. He doesn't have any capital to struggle with the Duke. What an idiot to compete for treasures. Nestled in Duke Fullmoon's chest, junior apprentice Sister Qing had a proud expression as she tenderly smiled. Her talent could only be considered decent. and wanting to stand out in divine kingdom was impossible. If she wanted to rise above the crowds, she needed to attach herself to someone with authority and potential, such as Duke Fullmoon. Now, she had increasingly felt that she had chosen the correct person. With such a grand auction that gathered innumerable heroes and even 2 Empyreans, the man she chose had domineeringly bid on the first item of the auction, forcing out all people, so that no one dared to shout a higher price. Originally, Duke Fullmoon was already upset, but now this brainless woman was trying to flatter him for no reason at all, causing him to be even more irritated and ashamed of himself. He shoved the flirting woman away, roaring, "Get out!" Junior apprentice Sister Ching was pushed rolling away and nearly struck the wall. She was frightened. She had no idea just why Duke Fullmoon had suddenly become so angry. And at this time, just as Song Wen was about to begin his final countdown, someone shouted out a bid from the ordinary rooms. 1,010 million. This voice was heavy, as if the bidder couldn't bear this price at all. And as this voice entered Duke Fullmoon's ears, it was like the melodious call of heaven. He let out a long sigh of relief, finally saved at the last moment. He looked towards the room that shouted out this price, and saw that it was indeed Lin Ming. Duke Fullmoon's complexion darkened. This item had finally been won by Lin Ming. At this time, he didn't dare to continue a bidding war with Lin Ming. With Lin Ming's current wealth, this bidding price was likely his limit. This poor fool. Duke Fullmoon cursed out loud. He wanted to rip off Lin Ming some more, but he didn't think Lin Ming would be so poor. Duke Fullmoon simply didn't have the courage to continue. After shouting out 3 bids and having to experience a brief bout of fear and trepidation only to cause Lin Ming to lose 100 million plus points, Duke Fullmoon wasn't too happy. Then Shadow Overflow chuckled. The truth is that Duke's goal has already been accomplished. During this first auction, 60 to 70% of Lin Ming's wealth has been removed. After this, he shouldn't pose much of a threat anymore. Even though this was true, Duke Fullmoon didn't feel too great. This brat Lin Ming seems to have already given up on the Jade Dragon Horn. He's smart enough, at least he knows when to give way. But the only problem is that if he gives up the initiative like this, then I can't step on him later. Duke Fullmoon's complexion sank. He wanted to roll over Lin Ming in the auction for the Jade Dragon Horn, but now he felt as if he were punching nothing but pillows. And at this time, Song Wen counted down a 3rd time. The first item in this auction had been won by Lin Ming. Congratulations to this guest in Ordinary Room number 36 for winning this nameless ancient pill from the Drifting Islands, Song Wen loudly announced. There was a smattering of applause throughout the audience. Many people were startled. They didn't think that there would be crouching tigers and hidden dragons amongst the ordinary rooms. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.